Well, at least we've got something to watch this morning. The new documentary, The Battle of Sanguine Isle, filmed, edited, and produced by us, premiered at the LSBN Theatre today. All right. Get your popcorn, chat. Excuse me. Oh, I completely lost the tab. Where is that gone? I don't even know where that is. There we go. I'm very excited to see this. It's 13 minutes long. Roger Dodger. I'm assuming there's no thingamabob here. Whose jacket is that? Who knows? Starks, definitely. Right, this is the Battle of Sanguine Isle, as done by. This is the Leichenberg tapes, is what I want to call them. This is the Leichenberg tapes, everybody. Let's see. Is this supposed to be sound? Jesus Christ.
The state of San Andreas has declared war on Sanguine Isle. Believing the small island nation to export explosive weapons, law enforcement has been ordered to attack the isle, and any who survive get treason. The war resulted in several fatalities, scores of injuries, and if the Geneva Convention were to be followed by either side, dozens of war crimes. This is the story of the Battle of
God, he pumped his ass
from inside the villa compound.
The fuck?
Soldiers were in good spirits and fired up before the battle.
Every officer that was dumb enough to die for Axel or Brian, that's all you'll be remembered by.
I'm John Fang, and I'm gonna die today.
And I think I got an opportunity to do a drive-by here, so that's why I'm here today.
God damn it, dickhead.
And Buddha sell heroin to children.
I think it's fucked up that people are trying to come and take my vacation away. I've been living large here, you know what I mean?
I really hope that I get to continue my future here.
I just want the people to see, what really happened here.
That's the helicopter Conan flew in, right? Oh my god. Oh
death to
my
Axel,
god.
death to Brian Knight.
Oh my god.
What the fuck this?
With the first two captured POWs, the feeling of hope
Oh.
was high.
I feel like we got a chance.
That was our one
The entire
job,
time
was to
on the
not be
way over
prisoners of
here,
war.
the entire time we were saying we're not going to become prisoners of war, no matter what.
The POWs tried to make the best of their situation despite torture and harsh conditions.
You guys are police officers, not army people. You shouldn't be here.
We are not trying to harm these prisoners of war.
Hey, come here, we're torturing these guys for information.
Hey, Barnaby,
No.
Barnaby! They're planning an offensive assault from the south. Do they have
People were saying that they were
guns?
gonna bring mustard gas into here and try and find your children.
We're human beings! We're human beings!
I got these at H&M. They were like $18.
That's a steal. I can't impregnate you.
What? Oh boy.
And as day broke after the first night of battle, the Sanguine Isle soldiers earned several victories.
One APG down. That's one of those tank-looking.
TPC, you dyslexic fuck!
We've taken out about 4 APCs.
I can't believe we're losing to food, man.
Give or take 20 to 30 of them.
The war front is looking pretty good for us right now, but the battle's just about to begin.
You're just looking at the most anti-air soldier in the entire outfit. Took down 3 jets on my own.
Oh, Trey.
Looking good for us. I'm not gonna lie. They're probably out there shaking and quaking in their boots.
You know what, Brick? Whatever happens here, I'm gonna make sure you get out, even if it costs me my own life.
What's with the face paint? Is it a butterfly? When the light's leaving their eyes, I want this to be what they see, you know? So I just know that people who love war love 5-finger death punch.
They were dropping napalm on us out there.
What? That's not true.
Do you think Axel Justice knows any of the fallen soldiers' names?
We might have taken all their air units out, so it just might be ground.
Turns out we have Russian air superiority.
Привет, boom boom, aircraft. Boom boom.
Da. Jesus Christ, this was so different for us.
I was shown these documents sent by the state of San Andreas to many of the.
Oh yeah, I know about this. Yeah, the 3 years thing, right?
Sanguine Isle soldiers.
People that we sent assets to are going to be charged with treason? Why wouldn't they come here and fight to the fucking death then? What was the goal? For us to call these people up and say, hey, you're going to get fucked anyway, come die?
This is incredibly well edited.
It comes down to it, bro. Maybe I'll be the prisoner of war after this. Maybe I get 30 years of death sentence. Who knows?
Fuck, man. We might win this shit. We might actually win this.
But after a few hours, everything changed as the tanks rolled in.
They're past the checkpoint, and they're coming.
This is all for the sake of our freedom, and it was caused by the state's poor decisions.
Stand for your freedom. Fight for your freedom. Fight for your freedom. Fuck the Senate. Fuck the government. Fuck the cops. Fuck Brian Knight. Stand up for yourselves.
The main battle tank down. Main battle tank. Come to the west.
Oi! Oi! The RPGs!
How do we get to the roof of this shit?
The tank, the tank, next rubber one. Next rubber tank.
Holy shit! Dude, that looks so fucking sick. Oi! I'm sad we missed out on this.
One of
Holy
their
shit.
plans is to level the place, like literally blow the entire fucking place up.
At least Moosebeard was trying to help people. You know? Trying to save some people's lives, even though he's still in custody.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Get to cover.
An underground bunker was their only safe retreat.
Oh god, brother!
Who's calling me? Derek, I love you. I'll call you afterwards. All right? Are we dying? We're not dying yet. We're nearly there. Holy shit, dude. Oh my god.
Fuck the government. Fuck the Senate. And fuck you if you stayed on that list. Bondi till I die means you're bond until you die. Whether the club is shit. Up good, up bad, down, good, down, sideways, sideways good, good on money, good on cars, better cars. Lots of cars, lots of pets, no pets, lots of family, no family. Family cars, family up good, family down bad, dogs. Doggy car up good, doggy car down bad, family back got good.
What the fuck is BBMC,
This
dude?
either win or fall.
Oh, what
Oi.
the fuck?
Oh yeah, this is my last stand.
Was this us in like a closet? Hey, listen. To be fair, this just seems like war at this point. You know, this is exactly kind of expected. It's more crazy than I thought it was going to
Said he
be.
wants to negotiate our surrender, but he's gonna fucking kill us. Look, we're not dead yet.
The soldiers waited, determined, despite approaching starvation and the fall of their leader.
No planning on surrendering. It's not really in our best interest. They're not gonna give us anything. You know, worst comes worst, they'll just starve us out of here.
You know, I mean, you're not wrong.
Jaeger, I'll make you proud, Jaeger.
Taking him into the...
What is that?
I came to terms with death a long time ago.
There was concern of betrayal from within.
Former high command, leaders of departments, now treasonists, no good, war criminals.
Wait, why are you guys spamming E in chat? Is that the drone? Is that... Wait, whose drone was it? And why couldn't they just turn it off? Why was it in a fucking bunker? Oh, it was Scarf? Oh. Ooh. Oh, Jesus.
Shoot Ingle, Dan.
The real war. Wait, what?
No, that's his name. Shoot Ingle. His name's
Oh.
Shoot Ingle.
Oh my god, I think I...
Shoot Ingle!
Conan's not gonna go. He said, if I'm back in high command, Conan's whispering in that what?
Hey,
Conan, put your fucking hands up. Put your fucking hands
love Wallahi on everything I fucking love. He tried calling me to tell me to turn. Obviously, I'm not.
He says, if I get high command.
You have my word. You have my... How dare you try to turn everybody on me?
No,
you fucking scumbag.
No.
God
Listen,
damn
I
it,
just know
Conan.
there's like 2 people left in this.
I can hear the
thing
drone.
alive, and the cops are pushing.
Where you at?
You're shooting the other person.
No, I'm not.
Mom, get the fuck off the phone.
I got a gun in me, Brian.
Conan, back to the front.
Conan, you gotta put that phone down, bro. I ain't gonna
I'm
hold
not
it.
even on it.
Back to the front.
But ultimately, they put their trust in each other.
I never would have thought I'd be dying with Conan Clarkson.
And then the hunger kicked in.
Anybody got food? Do you have any food?
I got a hunting knife. I might just start chopping this cop up with some shit. I don't know.
Oh.
Hey, eyeballs? Can you eat eyeballs? You can. Who wants eyeball? Hey, I got eyeball.
How do I chop this fucking cop?
Oh my god,
The
what
senator
the fuck?
offered to send in a medic.
All right. Send. All right, look, send them in. I'll get everyone on board. Make sure they have food.
But the Sanguinians had a different plan.
We're killing the medics when they send them, right? Don't say anything on radio. We're killing these fucking medics.
Do we get a medic?
Jesus
I ain't
Christ.
gonna lie, boys. I beamed the fuck out of that
Blew
medic.
himself up.
I don't know. You want to send somebody out?
Hey, Conan, that's legitimately a war crime.
Yeah, but everything we haven't done in Florida actually isn't. That's crazy. You know, that's the crazy part. We actually haven't committed a war crime until just now.
A plan that may have saved their lives.
Conan did it? Oh my god, I'm so surprised.
Nice.
Oh my god. There's a C4 here. What the fuck?
Oh,
they sent the
this is the
medic
op.
Justice
This is the
C4,
op.
bro.
The suicide bombers?
What if we send a
They said
C4?
Oh my god.
Suicide bombers.
Yeah, they strapped C4 to that medic.
They gave a
Oh
fucking medic
my
a
God.
fucking C4.
Brad, this is the craziest shit I've ever been a part of.
With their supplies emptied,
There was a chance it wasn't true. Yeah, there's not a chance anymore after
the
this.
remaining
Holy shit.
soldiers made one final stand.
Come on, you fucking cowards! We know you're out there! Why don't you come fucking get us? The only way you're getting us is by collecting our fucking corpses!
Fred's a fucking war leader, dude.
One more down.
You got us cornered like fucking rats! How many of you did it take to get us in this fucking situation? How many of you did we have to fucking
Come
kill?
on, you little bitch.
Why don't you get the fuck in here and finish it off? How many of you even were there? You had the best tech, and you almost lost to fucking a bunch of gorillas! Look, we're actually competent. We've done a lot with a little. You gotta be a little impressed.
Wait, thermal. What? What was that?
The drone.
Who's down for eating this medic?
They literally gave that EMS death penalty.
Yeah, that's no fucking medic.
You guys can get any food in that stash, bro, please. We'll give the EMS back for food.
Kill them!
Oi! Oi! Oh shit. What happened? After the Sanguine soldiers all fell, police, along with medics who had been enlisted, cleared the bunker. Senator Davis and Commissioner Justice attempted to intimidate and bribe me to delete my footage. Oh, oi. I'm literally sipping on a cup of tea. These excerpts were pulled from my destroyed equipment and remastered by LSPN.
You know tech shit, Jimmy. Was it working? We get rid of the treason, you delete the foot.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I mean, we fucking knew it anyway, right? But Jesus Christ. Ay, 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 ay. Janetti was there too. Honestly, I think we can do one of these after watching that. Yeah. Okay. Well, what that foot doing? Oh god. Oh Jesus. I've asked for the fucking press statement. I've asked for it, Nicholas. But it's not happening till High Command talk. That's what I was told. All right. Well, that wasn't good. That wasn't good. You missed the end. There was more? I closed the tab. There was like 2 seconds left. There's no way.
Full hawk.
Okay. God fucking damn it. God fucking damn it. That was fucking sick, though. That was incredibly... I need to get changed. What am I doing? It was incredibly well edited. Honestly, I don't even think there was a... There wasn't even, like... if any of, like, Command or anything try and say that video is biased, I think that would be a misstatement. I don't think that was just press. That was just footage and facts, and that was just it. You know what I mean? That was just really well done. It told a story from, it was from one side of things, sure. But it's a side that most people wouldn't have seen. Including Dark, and I guess including the rest of High Command. What are we wearing today? Aurealis, is that who plays Ursula? I'm not good with Twitch names, so... There's 2 versions coming? Holy shit. We got a fucking sequel. Oh, I'm excited now. I thought there was just gonna be one. Alright, let's get it, Mr. Romero. Yeah, we're in the... Dark is currently staying in the fitness center. And not with his husband. I don't know what you want to take out of that, but they still haven't talked after everything since Doc got out of hospital. Yeah, we haven't. Listen, normally I roleplay it as like Doc goes home and sees Matt, but I think Doc just hasn't been home since he got out of hospital. I think that's how I'm playing it. And because of that, hasn't seen. Who's that? So Doc did want to hug Axel. He wanted nothing more.
Maybe one day you'll become a cop again. Maybe one day.
I'm not sure.
Hey, Dark.
Hello.
That's a very good timing that you used there. I'm just saying.
That Karlak?
Hey, Doc.
Hey,
Hey, I'm
Viv.
just waiting for Stubble.
You okay? I've never seen you,
Yeah.
I think I've ever seen you in a uniform before.
Oh, I just came from. I went for a ride on my. Got a new bike the other day from my husband. Like a chopper. So I got to dress
Oh.
like a badass and ride it around, you know.
Yeah. You know, your arms aren't very protected if you take a fall, Viv.
I know, but I'm my license plate says that I'm a gigaviv, so yeah, that's all my husband's doing. So I'm out there like a boss ass bitch, I guess you could say.
Does that mean you're at your
Means I don't-
1024 megavivs?
What
Ugh.
what does that mean?
That's such a dad joke. Holy shit. All right, we need to get an IFAC diet going. Where's your band? Right, barrel to those. Barrel to bees. I'm not really around this time, so we might get some good IP today with different people. All right, let me make sure I've got everything ready. Here I do. Okay. Derek. Let's go Derek back.
Hey, how you doing, sir?
Hey Monroe. Yeah, I'm doing. I'm sorry. I was just watching. I saw that there was an LSBN documentary that I. Hello.
Dark. Good
Yeah, there was
luck with that video.
You watched that too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
No, it's go on.
Then how can I help?
No, it's just a wellness check. I got told you got put in the ICU, and now I see you on duty, so I want to make sure you're okay. You know.
Yeah. You know, physically, I've had worse.
Okay.
You know. So yeah, I'm doing all right.
All right. I'm glad. That's all I wanted because I never, took part in that whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I heard you in the ICU. I heard 3 officers died. I just want to make sure you didn't die. Okay. So just a little wellness check, you know.
No, I appreciate it, Derek.
All good. All good,
Listen, the chief let me read your letter the other day, and listen, I guess all there is to say is neither of us disagreed with anything you said, and
Yes, sir.
you know, the sentiments that you put pen on paper for are resonating with a lot of members of high command currently, and we're doing our best to make sure those involved and responsible are held accountable.
I have complete faith in you and the chief. Complete faith. That's why I put it in the letter. I have complete faith in you, the chief, and the rest of our high command. we was unfortunately led by a couple of people who had, let's just say, had opinions against the people, and they were willing to use their position and power to do what they want, basically, you know? So I've got complete trust, and I've talked to plenty of other officers within the LSPD. They felt exactly the same way as me, so I thought I better write a letter down and just get you my thoughts. Don't put me just stewing them and be frustrated and not tell it to anyone that actually matters. I've talked to a couple of people now on the same wavelength as me. They know that you and the chief will make the best decision possible. And whatever happens, I'll always have your back and the chief's back. Whatever happens.
That means a lot, Monroe. And you know, I'm glad me and the chief have, you know, shown enough for ourselves to have your support and have the rest of LSPD support. But you know, at the end of the day, depending on how things go, I don't know. It might not matter in the end because, yeah, who knows? I mean, we've got a power hungry. No, power hungry is the wrong word when you already got all the power. We've got a dictator running our state at the minute, and that's what we're up against. So, who knows where that's going to lead?
I've got a question for you, sir. So when it comes to the Senate, right? Who imposed for the Senate to be placed in the city? Because for me, I've heard that they have diplomatic immunity, right? I don't think anybody in any position of power should have any diplomatic immunity, except what they should have is the full scope of the law looked at them at all times. They have the power to literally remove somebody from a job for little to no reason because of the Senate, right? How have we given these people the power to be diplomatically immune? That's what I'm trying to understand.
I'll be honest, I'm no history buff, so I imagine that was something that just happened in history here, and you know, I guess the president or somebody, you know, I think they've always been here. It's just that they haven't always been at the forefront of our society, sending us to war. And you know, oftentimes it takes a I don't know the best way to do this, say this, but you know, sometimes it just takes a crack in the vase for it to break, and I think we've finally seen that crack, and shit's breaking quick. I think it's broken, and we're trying to put the pieces back together.
No, yeah. The last thing I want to see though is the civil war between the PD though. I think that's going to come to that personally. If a lot of people are thinking against the Senate, there's going to be a small amount of people who think for the Senate, and there's going to be a rift. That's the last thing I'd want as an officer. You know, I'm sure you as a high command, it's the last thing you want as well. So I'm, you know.
Yeah, I think so too. But I think I think we're underestimating how many people think that what was done was right. I think a lot of people did what they thought was right as their duty as a police officer and a protector of the state. Not a lot of people after the fact are going to think that what happened was right. That's what I'm thinking, and that's what I'm hoping, and I hope that's true. So I guess when it comes to a civil war, if you want to put it that way, I guess we've got to ask the question is how many individual officers are going to look at high command and say that person supports the Senate. And so I think our job really is to, and what I'm pushing for, is to make sure that it is known that we do not support any of the actions, the war crimes that took place over there. When it came to, this would be so different, Derek, if they just said, okay, we're invading this place, and then just went to City Hall and set up a draft. But instead they decided to basically say, hey, PD, hey, police department, we want you as police officers to go over here. I think if people had like signed up and joined a military, this would be a very different story. But
I agree.
Instead, the senator and the commissioner were very happy to openly ask the police department something that is way beyond their purview as a peace officer. and a lot of people probably went over there with expectations of it being a raid, you know, something. I mean, sure, everybody's told it's a war, but I don't know whether nobody expects that. Nobody expects what it was like, and I think we've seen that with how many people have come back, very different people.
I agree. And the problem was as well is that we had certain officers. You know, in World War II, when people can people started to mock other people who didn't want to go to war. That's what happened before we went to war. There was officers mocking other officers for not wanting to go there, and that's a big thing too. You know, because if I feel like an opinion matters, if someone doesn't believe in something, I've always become an officer because of the moral standpoint. I look at the law, and every single scenario I go to, every single situation, I look at the moral standpoint. Okay, someone's stealing from a food store. Let's see the morality side of this. They're homeless. They got a family to feed. They got kids. They don't have a job. Fine. I'll pay for the stolen goods and I'll let them go. You know, that's the sort of law I believe in. So I'm not sure, you know, I'm just glad to hear that you're all right. And I'm pretty sure the rest of the LSPD knows we're in good hands when it comes to the LSPD's decision on this whole situation, you know?
Yeah, you got nothing to worry about. Yeah.
So.
I appreciate it, Derek. Well, yeah, I'm okay, and I'm glad you're okay too. And listen, I just want to make it known because, you know, I think there's no expectation for anybody to come on duty at the minute with everything. If you don't want to support the police department, no one's going to hold that against you.
Absolutely not. I will forever support this police department, no matter what drift we go in, no matter what has happened. I will always support this police department because life needs law and order. Okay, you can't just stop law and order because something's happened. People still need to live their normal lives, and we're a part of that normal life. So I'm willing to put my life on the line. Jesus Christ, public safety announcement just went out. But I'm willing to put my life on the line, sir, no matter what is facing us. I understand a lot of people being, let's say, verbally attacked by a lot of people for Sanguine, but that's just a part of life. That's another tick of the box for being a cop. You just get blamed. You just get grouped. So it's one of those. But yeah, I gotta read that stand announcement. I gotta get back out there because I'm pretty sure they need motor. So good talking to you, sir. And if you need me, call me, email me, anything like that. I'm always happy to help.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Derek.
All right, goodbye, sir.
Bye-bye. The fuck is this? EMS should rebrand to Ditch Doctors? Who is making that? Like, what is this unprofessional crap? It feels like I'm reading some kind of Twitter post. I mean, it's either Maximum Angel or it's Surge Cross.
Hey, what's up, Dark?
Cross, what is this fucking PSA?
Oh, Fury is worried that Mary is going to get murdered by the Senate because she keeps impersonating a senator and calling herself a senator all day. So I made a public safety announcement, so no one else does it.
Right, and why is it written like a teenager just discovered Twitter for the first time?
Because Fury asked me to do it.
Are you a judge or are you a child?
Listen, I respond to things based on who asked me for the favors. And Fury is like a little racing fanboy who loves his Dommy Mommy Queen, Mary Mushkin, so.
And EMS should rebrand to Ditch Doctors? What is that?
Oh, yeah, that's something I've been talking to Kiki about, that they should rebrand from EMS to Ditch Doctors.
What is a Ditch Doctor?
An EMS. Because doctors stay in the hospital and EMS go to ditches to get the bodies out. That has nothing to do with Sanguine.
Right now.
That has nothing to do with Sanguine.
What, everybody's going to think it's got something to do with Sanguine.
No.
Of course, I really need you to start acting like an adult and turn your brain on if you're going to be making PSAs.
Oh, I'm sorry. maybe you guys should be acting like adults and not let morons lead all of you to war over stupid bullshit. Goodbye.
We have a child on our hands. Fantastic. Hey Nathan, did you know or see about the STSO war? No, I had no idea. I had absolutely no idea. So I get on duty to meet with Walter and I see false flag 9999. Jesus Christ. I'm excited for the panel too. I remember the HOA war, like, briefly. I know that we got smoked and rolled, I think. I can't remember. Not me literally in the process of emailing Crane. Oop. Would it be possible for you to teach your judges? Oh shit! No, I should say it like that. I don't want to. I'm not beef with Crane. For you to encourage your judges to not write public service alerts. Like children. Make sure I'm posting the right link. So date for the panel. There isn't, because I tried to get High Command to post their availability, which so I think I'm just gonna reach out to Nathan Medi and just get one sorted, and then because you got to think I'm trying to organize like 10 people, so it's gonna be a difficult one. But I'm gonna try and do it in character tonight with High Command, and then I know the others' rough availability, so it should be easy to do tonight. Hold on, I'm finishing my Karen attitude. Yeah. Hey, GP. I love doing you appear. I'm sorry, GP. I've been out all day, so it's a late stream for me today. The panel's going to be this week, though. It's either going to be hopefully tomorrow, Thursday. Is what I'm going to try and go for, but hey, Lauren,
Hello.
you okay?
Yeah, paperwork as usual. How are you doing?
I mean, have you seen the news?
Yeah, I have in fact seen the news. I was on duty when everyone went to fight. I don't know where Divine is, and Kevin's dead, so.
Do you know about Divine? Are you informed?
What I know of Divine came from the negotiations where the officers and commissioner arguing with the Sanguine Isle completely dismissed the fact that there was an officer over there and kept talking about the weapons.
Yeah.
I also know that he's been mutilated. I know that much.
Oof. Well, when Sock realizes, oh, hey, listen. I figured that some other people would be able to see it, okay? It's part of the spikes. Divine was sent over to the island once we had reason to believe that they were sending, making explosives. And that was part of the reason we were getting bombed every other day. So Divine volunteered, as far as I'm aware, to go over to the island undercover. A certain amount of time later, and I don't know. I'll be honest, I was left out of the loop, so I couldn't tell you how long he was there for. He was... Oh, dear. Oh, dear. He was outed as being undercover by one of our own. A police officer leaked the information, seemingly unintentionally, to Kane Larp, aka Jaeger. So yeah, he was found out. He came back at some point. As you probably know, Bass is dead. And after Bass's funeral, I think Divine had come back at some point and visited his grave, where he found, this is what I've heard, where he found Erwin Dundee pissing on Bass's grave. So he attempted to murder Erwin Dundee.
Was he given any care whatsoever after he got back?
I don't know.
We all read the affidavit. Like, we saw what he had to go through, what he witnessed while he was over there. Incident report, no, it's not an incident. There's a report 990, 16 days ago. His eyeball was found in a dumpster in Los Santos.
Yeah. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say, based on the people that were involved, people that knew, those being Axel, Brian, I guess Toretti, I'm going to say that when he got back, that he probably didn't receive the best care. No.
So they let him go out there, and they essentially left him to the wolves, and now he's where is he?
We don't know, as far as I'm aware.
And what happens when we get our hands on him?
Well, initially, they wanted to get him back from the island after he was exposed by, I don't know whether this was the intention or not, but by extraditing him for the attempted murder that he committed on LS soil. So I don't know whether the intention is to still throw the guy in jail. I don't know.
You could argue 5150. He needs to be in protective custody. He needs to be. He needs therapy. He needs something.
Yeah, I would agree. That would be the best thing for him, I think.
Fucking bastard was cheating on me for God knows how long, and I still.
Listen, as far as I'm concerned, he's still one of ours.
Yeah.
Until, you know, the information is given to us that he did try and kill somebody, in which case, then I would want him fired. But at the same time, we still have a duty to give him the care that he would need, given everything he's gone through.
That's good. That is great. Was it worth it, Richard?
Was what worth it?
This nonsense.
Oh, the war. Whatever the opposite of worth it is, 10 times that. No, absolutely not. You know, maybe, just maybe, if the war crimes didn't happen, I could maybe think that it was a little bit worth it because we found a manufacturing site for explosives. But even at that point,
Have we ever stopped to think that, you know, the officers sending over Divine, isn't this technically fucking espionage?
Yeah.
And on top of that, I don't know what their laws are over there, but the manufacturing of weapons, I mean, in their state, sure, is what it is. When they bring it over, however, that's a different story, and we don't know who was the one to be bringing it over.
He was in the corner.
Where was the fucking Coast Guard? Where was ATC? Where, like, everything that could have been done to prevent this was just dismissed, and I don't know. Point the blame at the people up top. I don't know.
We force feed him the
I'll be
I'm
honest,
disappointed.
You're preaching to the crowd. We tried to. Those of us who didn't agree found out far too late about everything. To the point where it was post negotiations that we were trying to salvage the situation and try as, you know, get to a situation where we didn't have to go over there. But, you know, as far as the Senate is concerned, we were going whether we liked it or not. Yeah, well,
They could have brought in their own fucking private military. We're cops.
Yeah, I agree.
No, this is. Yeah? How's Rhodes doing?
I don't know. I haven't seen him.
No, I have a tiny needle. I'm just gonna.
I got out of the hospital 2 days ago.
Jesus Christ.
And since then, I've pretty much been sleeping at work and dealing with this. So I'm kind of happy I haven't seen him because from what I've heard, he doesn't want anything to do with any of this.
Okay.
I don't blame him.
A tough decision you had to make.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, you can baby bird him. Get him the tablet.
The only decision I made was whatever kept the most officers alive. So I went in a capacity to make sure communications didn't fail, so that we kept the process of EMS running and everything else working.
Was this before or after the C4?
Oh, I was completely unaware. I was, I think, underwater at the time from flying a helicopter after Stubble had gone down in a plane crash. And yeah, so listen, if I was aware of that, well, who knows what would have happened.
What the fuck happened? Like, what the actual fuck happened to the department?
Okay.
I say to the department, it's
Thank you so much. You're so
Just
kind.
take a seat over in this
I guess up
couch here.
top.
I'm gonna prepare some burger for you.
You don't
Yeah, I'll
The
be honest.
commissioner, the senator.
I'm not gonna chew them. I'm just.
Yeah, I mean, Toretti's resigned from. He was a commissioner too, and now he's resigned because he couldn't get anything done. Apparently, one of the individuals who, committed war crimes was Toretti wanted fired from the PD, and he essentially got told no. And as someone who's supposed to be the tippy top of the police department of the government, was getting told that he couldn't fire one of his own.
Yeah, and the drink too is a liquefied.
Yeah, he's gone for now. So.
Yeah.
Okay. That's. It simply is what it is. How? I just don't understand what's happening with the 55 people incarcerated.
Right
They got
now,
the paperwork? Have they got the paperwork for this? Are they going to trial?
Senator said and has enforced that anybody caught for treason has no due process and will serve 30 years. And that's it. That's it.
So, and then what? They get out of Bolingbrook, and the city has to pay.
Yeah. Yep. We're not even. This apparently Jaeger and Pred are already saying that this war's only just started. And yet here we are. So the outcome of this has been, sure, they lost an island, but now all 50 of them are together, and they're probably stronger than they've ever been when it comes to being united.
The OC was kidnapped yesterday. I believe a helicopter picked them up from the prison, and today the warden went missing. They were found in some strange torture room with a missing finger.
Right.
So yeah, they're not kidding about a war.
Evening.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and then on the other side of the coin, here we are having to pick up the pieces of the PD that's left, because of the war crimes that a number of people that you can count on less than one hand have committed, and the city hates us. EMS is getting attacked, and the doctors are. I don't know what's going on with the doctors. Obviously,
Well, Denzel's a
DLC.
doctor.
Excuse me? Yeah.
Someone fucking told me that Denzel's a doctor now, so. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Have
bad.
you and other members of command, the ones that weren't necessarily directly involved with this Sanguine nonsense, it's like you say the city hates you. Is there anything you're trying to rebuild that relationship? Because having officer presence isn't really gonna do it, because at the end of the day we're gonna be ticketing people and arresting them. Have you spoken with LSBN? Have you thought about hosting a fucking, I don't know, a tour?
Yeah, Axel.
No,
This is-
not him.
That's the issue, is that he's the face of PD currently. There's a press statement ready. I have attempted to include the fact that we as a PD do not support the use of a EMS under the guise of aiding Sanguine as a bomb. But that thus far hasn't been approved to be added. Yeah, listen. I don't know what, have you seen the video today?
Yes.
And you heard the end?
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, it's public knowledge now. We either ignore it, sweep it under the rug, or you need to address it. It's one of those, you kind of got to go with your gut instinct. It might cost people their jobs, but doing the right thing, right?
That's what I'm here for. Listen, I've said this already, and you know it's better than anybody. I've done this a lot when it comes to looking at the people above you and questioning them and holding them accountable. But there is no one above the Senate, so I'm following this through this time to the end, no matter what.
Is it one senator? I believe there were a number of them.
There's 3. So listen, right now our job is to clean up our own mess, and then we're gonna move on a united front, hopefully, to the Senate. So there's a high command meeting today, where we're actually finally getting together after, 8 days post incident. Now, to be fair, myself and Staple were in ICU, so hopefully we can get on the same page. That being said, I have. Come on, wait. So there is a review panel for Brian Night and Water Christmas coming up shortly, for their war crimes on the island, or their actions on the island, and it was pretty dicey, but I have convinced the commissioner, Axel Justice, to have one too, where High Command will decide upon his continuation as commissioner.
Huge. That is huge. It's a vote of no confidence.
Essentially, if it's unanimous, then
I mean, if you all
he's
get
gone.
to speak, bring up the names of the fallen officers.
I wonder if he knows them. I'll be honest, that one deputy has a really long name, and it confuses me every time.
It was Bobby Boulderman, Kevin Keat, Bobby Boulderman, and Lucy Snow.
Yeah. Yeah, so so that's what we're dealing with. Essentially, we're dealing with the subordinates, then we'll deal with the commissioner, and then hopefully on a united front. And I'm going to talk to the mayor's office too about this, and the DLJ. And as a united front, essentially, right now, what I'm going to push for is a vote of no confidence for the Senate, and we implement our own form of government, whatever that might be, whether it's a council, basically some type of democracy. Instead
Get a
of
tight knit group of investigators to come forward with any evidence to put forward to the board. All the news articles, all of the reports, or missing reports.
Yeah.
Statements if needs be.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough fight, because if the senator or the commissioner just comes out and says no, that's not happening, and then
we strike.
I have a feeling that wouldn't go well, and it wouldn't be enough. When it comes to holding your government accountable, and they essentially say no, there's really not a lot of options. Striking is an option.
I mean, back in my day, when we were protesting, we would go and occupy a university and sit in the lobby with our laptops and duvet covers and lower the price of student loans. Fuck the coalition government. Why did it go up from $3,000 to $9,000 a year, you fucking assholes?
How did that go?
Because
it's still $9,000 a year.
12.
Oh yeah, Jesus.
So I have very little faith in the government as a government worker.
Yeah. There's a lot of there's a lot of things at play here, and listen, I mean, the Sanguinians, at least they were on another island before. Now they're all on ours. So you're right. Once they get out, it's
Have you spoken to Neil about any of this?
Neil McReal?
Neil McReal, yeah.
No, I haven't.
He sort of, I was patrolling with him a little bit. He feels very sort of outspoken about the war. He's very vocal about his opinions on everyone going to fight. But I think a lot of members of the SDSO, their confidence is shaken a bit, and it might be worth having a chat with him, maybe Willie Glory as well, just to sort of, I don't know, pep him up a little bit, because from the bottom looking up, it just seems like everyone's choosing to do this, not because they're being told, essentially.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't think I can pep anybody up at the minute, but I can certainly give my own opinion on things, and maybe that will, resonate with some people, and know that not all of High Command is as crazy as Axel. Okay. See what I can do.
Again, it's just morale is at an all-time. I mean, Shift 3 have no idea what's going on.
I'll be honest, morale should be at an all-time low. Like, it really should. I don't expect anybody. I said this to my mom on the phone. I don't expect anybody to be on duty right now.
But, of course, brothers and sisters in blue,
yeah.
I think everyone's sort of looking for someone to tell them that it's going to be all right.
Yeah.
Even if it's a lie, because things might not be all right. But sometimes it's nice to just be lied to.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. Yeah. Like, Lauren, do you have any food?
Yes.
Is that a lie? Because it's not nice to be lied to right now.
Garlic
I'm
bread
really hungry.
and a donut.
Thank you. Oh, the perfect combination. Yeah, well, it's nice to see you.
And you too. I'm sorry that you're in the ICU. I'm glad you're on your feet.
I'm not. I wish I was still in hospital.
With Denzel there?
I'd take Denzel over this. I'm so hoping I'm high on morphine, and this is just some kind of fever dream.
No. No, it's very real. It's all very, very real. And I get to tell Tribble about Kevin.
Oh, fuck.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, that's
It's bad. Is
all right,
anyone
well,
planning the funerals?
I think Stubble might be taking point on that, but don't hold my word to that. I'll be honest, I don't think I've had the brain power to think about it yet. But Stubble made a comment about it the other day because to be transparent, the senator and possibly even the commissioner were talking about giving medals to the individual who false flagged as EMS on the island and has since got EMS attacked and back on the mainland, and they want to give them a medal.
Oh, a medal.
Yeah. So Stubble was saying that there's going to be any medal ceremonies until we bury all fallen,
How long till that panel?
The commissioner, the commissioner, I don't know yet. In terms of the other two, they're going to be this week, sooner rather than later. But I'll be honest, I'm going to really push. Tonight's going to be a tipping point. with this meeting with High Command. It's either gonna be a united front, and we all steamroll and actually, for once in the PG's career, do the right thing and hold everybody accountable and move towards being transparent with the public, or I don't
It's
know.
not just the public, though, is it? It's also the other officers that stayed here. It's also the officers that followed their higher ups sort of blindly into battle.
Yeah. No, I know. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go catch up with Stubble, because he's around. He got out of ICU a couple of days back too. He's still in a wheelchair, so if you see him, he was another good one.
No, he's fantastic.
He was running the show, and he would not have let that whole thing happen.
If he had been there?
Yeah, if he'd been there, that would not have happened.
No. I think, I've got a report to write up. Some poor woman was waiting in the lobby for an hour today, and a week ago, her rabbit was shot in front of her. And no one collected evidence or did anything.
Oh, no.
It was a little Lucky.
Lucky Calder?
Yep.
Jesus Christ.
Hit her with a car and then shot her rabbit right next to her.
Okay. Well, yeah, you get to that. We still need, day to day still needs running. So, yeah. Well,
just be safe. Take care of yourself. You got good people out on the streets today, so you gotta make sure everyone does the right fucking thing.
yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan. Well, good to see you, Lauren.
You too.
PD morale's so down. Yeah, it's great. Isn't it good roleplay? But like, it's down for like PD's reasons. Like, like normally it's down because we keep getting shot by some fucking gangbangers with nothing better to do. But this is like some real shit.
Hey,
Gwen.
Hey, Doug, are you available to talk for a couple minutes?
Yeah. I mean, what's up?
Let me just move away from where I am a sec. Firstly, I'm just want to know, do you know anything in regards to this so-called radiation?
I know that there was a belief that that the island was irradiated. I'm not quite. That's the last I heard about it.
Okay, yeah, I've been talking with some of the Sanguines, and Lee did not have any of the capability for that sort of weapons. Basically, they couldn't make a dirty bomb. They had no irradiated materials, otherwise they would have used them. Basically, they admitted. So I'm a bit worried about that, and I'm wondering if maybe we should set up a team to go try find the epicenter of where the radiation is.
As far as I'm aware, that was being done last night. So I think that's already happened, and I don't know whether I think the results might be waiting in the lab. So I will. Yeah, I think I'll go check up with that and see where we're at. So yeah, that is being done, but yeah, it is concerning to hear that they had no capability of that. I don't know whether I believe them, but because it could all just be throwing fuel into the fire that is PD right now. But it's worth thinking about, isn't it?
Yeah, I do believe if they had it, they would have used it. They weren't exactly holding back in the way they were fighting, were they?
No, not at all. Especially from that video I saw.
Yeah, that was no one came out of that looking good.
No, not at all.
The second thing, I was looking at the legislation. Now, there's nothing saying that the senator is immune from prosecution. Can we arrest him for shooting Pred?
You know, I've been thinking the same thing. Here's my thoughts on that. Right now, how do I say this? The members of High Command that I have seen is about equal to the members of High Command that I haven't seen. So we're having a High Command meeting in about 3 to 4 hours. So that is something I have thought of. But right now we need to handle our own mess. And then we can move our sites once we're unified onto bigger sites. And if it is the case, and we can push charges on the senator, then perhaps we do that, but we have 60 days. But listen, when I say that we are not ignoring any possible ideas when it comes to accountability, I mean it. You know, we're not leaving any stone unturned here.
Right. I'll just say this then. If you think it's an idea to go ahead to make the arrest, I'd be happy to basically jump on the grenade and make the move against him, because I'd rather someone like you not do it, so that you've kind of got that one step away so he can't turn around and instantly fire you for trying. I think we need you where you are.
Yeah. I can't not follow this through all the way. So I'm kind of prepared for anything. So I'm fully expecting, if we do decide to go against the senator, that he's going to shoot me in the head. But, you know, if that happens, then...
Yeah, well, that's one of the reasons why I want to be about, because if he tries anything, I'm not one of these people that think he can get away with anything. So if he pulls a gun, then I'm happy enough to take him down and not hide behind, oh, but it's a senator.
Well, I appreciate that, Quinn. You know, I'm hoping that should anything like that come to it, then the PD will be already back as unified as we can be, and we won't have any issues when it comes to individuals being on the side of the Senate instead of the side of the PD. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully, you know, that won't be a problem, but I appreciate it anyway. And I'm hoping it doesn't come to that. I'm all for non-violent options. So,
Yeah, I'm trying to get things taken care of through the official channel. That's why I've been looking through legislation and things to see what we can and can't do. But yeah, whenever you got an idea how we're going to approach this, if you could reach out to me, because it's something that I'd like to be involved in, because like you, I'm not going to let this matter go.
okay. Well, no, I will do. I appreciate it, Quinn. And thank you for letting me know about that whole Sanguine stuff.
No problem. I figured you best know everything, because I know that you're looking into it all. So
yeah.
It's better to collate all the information with someone rather than everyone just having a little bit in peace themselves.
No, you're not wrong. It's better to play direct than a game of telephone. So, yeah, I appreciate it. Well, listen, I gotta go catch up with Stubble, but I'll catch you in a bit. Okay, Quinn.
Yeah, I think Bobby's looking for you. It seemed like something personal. She seemed a bit upset, so you may wish to speak to her.
Oh, I can see her. She's on the roof. All right, I'll catch up with you.
Okay, then you take care out there, Dark. And
Bye-bye,
if I'm
Quinn.
not about, feel free to send an email.
I will do. Thank you, mate.
Okay, cheers. Take care.
Right. Bobby, you all right?
I'm okay. Did you guys receive something from Sweet last night?
Yes. I saw that. I haven't looked at it in detail. To be honest, I wasn't exactly thrilled with the results that it's true. You know what I mean? But So what's the diagnosis?
So it seems like the area around the island is not contaminated. None of the water or dirt samples gave anything. But there was something on the airfield.
Okay.
It should be linked. I don't know if you saw the photos that's in it.
Let me look. Okay. Yeah, I can see.
In those red containers, we were able to locate what I believe is looks to be uranium.
What? Like, okay, so there
Uranium
was
rust or something.
right, and that's just sitting there.
Yeah, not anymore. It's we got it, of course. The local hazmat team to remove so people cannot get exposed to it.
Okay. Was that container there when we attacked the island?
I do not recall.
Yeah, me neither. I mean,
I believe there was a container, but it could be a different container that was going up. I don't know. I have a idea that I know the Russians have been active around that island, and it could be
I
them.
was thinking the same thing because Quinn just spoke to me, and apparently he's been having conversations with the Sanguinians, and they said that if they had any radioactive material, they would have used it.
Yeah.
So,
That's what I'm thinking. I don't think it was there during the war. I think it came after, and that will make sense why we had so much Russian activity.
yeah.
It's removed. We got the local hazmat team to remove it. It looked to be so the boxes were basically cracked open or some kind of style, you know. It seemed to not be handling very well. The lid was loose, so I could see to the lid, and when I lifted it looked weird, you know. Looked like how do I describe it, from like a movie or something. And the guy kind of was going insane.
Right. I mean, as long as it's gone, that's good.
Yeah. It is gone. The local hazmat team did also pull down the island. Make sure we didn't have any leftovers.
Okay. I mean, it's both good news and bad news, you know.
Mhm.
The rest of the island was clear.
Nothing else on the island. I did notice a house on the villa. It looked to be like collapsed. It was in the middle when we drove past it.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah. Okay. Well, hopefully that's good news that it wasn't our fault and that it's something after the fact. Because that makes sense.
It was not a nuclear bomb. We didn't have nuclear waste. There was nothing
Thank
in the
you, Steph.
water. It was only uranium rust that was leading it out.
Okay. Good news. Then, you know, hopefully it's just Eastern Bloc stuff and nothing to do with Sanguine and wasn't our fault. You know, that's the only piece of good news I've had in the past 72 hours. So, good work. How are you? You been to the hospital again?
Yeah, I don't want to bring too much information up because it's really uncomfortable information. So, depending on how you feel about it. Let's just say I'm alive, but not I'm doing good.
Okay. Just make sure that you don't Listen, we've lost 3 already. If you work too hard and... to me, rest sounds like the best medicine for you right now, and here you are at work.
I know. But someone had to do it. You know, someone had to get those results, get it away from the island. I'm not working hard at the moment. I'm just working selective, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I get you.
I do have a question.
Sure.
Do we know anything regarding MCU's new lead?
Brian made the decision to appoint Senator Davis.
How do you feel about that?
I think it's a incredible disrespect to the work that you and the other detectives have put in over the past few months.
It is?
To not only put someone who's not even a police officer, but someone that put all of your lives at risk when you volunteer to go over and deal with the Senator's war. I just don't know what... I just can't fathom what's going through Brian's head right now. I really can't.
I don't know. I do not trust the Senate at all. I do not trust Senator Davis. I'm gonna be blunt. I don't know. You know me. You know me for like so many years, and a thing that I have hard time doing is trusting people. I cannot see Davis fit for that position. He was apparently the one who made the call to get EMS to go down with a bomb, and now he's getting awarded a lead position in MCU.
To be transparent with you, Bobby, Brian was the other party in that situation.
I know, but he was removed. The second party thing got his position. You see,
Right.
you see what I mean?
Which isn't a good look for Brian, I'll be honest. That when he was suspended for the actions, while he's under review for those actions, he appointed the person who was also involved in those actions. The only thing... No, I don't know.
I do want to hear it because at the moment I'm on the limit to just say fuck everything and walk away. Because if he getting MCU lead and taking it, I'm not going to be part of MCU. That is for sure. I'm not gonna follow what he says. I know he's the Senate, but I'm not gonna follow him directly from detective unit.
I don't think you'll be the only one, Bobby.
Randy already stepped down.
Yeah, I saw. Listen, I'm going to talk to High Command in about 3 hours when we have a meeting, and I'll bring up the Senator being... Because the last thing we need right now is, you know, one of the, if not the most important unit who was keeping things running in the PD right now to essentially dissolve. Because, you know, Brian not being a police officer is on the table. The Senator being... the head of MCU should not be on the table. So I think it's, you know, essentially he does have the power to do that. He does have control over law enforcement.
Well,
But
if you do that, I'm not gonna be part of it.
Yeah, we'll just make another MC with blackjack and hookers.
Why? Why do we need that? Just make SCU.
Yeah, you're not wrong. But I think we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. You know, as much as I don't have a lot of hope right now, I also don't want to bring everybody else down and say that these bad things are all going to happen and he's going to be there. And Because if I have anything to do with it, he's not going to be there, and he's not going to be the Senate either. But
Yeah. Also, it is so freaking. So I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say it to you as a friend. It is so hard being in my fucking position at the moment because I need to be so political and stay on both lines, basically. You know what I mean? Because if I do one thing wrong with MCU, I'm just gonna get kicked out. So I need to be able to listen to both and play a two-faced game, if that makes sense.
I'm assuming you've had Brian in your ear.
Brian has been in my ear, yeah. And I don't agree what he's doing, but me straight up saying that, if I do say that, that's gonna be a lot of information of a lot of things he says that I'm not gonna be able to hear. So, you know what kind of cop I am? I used to look into serial killers and all of that. One way to talk to a serial killer and get information is being a two-sided face and understand them. I'm doing the same thing here. I'm not siding with people. I'm
dark as
siding
serial
with you at the
killer.
moment. You're the only one who knows because you're a really good friend. But basically pretending that everything is fine just to get the information is so mentally hard. But it's working.
I think I need to say this, but I don't expect anything of you like other people might, because I know that at the end of the day, you'll do the right thing. And if that means that Brian starts telling you some really fucked up shit, I don't have to tell you what the right thing to do is, because I think you know it.
I know. I do
That
know.
being said, be careful. Just make sure you ask the question, is it worth it? Because if it gets to a point where you have to ask yourself that question and you can't say yes, just pull out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not doing anything, but it's when he's standing then and talking. For me to listen and continue listening, it's like, yeah, I see your point, you know? And just keep saying, I see your point, I see what you mean.
Mhm.
Even when you don't agree with it. It's simply a way for people to keep talking. I do that with criminals too. Be like, yeah, I see your point, I see what you mean.
Yeah. Okay.
I have
Well,
my standards, I have my own limits, I know what I'm doing. If everything fails and he takes over MCU, I'm probably just gonna get SCU started.
good idea. I'll help you with that. Yeah. Listen, I think what you and this is the thing, and I think I've said it to Brian's face. I think what MCU and the detectives have done is fantastic, and the hard work you put in is immeasurable. And my opinion of Brian comes down to my opinion of him as a person, not Brian Knight, the director. You know, Brian Knight, the director, has done incredible work and has helped the city a lot. But Brian Knight as a person is a very different story. But I'll be honest, lately that professional side of him has obviously taken a turn. So that's why he's under question.
Yep, I get that.
Yeah. So, you know, if we can keep MCU afloat, no matter what the outcome of this is, that's a positive outcome. If it's
Davis is gonna be the power of it, it's not gonna happen.
yeah, well, leave that with us, and you know that's just not going to happen if we have anything to do with it.
I don't even know who will be a good pick, honestly.
Well, there's some pretty good options.
Yeah, but it also, does he want to do it? Like, I don't think I will have the mentality to do it. Like, first of all, I'm ill from the war. Like, I'm fighting at the moment with the doctors. I don't even know if I'm gonna make it. That's the sad part. I don't know if Bundy will be a good fit. I don't know if you want it. He might want it.
I think this is a discussion we can have when we know more about what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And I think we'll try and do it in the most healthy and positive way possible, regardless of whether or not Brian is still ahead by the end of it. And I think that's just that's all I can really promise you right now. Like, I can't in a respectful way. Yeah, there's a lot bigger things about who's going to run MCU right now. I mean, the big thing is the senators shouldn't be running it, but when it comes to, I don't have it. There's a lot of people who can run MCU, so I'm not worried about it. So I don't want to think about it right now because there's a lot more things I need to worry about.
Yeah, I get that.
But you know, if you can, actually no, don't. I was gonna say, you know, reassure other members of the major crimes, but it might cause you more issues than I needed right now.
Yeah. If I'm reinsure, it's gonna seem like I might be starting with Davis, and it's gonna get me to look really bad.
Okay. I've been trying to talk to Stubble for like an hour, so if you don't mind, I'm gonna go catch up with him. Does he know about the radiation stuff?
You're the first one to proper told. I told Streets about it, so unless you have read it, no one else knows.
Okay. All right.
I do have surgery tomorrow from it, so let's see how that goes.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
I will let you know about this. I'm not gonna say too much, but I've been coughing up blood from the last night after it. It's not too bad, and it seems to be we are on a right treatment now. So
okay. Well, don't fight with the doctors too much. Just
no,
help you.
not saying fighting in that way, but like fighting whatever's going on with them, you know.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let me make sure you've got someone coming with you to that surgery, please.
Say that again.
Make sure you've got someone to come with you to surgery tomorrow.
Yeah, I will. I might ask Maddie, even if she's on duty.
That's a good idea. Yeah. All right, Bobby. You take care of yourself, please.
Yeah, the same with you.
It just doesn't stop. Just doesn't hack and stop, dude. CCP.
Pretty understandable situation. Okay.
Uh-huh.
I was just like, hey, Anita, this.
We're real pieces of shit in this room, huh?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
You guys
Hey,
are
we're just talking about
pieces
how
of shit.
we're pieces of shit.
No, you
apparently the three of us were top 5 in hours worked last month.
Hey,
yeah.
Good job, guys.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, Barrack didn't even hit 400. It's kind of.
I know. I'm really upset about
Embarrassing.
it.
I like how Barrack was over everybody by like
60 hours.
Yeah.
No, I was like specifically aiming for 400, but
not good enough.
Hey,
you probably tampered with a computer, you know.
No.
Yeah, I saw Barrack messing with the wires.
Yeah, I saw it. He was messing with the clock-in computer.
Sure, dude.
I hear it in his voice. You can tell.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, you guys are more important than I am. I'm gonna go outside.
That's not true, Jimbo. So you're in a wheelchair.
Sorry, what was
You
that?
are you out of the wheelchair?
No, I'm just
Oh,
out the
just-
wheelchair onto a sofa chair.
Okay. I just got information from Bobby. There was I think you saw it already, about the excursion to Sanguine last night.
Yeah, the last
so
one.
the last one, right? Which it sounds
Unless
like
I'm
it
going.
is. Because they found a container on the airfield with radioactive material in it. It seemed, this is the thing, is that people who had gone there post-war came back with radiation poisoning. But nobody else from who traveled to Sanguine during the war came back with radiation poisoning, which means hopefully that container was most likely placed there or just started leaking after the invasion, so sometime in the last 7 days. And it was, so that means everybody who went isn't sick, which is great, but also it means that
But
we
I'm
found
sick.
that, like, radioactive sick.
I don't think so.
Oh, Jesus
Not
Christ,
everything's about
Barrett.
you, Barrack.
Yeah.
I'm sick.
Yeah. So that's been removed. And that was the container's been removed. So that was, they checked all over the island and everybody else was clean. They had like I guess like a local hazmat teaming come with like a cargo bob, I assume, and just get that thing out of there and dispose of it.
So does that mean?
I mean,
it depends how radioactive it was, what the material was inside of it, and how long it was open. Because even just minutes, hours, it could cause decades of damage.
Now you remember that one video from Chernobyl, the helicopter flying above it, and it just like,
Yep.
yeah,
Wait, what happened?
it just like
So
flew
it was-
above the
it
open
was,
reactor at Chernobyl and just like essentially
Fell
crashed.
apart. So
Yeah.
Oh my
it was a couple of weeks after the initial explosion, and they were trying to pour sand. It might have been days. They were trying to pour
Yeah, it was
sand from
days.
helicopters inside the open reactor, and the radioactivity, I think it destroyed the electronics inside the helicopter instantly, and then the blades like bended in, and then the tail snapped off, and it just fell right in. And it's all on video from the 80s. It's all over the news.
Yeah.
So we
Okay.
don't want to even fly over.
Yeah, that's okay. Well, I mean, from samples in the water and stuff, it didn't seem to be contaminated. That was obviously last night. That could have changed.
Candace was in the water, and she's, radiation poisoning.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. Well, I mean, preliminary conclusion is the source of the radiation has been removed. There was nothing at the villa. There was nothing on the rest of the island. It was only coming from this single source on the airfield that has now been removed. So, I think obviously we keep it off limits, but there should be no more reason for us to go back there.
Apart from trying to find Moosebeard's body.
Yeah. See the video?
Yeah. Saw clips of his boots on the ground.
I mean, it looks like he was in the bunker there at the, I guess at the end.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
Saw it all.
We've had no word of him at all.
Nothing.
Okay. All right. Any other bad news that you found out since last? Oh, okay, fantastic.
Oh my
Command reports go to the one about DOC warden being attacked because inside the DOC training facility there's a torture room in a locked room that only DOC command have access to, where they officially call it advanced interrogation room, where you've got a seat, a bucket, and a table with hammers and wrenches and drills and all sort of stuff that you find in a black site, not on American soil.
How long has
And
that
the DOC
been there?
My estimation is somewhere between a month or two because the DOC training facility was built up last summer, and I had been in there quite a lot.
Oh
And
my
on the top
God.
floor, they had an interview room for cadets, which was just a similar chair like that with a lamp on it. No kind of torture equipment. Very like lighthearted joke. And then I guess they got it remodeled a month or two ago, and they decided to take the chair and the lamp and put it into a room and bring all that equipment in and lock it behind a secret door or a code protected door. And I got a tour of that place a couple of weeks ago, and that's a room that I didn't go in. So, yeah, a month or two. I don't know how much use it got, but it's insane that it's there. And it's insane that DOC Commando knew about it.
So he was taken in there.
Yeah.
Have we got any suspects?
Nope. 3 people wearing blacked out clothes. I don't know how they knew about it.
That's what's curious for me.
Could be an inside job.
Which is very
Even
worrying.
worse. Yeah. They cut his finger off. Stabbed him in the neck. Beat him to a pulp. Did you hear what happened to President the other day, Doc?
With the senator?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, apparently it wasn't just the senator that shot.
What?
Yeah.
Who else?
Well, let me take a look. If we type in Pred, because the report is Pred gets shot, investigative reports. You have, oh, there's actually a DOC report about this, so this is fantastic. You have prison roof casings in the picture of Pred shot in prison. And you have M4 casings and FN57 casings.
Are the casings in the report?
Yeah. Now, they didn't, for some reason, whoever ran these casings didn't elect to put the name of who owned those guns, but you know this more than I, that if I was to shoot a PD57 right now and throw the gun away, you would still be able to get back the actual firearm that was used from the casing. Because we have them all logged in the armory like a MP5.
Right.
So we're able to run this casing and find out who it comes back to. So the first one, 1083, comes back to one Dominic Toretti. And then you have 46224, which comes back to Axel Justice.
Oh my God.
Now, I don't know why the senator had one of their guns, but I guess the senator was using either Toretti's gun or Axel's gun, and the other one, either Toretti or Axel shot. And the reports that I've seen was commissioner and
Bro, come on.
So yeah.
So you think it was? We got reason to believe that it was the senator and Axel.
Yeah, Neil McCreel said it was Axel that shot.
Great. Another thing to add to Axel's panel. though.
He's good. Nice.
So
It's panel season. I think we should all get it.
I'll take a panel.
I'd love one.
Yeah, I'd love one. I've never been in that position. That'd be great. Anyway,
I think we should start doing panels for like, deputy level issues that need command stuff.
I was thinking, Barrick, remember at the start of the restructure when it became presentation season?
Yeah.
It's currently panel season.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's a lot of people that have apparently been like, we should have a panel for them, but I don't think we need a panel for everything.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. But some more complicated issues that need insert like 1 to 3 command members approval or just like thought process on, then we should probably put it to a panel or something.
They also stole 20 IFAX, armor, 5.7 taser, and one of the key cards to one of the DOC locked rooms.
Have we found that stuff?
Nope.
Fantastic. Okay. All right. Keeps going worse. All right. You emailed me last night to talk to Nikki Joel. What was that about? Because I didn't manage to catch her.
I had a long talk with Nikki about a lot of things, and one was the FIB building, and what happened there, right?
She's on duty, by the way.
The
the
talk
incident.
after the negotiations.
Yeah.
So there's that thing for the Brian thing, and then she was on the island with Viv doing supply stuff, and I either witnessed Walter or heard Walter on the radio. I can't remember the details, but that's why I think it'd be good for you to talk to her to kind of get that side.
Is that when Walter was saying he was taking cocaine?
Yeah, that and EMS as well, like pretending to be EMS.
Oh, when I suspended Walter yesterday, he did not deny it at all. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. I also have a
essentially-
timeline from Jenny, by the way, for the EMS side of it all.
Yeah, Jenny's been fantastic. Yeah, there was a bit of a concerning thing I heard from Jenny, which I need to add to my list already, was that I guess it was this was already pretty obvious, but the senator asked all the EMS and stuff to get over to the senator and Axel kind of made the EMS come to the island. I don't know the exact details.
Okay, so the details that I have is you had 4 EMS on the island, or like 4 medic people. They were in the Humvees, and they're pulling people from like phase 1 and 2 back towards the triage.
Yeah. Fucking restart, bastard. All right. We shall continue that conversation later. All right, chat. I'm gonna go grab myself a drink. I'm thirsty as fuck. I am sweating my titties off. And I'll be back in a minute. I'm running an ad, and then we're gonna load back into the server. Give me a good song. There we go. I'm back. Is it a problem across the board, or what do you mean infectious? Has Dark managed to speak to Bread yet? No, I want to, but we haven't managed to do it yet. Dark's kind of been, you know, busy. All right, we'll go back to it. And you and me. So hot, man. It's ridiculous. I gotta get a fucking AC for next year, man. I really do. I don't even know what I want to do with it, though. I don't even know where to put it. I don't know how to fucking attach it. We'll have to see. But it's like the door to my office is open. The window. One of the issues is this office only has one window. Like, it only has one. So it's just a tiny little fucking window, man. You're laying on the floor? I wish I could lay on the floor right now. But thanks to these heckin' role players, I'm here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to invest in a window one. Thing is with me though, is that I'm such like a hot-blooded person anyway, that I'm gonna have the AC on in the fucking winter if I'm too hot. That's the issue. Excuse me. I know, man. It's such a hard life being handed roleplay on a silver platter, dude. Fucking sucks. One thing I'll be transparent because I like talking about roleplay thoughts sometimes. One thing I am actively thinking about is like when it comes to consequences, I try not to. First of all, anything. Okay, how do I say this? I do think about other people when I'm trying to like either hand out consequences or whatever when it comes to the server as Dark. I don't let anything like stream related influence that, but it's more like, you know, are these consequences going to be enjoyable for the other person, really? But it Barber. Basically, it's difficult. It's difficult. Because it's a very serious situation. So it is difficult, but yeah, I'm just trying to think what's going to be the best storylines as outcome here. What that makes sense for everybody. Aaron, what are you saying?
Oh, there was a 311 that just came in. I saw this individual's name in the MDT earlier. There was a report on it. It was pretty lackluster. I was wondering, is there any issue with me looking into it?
What is it?
A woman was found like beaten and tortured, admitted to the ICU, and they've just woken up. So,
I mean, this sounds like your bread and butter. Go for it. Actual keyboard, yeah, it is. Issue with window ones in UK's windows are weird. Oh yeah, 100%. This. Last time I messaged Grayson was 2 years ago. Holy shit. Photo taken by a group who witnessed Sam Bass attempt to murder and sacrifice me. Brian Knight was an accomplice to this. Yeah, well, Sam Bass is dead, I'm afraid. Jesus Christ, Shelly. Shelly's a fucking Alex Jones too. Oh my god, she keeps going. I always question the PD's motives. They do not protect the people, rather their own self-interests. Maya's out here tweeting. Casual reminder that the Senate bribed the press on camera. Don't forget that. Should I retweet that? Dark's not good at Twitter. He probably doesn't know how to retweet. Listen, at the end of the day, Dark's a very professional person. So even if he did know how to do it, I don't know whether he would. Because officers tweeting just gets people in, other people other than themselves in trouble. You didn't know what the button would do and just lie? Listen, sometimes I do wish I was playing Dark as another character. Do you know what I mean? Like, because that is something that I would do. But Dark's not a liar. Why can't Dark be unprofessional for once? That would be against his character traits. All I saw was a bunch of gaslight. What is Reed on about?
Coming up on 30 images of various.
Who is that detective?
Just picked up a whole bunch right at the start of.
I don't actually know who that is.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, I think it's Scully. I think that's Malcolm and Scully. I haven't seen Malcolm in a while. He looks like fucking Bob.
Richard, am I good to go down there?
Go to the hospital? Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be back.
It makes me happy. We call the Senate down to open court. Pretty good idea, right?
Yeah. Damn, I haven't seen her in.
I've seen her a little bit in the last week, I feel like.
Well,
before that, yeah, but recently,
I don't know.
Okay, hello everybody. Let's get this meeting started. It's good to see everybody on duty. It's very kind of you to be here with everything going on. Just to reiterate, you guys are not expected to come on duty at all, given everything going on at the minute. So, you know, no one would blame you if you didn't, but I appreciate that you are. Yeah, no announcements really. Don't go to Sanguine. That's basically it. That'd be stupid. keep doing what you're doing. Yeah, that's about it for announcements, guys. I'll be honest. So what I'm going to do this meeting is, if you guys have any questions or concerns with everything going on at the minute, then you know, ask away. I am an open book.
Yes, question.
Question.
What the fuck is going on?
It's a very broad question. Okay,
Okay.
in what regard?
Well, I'm seeing a lot of smoke. No fire yet, but I mean the LSBN article, the results of what happened on the island, the DOJ making wild fucking statements over public service announcements. Yeah, there's a lot of angst in the city right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
so when it
there's
comes,
no communication down at all. Not like that's not like a jab at you guys because shit's just fucking crazy. So there's just we're hearing nothing, you know. So I'm just like,
no, I get it. When it comes to the unprofessionalism from Judge Cross earlier today, the Chief Justice has been made aware of that unprofessionalism, and since being aware of that, Judge Cross has seemingly taken a vacation. Where to, I don't care. But he shouldn't be a problem when it comes to keeping the peace anymore, at least over the next, week or two. When it comes to transparency and stuff like that, that is my goal at the minute. Second to accountability. So, press statements and stuff like that should be flowing out pretty sooner rather than later. And kind of keeping everybody informed about what is going on and our stance on things is going to be made abundantly clear. I'm going to make sure that's done today. Within the next few hours, there'll be press releases and stuff like that. But when it comes to, like I said, when it comes to you guys asking me any questions, I've got nothing to hide. So, but that being said, if you guys are feeling out of the dark, that's on us. So we'll make sure that there's more transparency and more information flowing down, as well as out to the public.
would you rather a follow-up question afterwards in private, or can I just throw it out in the air?
Go for it.
Are we still following the orders of a commissioner and a senator that gunned down an unarmed prisoner in Bolingbrook?
I think I'll answer that by saying that I urge you all to keep following your chain of command. That includes going to your sergeants or your high command if you have any concerns with anybody in the chain of command. And if you are ordered to do anything that you do not feel is morally correct or illegal or any of the sort, then you have no obligation to follow those orders. And I can guarantee you right now, if someone orders you to do something like that and you don't do it, then you will be protected by myself and the chief.
Good answer. Sorry to put you on a spot. Difficult.
No, that's
question,
what I'm here for.
No further questions, sir.
Anybody else? If you
What-
don't-
maybe I missed that. What is the stance that High Command has about everything that's going on?
Everything is very broad because I'll be honest, it's been nonstop. Just punch in the gut. I have to punch in the gut. There's been a lot of bad shit that I've heard about. But to put it bluntly, High Command does not support war crimes. And that is the stance going forward. And that is the stance we're going forward with when we're dealing with anybody who's done anything questionable within the past 2 weeks.
Does anybody know the definition of a war crime? Because I hear that word get thrown out a lot, and I feel like nobody actually knows what it means. Like, do we even follow the the Geneva Convention? I don't think we do.
No, we don't. But is it murder in Los Santos if it's murder in the United Kingdom? Yes.
Sure, yeah. Well, I mean, it's, you know, different.
Believe
to a
me,
war
that
crime.
argument
Sure,
has
but-
been brought up that things that people have done are not considered war crimes just because we don't follow the Geneva Convention. Sure, we can't charge anybody who committed war crimes because we don't follow that international piece of law. That does not mean we're going to keep those people in our police department.
Okay. Cool beans.
Regarding the island and the radioactivity that's been announced, is there a reason why it took a week for that to be announced? Because we did have multiple officers that, unfortunately, with everything that happened, attempted and actually went to the island. So we had other officers, including myself, that were forced to go rescue said officers and had no idea anything was going on. Neither did the rest of the population. Like, how did this happen? When did it start? And why did it take so long for that to be announced?
Okay, it's a good question, but it's not an easy question to answer because when it comes to the radiation side of things, first of all, we believe that originated post evacuation of the island. And so, given that we had nobody over there and nobody was showing any kind of symptoms that was over on the war, we weren't aware until it was obviously too late. But as soon as I was made aware, probably 24 hours ago, or probably a bit longer, that's when immediately the island was shut down. That being said, obviously there was a disservice to anybody who was going over there because you know, we should have taken the correct precautions and that kind of thing, and that wasn't done. That's just the truth of it. That being said, the island is still off limits, though we believe that the radiation situation is under control at this current time.
That's what they said at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, and then it was definitely most not under control. Not saying you don't have no control. I was just,
yeah, I get what you're saying. But you know, that's the information we have at the minute is that it's under control. Obviously, we're not stupid, and we'll keep an eye on things. Okay. Any more questions for me? If you don't feel like doing it in a room full of people, I'm very comfortable to speak to anybody about this. As long as I'll be honest, I've been stuck in meetings most of the time, but I will find time for anybody who wants to speak one-on-one or in a small group or anything.
Is there anything that we can do when we have a situation where the highest authority of government is doing things that are not correct? Like, what actions are we taking, if any? Like, what can we do?
I think as an individual, I think that, you know, the thing I can urge you all most is to keep yourself to your own standards and know that we as high command are never going to force you guys to do anything that you don't want to do. That shouldn't be happening. If you know, at the end of the day, if you don't want to do something, then we can't force you to do anything. Because obviously, sure, you might lose your job if these crazy fuckers say you're fired. But at the end of the day, that's your right to do so. But when it comes to as a broad perspective, as high command and PD, it's a very difficult question because let's be transparent and let's be honest. There are no checks and balances for the Senate. We as high command have checks and balances in the commissioner. The commissioner has checks and balances in terms of the Senate, but who governs the Senate? It's a difficult question to answer and one that's actively being asked by, I'm sure, a hell of a lot of people in the city, including myself. Right now, our goal is to make sure we take care of our own problems first, and then we can turn our sights to more pressing issues like the one you're talking about. So right now we're trying to pick up the pieces and make sure things are glued back together and functional, and then we can move our sights to bigger things. Ready?
So, and I want to clarify because this happened obviously at the prison and with people on duty. If I have a senator that shoots an unarmed person in front of me, am I cleared to send them to prison? Do I treat them as any other government employee that is now put on the docket? How do I treat that situation as a normal officer? I want that answered because we have people here that probably already had to deal with it, and I honestly don't think it's going to stop. If it happens again, I want to know that I'm taking the actual steps that are correct because I'm having a little bit of deja vu about what happened.
Fuck, that's a hard question to answer.
I'm sorry, I'm asking so many questions, but I think
Nope,
it's necessary
that's fine.
ones.
I'm going to answer this question both as a member of your high command and as a human being. The Senate sent us to war, and per the LSBN video, did some very questionable things. I would treat them like any other government employee and not take any physical action there and then. And part of that comes down to safety, really. Because as much as I can protect your job and do my best to protect your job, if that goes bad, I wouldn't be there to protect your person if that went bad.
That is a very scary answer, I'm not gonna lie.
I apologize, but that's the honest truth. I'm not trying to put any cherries on this, really.
No, I mean, it's important, like you said, transparency. I'm just commenting that, our physical safety is in danger because an officer might potentially step in on a senator executing an unarmed man. That is a very concerning time to be alive.
I will be very blunt with you, Assistant Chief. If anyone, and I don't care what position they hold, they're standing in front of me, they shoot an unarmed person, I am shooting them. And I don't care if I lose this badge or if someone executes me. That's my morals. So I apologize if I have to take those measures, but I will do so. That's the oath I took.
Honestly, sir, I also stand by that. Imagine if I was with you, sir, and then a senator or somebody decides to shoot you right in front of me. Am I supposed to salute to that? Am I supposed to just turn a blind eye to what's right and wrong?
Yeah, I'm with them. I mean,
I
I'm all for
will.
due process, but not gonna lie, I think everyone was thinking it, but Minerva was one that said it first. If I'd been there, I might have just shot him. The senator.
Because apparently right now, anything that we do that the senator doesn't like is treason.
I think I want to clarify what I was saying. I trust you all to do the right thing. It's just that right now, the right thing isn't often supported as much as doing the wrong thing is.
Also
and I'm trying to change that. So, I am never going to stop you guys from doing the right thing, which sounds like all of you want to do. And I'm never going to stop you from doing that. And no one in high command should. And if they do, then they don't deserve the position. So, what I'm saying is, if you shot the senator in that position, I personally do not think you would be in the wrong.
Makes me wonder what was going through everyone else's head that was present. All the DOC up on the rafter, all the other police that were present.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the DOC said, please stop shooting because Axel also shot someone for throwing a shoe at him, even though he was on the rooftop.
Really?
Do we have a force? Do we have a use of force matrix that someone can pass to these guys?
I don't think they understand what use of force matrix means.
Oh no, but
I
they
don't
do.
think I-
No. Hang on, wait. They do though when we break it.
Of
They
course.
do when we break it, obviously.
Honestly, I don't think they understand the stand your ground law at this point.
Yeah, should they even have weapons? Like, I'm confused.
Does Axel Justice even know the names of the officers that were killed on the island?
No, because he called Kevin a deputy, which is
Mhm.
fucking ridiculous. I'm sorry for swearing, but
He
that
did.
statement
Yes.
annoyed the hell out of me, and I just had to say something on the emails because I've known Kevin since before I was part of this department, since I was looking at the
Jesus.
fucking walls of the
Not
prison
doing himself any
for
fucking
a
favors,
lot
is
of
he?
time, and he's a very close friend from a lot of people that have been here for a really long time, including yourself, sir. And I think it was honestly very disrespectful that they did not take one single second to look at a roster that's very much up to date. I think it tells a lot about how much they respect us in uniform.
Yep.
It's really fucking sad, actually.
You know, fuck it. I'll say this: when I was mayor, they wanted me to embezzle money for them. Those fuckers.
The Senate did.
Yeah. And when I refused, suddenly there was an investigation for me.
Oh my god.
Now I don't know where did you guys get your tip off, but I do have my suspicions.
Wait, yeah, Abdul, talk to me afterwards, and we'll talk about that in detail. Yeah, it just doesn't stop, really. Believe me, my list is far too long than it should be when it comes to the mishaps of PD. Mishaps is a understatement, really.
I don't think the PD has made any mishaps, to be honest. I think all these mishaps are coming from... And mishaps is a very light word. It's just
it is
colossal fuck-ups from the very top.
You know, there's people in PD that have made those mistakes as well.
I suppose so.
Listen, the main thing that I want to emphasize when it comes to, you know, what can you do right now, which you guys might be asking, I think is keep doing what you're doing. You know, it's our job as command and high command to hold people accountable. It's your job as officers and deputies to keep the city running. The city doesn't sleep. At the end of the day, we still need people like yourselves holding the city together and protecting civilians and ensuring law and order is upheld. And I truly believe that you can all do that and keep doing that. And I hope that you know, we as High Command are going to make sure that this is dealt with accordingly, and it's not going to be an easy battle. But it is going to happen. And
I do want to add something in the end. Sorry, sir. I thought
it's okay. Go ahead.
No, I want to just say thank you because finally someone is speaking up. And it took you getting out of the hospital for someone to stand in front of us to actually communicate with us and tell us that something is being done, because that's been really, really difficult to assure people. Though I knew that something was at least attempted to be done in the background, having someone at a higher position standing in front of all of us and actually talk with us, it's very big. And I really hope that others in high command understand how important that is. So thank you.
I mean, listen, just because I have a different rank doesn't mean I'm not a police officer. I'm just like the rest of you guys. I just am very fortunate to be in a position that I can deal with it. You know, this is one of the reasons that the chief asked me to have this position, so I'm not going to throw it away. I'm here to hold people accountable and to keep you guys in the loop, and I'll do my best to uphold that, you know, even if it, whatever happens, I'll follow this through. Ready. And to kind of finish off, like I said, I'm busy. I'm in a lot of meetings, but I will make time for every single one of you. If you have any more questions, out of this room, give me a text, give me a call, or just find me. Okay?
I have a question.
Go, Aaron. Go.
So I just want to know where we stand with the situation that happened the other day. We went to the prison. They asked for assistance. It wasn't a lockdown. I think there was 3 people there, like PD wise. They asked us to just look over them on the catwalks. They basically had a missing knife. They were trying to like get it off this one person. They didn't know who had it. Um, they were going to detain everybody, and DOC asked us to shoot anyone if they resisted cuffs, and we didn't feel comfortable doing that considering they hadn't actually attacked anyone. And afterwards, uh, the came and complained to us. So where do we stand when we enter the prison grounds? Do we still follow our SOPs, or do we have to follow the DOC instructions? Because apparently they were saying we have to literally follow their rules.
Interesting. Follow your SOPs. DOC are clearly going through a lot right now and are probably very understaffed, and they might have different SOPs, but that doesn't mean ours go out the window as soon as we step in the prison. This is a similar situation to the question Minerva asked earlier. If someone is asking you to do something that you do not, think is right, then don't do it. Especially when that comes from someone completely out of your chain of command. I will follow up on that, Aaron, and I'll see if I can find some more details. Okay. All right. Okay, I'm gonna wrap this up. But I appreciate you all being here, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you, sir.
Girl.
Go on. After you. You haven't got anything to drink, do you?
Yes.
I'm very parched.
Here.
Thank you very much. Abdul, you alright?
I'm good, G. You said you wanted to talk to me.
Oh yes.
Later?
Yeah, let me follow up with you. Okay, I'm gonna add it to the list and I'll catch up with you, okay?
Alright.
Thank you, mate.
Hey, it's all good, G.
Is it Holden?
Hello?
Hey, Harvey. It's Ash Chief. I got a quick question for you, if that's all right.
Sure, yeah, shoot.
You're like a DLC liaison or something, right?
Yeah, I am him.
Okay. Is it commonplace or is it a new thing that DLC, or is this accurate at all, that DLC are clear to open fire on unarmed individuals that are resisting detainment?
Like during a riot?
I'm not exactly. I mean, anytime. Is that a thing? Anytime.
Usually the people open firing on unarmed people or police during riots. And usually it's after they've been warned several times. Stop resisting. This is a lot prisons in lockdown. Stop resisting or you'll be open fired upon. The other time to open fire is break-ins. If somebody breaks in, they're shoot on sight, and that was a declaration from before the Senate.
Okay. All right, but in general, DLC are not shooting unarmed people. That we said.
Like just for fun? No.
I don't know
Is
the context.
this referring to the commissioner and the senator doing that?
No, this is another bag of shit I'm opening. Aaron Carter mentioned that there was an incident with I think there was a knife involved, a missing knife, perhaps. It wasn't. I don't know whether it was a lockdown or anything. I'll try and find out more details. But it's basically that DLC were asking police to, basically telling police if anybody resists, shoot them. So obviously that's a concern that I'm trying to follow up on.
Do you know what day this occurred?
No. I don't. I'll get some information from Carter and I'll follow up with you. Okay.
Sure. I'll come down.
All right. See you in a bit.
All right. See you soon. Bye.
Hey, Viva, you wanna come in?
Hello. Yeah, I'm on my way in. Hello.
Hello.
I think a lot of people were grateful that we've finally sort of heard a little bit of sense from someone. So I appreciate you standing there and taking a barrage of like questions because it has been a bit rough trying to field everything.
Sure.
I have spoken to a lot of people and I've reassured them that, I keep pushing it until something was looked at or something was said and done. So if the impression came off from what Minerva said about how there was finally someone telling them that, it was a bit confusing because I've spent a lot of my time over the past week and even before the war trying to amend that trust that people were losing within other people within the PD. But I passed everything on to Sweets. I don't know if he mentioned it to you or Libby, but there was some stuff about EMS, there's some stuff about just officers in general talking to each other like crap. Especially those that you'd expect better from, especially those in higher ranks, just because they're in higher ranks. I very much put myself out there when the war was declared and confronted Axel about the way in which he and Brian approached things. I expected to lose my job. I thankfully think I got away with that one. But I feel like we have a duty of care to ensure that the people that fucked up throughout this have something definitely coming for them.
They do. Like I said in the meeting, we're dealing with our own foes. So the first two people we're dealing with are Brian Knight and Walter Christmas. Those two have a panel this week, pending scheduling, which will define their position in the police department, essentially. So that's happening this week. Following that, I convinced, and he has volunteered. The commissioner is going to have a panel of his own, where we can question him and present any accusations or anything like that. And high command will, in a similar fashion to other high command panels will make a decision on his position in the police department. Then then we've got to. That's what I was saying. Is basically then we've got to look at the Senate. So that's a hurdle we've got to cross at some point. But we've got to kind of focus and clean up our own mess, and then move on to other messes. Really, to be transparent.
Okay.
Also, when it comes to Minerva, don't let it get you really. With things like this, people often don't take good news well, in the sense that if you're telling Minerva that things are being looked at and things are being done, and I'm keeping you informed, even though that's good news, the bad news often outweighs it, and it gets pushed to the bottom. And then they look for the next person to tell them something good. So I just don't let it knock you down. Really, is what I'm
No,
trying.
I mean, I feel like every time I come on duty, there's something that's weighing someone down, and they have to have a conversation with me, and then we go through things and try and fix it. It's been like that, obviously, tenfold with everything that's been going on. But earlier today, I got on duty. I've had the weekend to myself, and I'm immediately being told that everybody is treating each other like crap. People are talking to each other like crap, especially on seeing over the radio.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's fine. I've asked for specific examples. I just keep being told everyone. I try and explain, hey, I can't help unless I've got, examples or names or anything like that. And again, I'm just met with, it's everyone. And I just kind of feel now I'm at a point where I think people are just going to complain to the point of just for the sake of complaining, because I don't know whether that's a real complaint or whether that's just a lashing out sort of thing. Because there is no way that everybody is treating each other like crap right now. It's got to be specific people.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
I mean, I asked if there was cadets, right? Minerva being P&T. I said, are there cadets doing it? And she said, yeah. So then my question is why? Okay, so why aren't they handled?
It's a good question.
I think the issue is that there's a tension, but within the whole of the PD, I've lost respect for people that I held in such high regard before all of this. Purely through witnessing the way in which they spoke to people. Now, a lot of people are like under the impression that you shouldn't wrap your emotions up in your work or anything like that. But we work in a job where trust has to be gained, and I guess it should be monitored. Like it's not something that is a permanent feature. It's not like you start trusting someone and then you trust them for life, right? It's something that we're constantly having to work on with each other, and that goes hand in hand with respect. And I feel like a lot of respect and a lot of trust within each other has sort of gone. It's just spiraling at the moment.
You're not wrong. And I think a lot of that comes from us as high command, really, and the commissioner's office. Because I think a lot of the time when everything's kind of pretty good on top and everyone's kind of getting along well and there's no tension, then oftentimes the tension between officers and deputies and that kind of thing is limited to personal matters, really. But I think this is such a big thing. This is such a big event that's caused such a rupture in the police department that tension is no longer really personal, and it's just kind of everywhere. And I don't think I blame anyone unless they're being just assholes, really. But I think you're right as well that we we need to be encouraging our chain of command to be dealing with it. Like P&T needs to be dealing with the cadets and snap them out of it. And seniors need to be dealing with, corporals need to be dealing with officers, for example, and just everybody has a role still. That's what I'm trying to say is that, as much as everyone's looking up right now, we've got to make sure command and corporals are looking down because things need to keep running.
Yeah.
The C doesn't stop, the PT doesn't stop. I understand there's not a lot of trust for high command right now, but there has to. To be fair, I'm not going to ask for any. But if there is any left, then just got to make sure people are carrying on. Though I have no expectation of them to do so, given everything.
It's just a lot of. I think a lot of the arguments that are going to be made is going to be things like, well, especially when it comes down to people like Brian and Axel and the Senate is going to be like, you respect their position and everything, but how can I as a command member instill in officers and corporals that we are supposed to operate on a system of trust and respect when those that are preaching it and demanding it can't even give us the most basic decency, as fellow human beings at times. One of the biggest things we've always taught is, hey, if you don't like something, don't call people out over radio, don't make a big scene out of it, talk to them afterwards and get their side of it. Well, continuously throughout this whole thing, even before the war had happened, so before any of the murdering or whatever you want to call it happened, people were treating each other like absolute crap. And it was shocking to see, and then it was shocking to also witness high command members just stand by and let it happen. So the fact that I see that and I'm affected by it, I can't then rightly tell people to respect chain of command and respect people's ranks when it very clearly doesn't go the same way for people in the higher ranks.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. I don't blame you at all. I mean, just like the debrief and some of the stuff I imagine you're talking about, and
there was that, and then there was shift meetings after that. There was like, I don't know where it came from, but I remember the claim being made that people were being shitty towards those who had decided to go. That never actually happened once. It was people being shitty to those who didn't want to go.
Yeah.
People who weren't like weeping and cheering the fact that we were going to war were the ones that were receiving the shit for it.
Yeah.
Quite often, like, we're still referred to the people who stayed behind, not all the people who were making sure San Andreas was safe. It was the people who didn't want to go to the war, the people that just stayed at home. That was rough, especially when it was two of those people, which was myself and Nikki, who heard that they needed supplies, and them over in the war not having any aircraft were the ones flying to and from supplying them to be able to end it. Yeah, I don't know. Kind of feel shitty. Hey.
No, that is shitty. That kind of put you guys down beforehand and then rely on you during is
Yeah, especially Nikki. I can't remember the exact quote, but Axel definitely commented like, "Oh, hey, it's good to have you on board," to Nikki, obviously knowing that they fucked up with Nikki in the debrief. Well, the briefing, I guess it was. I don't know. The negotiation debrief. Yeah. But I don't know. I feel like we're being treated like numbers. I don't feel like there's any sort of personability in terms of being constantly referred to by rank from Axel. Axel called Nikki a deputy. I mean, the least he could have done was learn her name after, you know, causing a lot of shit that first time around. But no. One thing I will say is that LSPD has very firmly shown their view and their stance on everything that's happened, and I'm very proud to be a part of that side. And if I mean, I do have faith that LSPD as a whole will push for something to get done. But I understand also that it can only go so far.
For me personally, I'm not going to speak for the chief, but she's on the same page. But for me personally, yes, it can only go so far, but I do plan to go the whole length, regardless of the outcome, because it's the right thing to do, and somebody's got to do it. You know, I think we've got a fantastic group of high command right now. You know, to give you a bit of transparency, there was a moment there before the war where all of high command were in the same room, and we were all on the same page against the actions of, you know, Sanguine and what happened with Axel and Brian, for example. Everyone was on the same page about Brian being at the negotiations and his behavior. So, you know, we all share a very similar mindset. But that being said, I can't expect anybody else to do, like, I don't know if anybody else would have questioned Axel directly. And I think that I don't blame anybody for that. Basically, what I'm saying is someone needs to do it, and I'm happy to do it. And I think I'd rather it be me than anybody else. And if I go down, you know, and something happens to me regardless, then, you know, at least I'll be going out on my own terms and doing the right thing. So I know there's a lot of people,
Yeah, well,
if it doesn't go well, are very prepared to step away from everything.
yeah, I would sincerely hope that people who were nothing to do with those calls being made would be the ones end up paying for it because they questioned it afterwards.
Mhm.
I think the entire state would have an even bigger problem on their hands if that's the way that things are going to be going.
Oh, I agree. I completely agree. Yeah. I think, I don't know whether you know already, but Toretti Toretti's resigned.
Yeah, I found that out earlier today when I was talking to Stubble. I am massively concerned because he seemed to be the only neutral party at that level. You know, with the Senate
Everybody
supposed to
knows.
be, okay, I understand they'll have the best interests of the state at heart, but commissioners should be somebody who's fairly neutral. Toretti, I feel like he was with the stuff that was going on with this.
Yeah, he was, yeah.
So to hear that he's gone, I guess, is that's a bit of a blow. I think my concern is that those people that were involved who are now being brought in for question are going to group together or band together in some respect.
Yeah, it's a possibility. And that's going to be the misuse outcome is if either commissioner or the senator basically just denies any, not denies, but basically vetoes any action that high command want to take in terms of accountability.
Yeah.
Because that's when it's going to get real messy. Because I can
Mhm.
imagine a lot of members of high command are then gonna not want to be in that position anymore, and I wouldn't blame them for it because they're just going to feel useless and like they have no say in things. So we're going to lose some members of high command, then we're going to have new members of High Command, handpicked by the Senate and the Commissioner, and that's just going to get real bad really quick. Yeah.
Yeah.
What is that 3-on-1 from Juno?
There's an AI Toretti?
Apparently.
Huh.
Apparently.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, if you guys need anything, any help or support with like shift 1 or sort of announcements or messages being passed forward, just let me know. If you need
Yeah, I
someone
will do.
to call someone out on anything, let me know, because I don't really have a problem with that. I prefer to do my stuff in a more professional manner than what I've seen recently in terms of calling people out in front of others. I'd rather talk one-on-one with people. But yeah, if you need that doing, I can do that.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Viv. I'll if I have anything, I'll let you know for sure, because I'm definitely gonna need some help on this. But yeah, basically, just meantime, keep things running, keep the day-to-day running. That's the most important thing.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Viv.
All right. I got a brief rundown from Aaron.
Oh, there we go.
Knife in prison, no lockdown, 77 people in the yard. Group of sanguines all hauled together, believe a knife was up there. Didn't turn aggressive, was going to detain everyone. And Bayo, someone else. Bayo was 100% there. We got told to stay in the catwalk till there was cuffs to shoot them down. If they attacked the UC, then yeah.
So we got told to shoot as soon as they resisted cuffs. Obviously, as the 3 police officers who were together, we didn't open fire, but the person who was near the megaphone was a DOC member, and he did, and that's when they all started like punching people and running around.
I don't know if I was there or not. I'm gonna be honest. I've been up there so often. I did all the situations blend together. But I think what would help,
I think Maple might have been the other person.
I think some things that would help would, one, knowing specific names, because I've noticed that if one DOC does something, they all kind of get clumped together. Because honestly, Dark, name a DOC that you know.
I couldn't. I'll be
Bingo.
honest. Yeah, I already. The Warden is that his name?
Yeah, and that's what we were saying.
Yeah.
That's
so
yeah. I don't think that's anybody's fault, but yeah, I think names are great.
so it'd be good to get the name of the DOC who made that call, because I don't think that's standard. I don't know if that's changed from my time or your time or whoever's time. I know that things are up in aggression lately. That's from Bass, and then from Justice later on, was from Bass's own words. You got to treat these guys like they're just nothing but numbers. You refer to them by their inmate number, not their name. And you can beat them down, but don't waterboard. Waterboard's too much, but you can beat them down. May he rest in peace.
Oh yeah, I have no problem with beating down prisoners who are resisting and stuff like that. Listen, I'll be straight. This is gonna sound bad, but I don't have the time right now to look into this. So what I need from you, Harvey, and obviously Aaron, you've given the information, so I don't need anything from you. I'm sure you're busy already. I need to ensure that people still have rights in prison. That's what there's a lot of things happening at prison that I am not privy to. So if you could just, Hobby, dig your nose in, have some conversations. Let's just make sure there's 50 plus people in for 30 years in a minute. You know, as much as they are treasonous, they don't lose their human rights or, use of force, excessive force, and anything like that shouldn't be happening. especially just shooting random unarmed civilians. So I know that might be what they've been told in the past, or they're just escalating on because the situation is dire. But regardless, let's just make sure people aren't, being shot for no reason or anything's going wrong. So can I trust you to look into that, please, Harvey?
Yes, I do need to ask you for some clarification on a few things because it's a point of contention and it's a point of I don't think anyone's ever really decided on this. When you're talking about rights, you just mean the right to life, eat, and food, or do you mean any right to privacy or personal belongings?
Oh no. Yeah, I'm on about the basics. They don't.
You free to live, free to eat, free to drink.
Yeah, and no
use the
excessive force, that kind of thing. Obviously, they don't have listen, I'm not an expert on American constitutional law, but they don't have a Fourth Amendment right to their bunk, for example. No, I'm not on about that. I'm just on about let's make sure things are running how they should, and there isn't any kind of excessiveness. I mean, I don't know whether you've heard about the report with the warden and that kind of thing. Are you aware of
Which
that?
report with the warden? The one where he got his pinky cut off?
Right. So I mean, there was the room where his pinky was cut off was a pretty concerning room. So
I'll just be completely open with you about that room, mainly because you are the chief of police, or the under chief, the ass chief.
Yeah, you got it.
Unless I'm crazy, I'm pretty sure I remember hearing that room was specifically constructed at the request of the commissioner's office for post-war use, but I don't think it ever was. It got that use.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, who did you hear that from?
High Command, DOC High Command.
Okay.
It was intended to be for post-war use, but I don't think that ever went to fruition, and that was requested by the commissioner's office.
Okay. I'm gonna need you to talk to that DLC High Command if they're still, conscious, and try and just get me an official statement on that, please. And who asked them to do that, when that happened, because that sounds, excuse my French, it sounds fucked, man. So we don't want that happening. So let's, look into that, please, and get back to me when you know anything. But yes, with your question, I'm just making sure that things aren't running differently, like excessively. Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether you heard that the senator was shooting people from the catwalk who were unarmed. That's the kind of shit I don't want happening. Yeah, good. Thank you for that. That's the kind of thing that we don't want. We don't want anybody doing it, but I don't want that being the norm now from DLC. Right? I don't want them seeing that and being like, "Oh, the senator did it, so I should do it too." No, we gotta, nip it in the bud.
Funny enough, the reason I was able to make that report is because multiple DOC called me and pulled me aside and said, "Please go collect casings from the roof. They shot the inmates."
Oh,
like, all right, I'll
fantastic.
go up there. I will say this though, two things is one, their use of force is the same as ours minus I think non-compliance and open hand are in the same category. But yeah, so they shouldn't be shooting people who are just resisting.
Right. Good.
That's something that I've noticed in the past, which is cleaned up since. But whenever PD respond to the prison when it's a 13 Alpha riot situation, at least back when we had MP7s, what it was, MP7s, MPX, so we had all the class 2s. PD would just go in there and just start, shooting everyone that moved.
Yeah, that's not great.
It's gotten better. Yeah, so that's probably where that comes from. I can talk to him, make sure that that doesn't happen. I believe, based on the description that Aaron gave me, that it may have been someone at I want to say solo cadet level, but I think that they have since been moved to CO level. So
Bayo, because I know Bayo works at DOC a lot, so he might actually know who it was.
Yeah, like
Okay.
if you ever need me to identify a DOC, I can name all of them.
Oh, good. That's
And as
fantastic.
far as DOC cleanup, I've been involved in the removal of at least 3.
Oh,
For
fantastic.
shady shit. One of them being our dear good friend Winston Walker.
Wait, he was a DOC. What did he get removed for?
We were going. Me, the warden, Aurora, and the deputy warden, and the head of their investigative unit all were planning a massive flip that was going to take place at 2:45 Eastern yesterday, the one that
Mhm.
resulted in all the shooting. And I hear over radio that Winston's just openly blabbing about it to people.
What?
So he got fired on the spot, and he had to put his stuff away and searched and found with 7 phones on him. There was another DOC with 20 phones in her locker and another DOC with 5 Brownings in their locker. So it's cleanup. Yeah, it's cleanup time.
I think DOC are just on one right now, to be honest.
You know what I think it is? Because one of the DOC explained to me exactly what it is.
Oh, damn it, Winston.
The ones that are like don't know any better are listening when they're told, "Hey, 50K and you don't take the phone off of me," or as a subpoena I wrote on one of them said that she was beat up and said that they would shank her every day if she didn't let them rob her of her phone and didn't tell anyone. She didn't communicate with anyone, didn't make a report. Yeah, it's cleanup season.
I think they all just need to relearn de-escalation as well. Like yesterday, for example, you witnessed it. Like there was a shooting which took place.
Jesus
Fred
Christ.
wasn't involved. He was in a completely different location with the judges. He then came out and was put in ADSEC with all the rest, and then he came out and then he started like he was in handcuffs and he was getting a bit mad, saying this is fucked up, and Pred being Pred. This DOC basically got his feelings hurt and said, "Okay, you're going to be locked up for 3 years as well, and ADSEC with the rest of them."
Talking about Thomas White when he did that. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. It's
sounds like
hard
a mess.
because it's a mess because it's hard because they're being told one thing and then they're being told to do a different thing, because all of these things about being aggressive, not letting, or pretty much not letting the inmates take over them is coming from the commissioner's office. It's coming from Toretti. It's coming from Justice. It came from Bass. Like the idea of to do exactly what that DOC did was a directive from the commissioner's office. Is don't let these guys, boss you around. You own this place, and they are nothing but numbers. Is directly from the commissioner's office. So if we start coming in and saying, "Oh, don't," or de-escalate, or don't give in to what they do/want, it's going to confuse the shit out of them.
Yeah, I'm not. Listen, I can conversate with the commissioner about that. Listen, my main concern is the at the end of the yeah, lethal force is basically it. I don't want
Yeah, I'll get
people
that
getting
wrapped up.
shot. Yeah, and obviously it seems like the corruption season DLC is fully underway, and it sounds like that's been handled though.
I said over radio, because he got fired and arrested over radio, and I said, "Take note, DOC. None of you are slick. You will get caught. Don't end up like Winston." That was my "I am him" moment.
Okay, well, listen, I'm sorry to dismiss you, but I'm a very busy man. I think you've got this handled, Harvey. So thank you. Keep me informed. If I'm not here, keep Stubble informed. And Aaron, thank you very much for the information, and I appreciate
Any
it.
questions about like DOC or like the people there, or like who's doing what? You can don't hesitate to ask.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah, I won't. Thank you very much. Hey, have you two got
I have
anything to
one
drink?
last thing for you. What happens when the DOJ are just taking so fucking long to check any subpoenas now because of all this?
I'll look into it. Okay. I've
We've
heard this
literally got
several
a
times.
lesbian article now from Tidus saying "fuck the Senate."
What?
Oh, I guess you haven't seen that yet. Well, yeah, there's an lesbian article, and he just tweeted out a picture of himself, and it says "fuck the Senate" as well.
Good lad. Fair enough.
All right. Have a
All
lovely
right.
day, Doc. I'm sorry this is all happening.
No. It's all right. Thank you, Aaron. Who's on the list? I need to speak to. Spoken to Harvey. Need to speak to Maya. Need to speak to. Let's call Minerva and then Maya. And then eventually we'll call TJ.
Hey, Dark.
Hey, Minerva, you right?
So I wanted to reach out. I don't know if I talked to his tweets about it. I don't know. He said that he was gonna reach out to High Command. I don't know if he did. But the other day I was at Shrugway and I was asking about the budget stuff, but then he told me also that a long time ago on a game show, he paid Bass $2.5 million to be a cop for a day. And he like casually mentioned like when he was gonna be able to do that, and that he's been trying to reach out to someone from Command or High Command that could help
Was this
him.
Joseph Arrowhead? Is this the guy that keeps
Yeah.
warning?
It's Joseph Arrowhead, yeah. I don't think
Yeah, I've
he's
heard of
too-
it. Yeah, I saw him throw him one earlier, but I'm busy. So he paid.
Yeah. He paid Bass $2.5 million, and apparently on that game show where Toretti was also present and a bunch of other witnesses, they paid that to be a cop for a day. And I was like, I don't know. And he wanted to talk with someone from Command or High Command to figure out what's up with that, I guess.
Jesus Christ. Okay, I don't need this right
Yeah.
now. Could you reach out to the
I
guy
know.
and ask him for some receipts, please?
Okay, yeah, I'll go in and ask him for that, see if he has anything. I don't know how long it was. He told me a little bit ago, so I'll reach out to Joseph. I'll
Okay,
get that for you.
alright. Thank
No
you, Minerva.
worries. Bye bye.
I think I was watching in the background. Let's go first.
Hi, Doc.
Hello, Nathaniel. You alright?
Yeah, I'm alive. A little ill, under the weather, but, you know, recovering.
Good to hear. Good to hear. I saw your LSBN video.
Yeah. Well, kind of why I'm calling you. I had a meeting with Jenny Hall yesterday. We talked for over an hour. She seems to think you're kind of on the same page as I am. And I've always thought you were a man of principle, a man who did what was right rather than what he was told to do. So,
yeah.
How bad is this from your perspective? This is the assistant chief of the LSPD. Just give me a 1 to 10.
I've never seen anything worse.
Me neither. Like, and I've been a judge for 4 years, right? Like, I was the judge who oversaw the war in Sandy Shore, and I've never seen anything like this. Ever.
Yeah.
It's bad. It's really bad. And the things I'm hearing, so like, okay, like, there are a multitude of things to go over. Like, to be honest with you, we should have like an hour-long conversation at some point. We need to talk about the impetus for war, the setup for war, everything that got us here, the context. We need to talk about the actual military operation that occurred. We need to talk about the fallout that occurred directly after that. And then all of the human consequence that's occurred since, including how the prisoners are being treated. Like, it's bad, beginning to end. We are living in a dystopian nightmare right now, and nobody's standing up. You see that, right?
Yeah, I'm presently aware. I woke up from the ICU about 72 hours ago and have been dealing with the aftermath since. Yeah, it's something.
Yeah.
I mean, to give you from my perspective right now, I'm cleaning up and pushing for accountability on PD side of things. Because small steps really, and cleaning up our own mess and making sure that the city's functional is step one, really. Because there's a lot of folks in PD who have zero trust in anything coming out of the commissioner's office, even high command at the minute, and that's not good for anybody. And at the end of the day, we've got a job to do. So cleaning up our own mess is first and foremost, and then obviously we've got to look up, really up the chain, and that's the next step.
Yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree. I mean, like, if you saw my statement, then you know that my major issues with all this are the systemic issues, the systemic failings.
Yes.
The fact that the systems of power allowed us to get to this position. Like, that's the issue, right? Like, individuals will make mistakes, and individuals will act under duress and feeling pressured by, you know, the mad God King. But like, we can't allow that to stop us as men and women of principle to just do the right thing in the moment. And that's what we need to do now, right? Day to day, moment by moment, make the right judgments, the right calls, act from principle, try to regain some of the trust from the people, because it's all been lost. It's all been lost. And I know Pred up in prison stirring and trying to make it all sound like, you know, yo, we did war crimes and not that. But like, they're watching that video. Have you seen the LSBN article yet?
Yeah, I've seen it.
So I saw it. I'd spoken to Ursula. I've heard about the 9 hours of footage. I've spoken to Veronica Mars, who was the EMS who had the bomb strapped to her. We saw, like, he found on that video. I've
Yeah.
spoken to her. I've heard her testimony under oath. I've spoken to multiple members of our military who were there, boots on the ground, leading operations. I've spoken to multiple members of the Sanguine Isle forces. I've spoken to basically everyone at this point, right? I've heard what happened. I'm aware of what happened. There were war crimes left and right from before any boots were put on the ground to the last moments when fucking armed EMS with class 2s, you know, moved in and cleared that bunker. There were war crimes all over the place. It was horrendous, both sides. Accountability needs to happen. Like, it does, otherwise the public's never going to trust any of us ever again.
Yeah, I agree. The big issue we're kind of having, and the question keeps being brought up, is given that the senator has implored that we don't follow the Geneva Convention, legally, what actions can we take?
Okay, like straight up. When the senator shot Cal Pred in the prison yard 2 days ago, he attempted to murder that guy. Why nobody shot him down and arrested him, I don't know. He's not an officer of the law. He is not a military man. He is a public servant in a public position. And yes, there are legislations in there that says that the Senate's power is fucking untouchable and beyond all reproach. We don't follow unjust laws. We'll just strike it the fuck down and march on in a more just society. Doc, how many officers bring things to my courtroom where it doesn't quite fit the letter of the law, but then we look at the spirit of the law and we're like, hey, should this count? And maybe it doesn't. And maybe they don't get the conviction that day, but we change the law to make a more just society moving forward. I don't know. I don't understand anything where people just stand by, let crimes occur, and don't try to follow principle in action. Like, I think it's all wrong.
No, I completely agree with you. But
what's the law that says he can't? Oh, well, I don't know.
No. I'm not on about that. No, that situation is, you know, that's in a pocket. You know, once we've dealt with things, you know, there's 60 days for that to develop.
The
but
lawyer in me, Doc. The lawyer in me, Doc, says this isn't treason. This is terrorism because it's all politically motivated to maintain the power of a despot. I'd charge terrorism, and I could win in court if I charged terrorism. It undercuts our governmental bodies for a political aim of maintaining the power of this despot. That's what I do. Look, they once offered me the position of the district attorney, and I actively feel like at times I've been the best prosecutor in the city. That's what I do. That's how I do this. That's how I'd hold this man accountable.
Well, should that situation occur and we as PD decide to push charges, that I'm assuming that's something you'd be comfortable prosecuting.
I would step forward and do that any day of the week.
Good
so,
to know.
What I'm going to say to you, Richard, is man to man, like, we don't really know each other. We bump into each other every now and again, right? But Libby Reed knows you, and Libby Reed appointed you. And Libby Reed, when I was first appointed as a judge, was my own personal bailiff when she was a member of the Department of Corrections. I trust that woman with my life. I trust her because I know her and I know her principles. I know who she is as a person. And if she picked you, okay, I'm in. I trust you too. Jenny Hall trusts you too, right? She's the one. She doesn't want to make this her fight, but she told me, you are a man of principle and you will stand up for what is right, not for what they tell you to do, what is right. Now, I know Dominic stepped down, right? But I feel like me, you, Libby, Dominic, any other man or woman of principle, and I'm going to be honest with you, Richard, there are multiple judges who are willing to stand with me against this, right? Probably 4/5 of the working judiciary, and then 9/10 of the lawyers, because I train them all, right? They will stand with me against this kind of injustice. I can drag the DOJ with me to these discussions, like in its entirety, basically, apart from a couple of stooges who were there because the Senate picked them. But those people, and then other men and women of like principle, and they might not even agree with us, right? But like, I know there are people in that PD who follow their gut and follow their conscience. People like Jackie Snow, right? He's a military man at heart. I know he is, but he always does what he thinks is right. And I think you can talk to him. I think we can talk to him and like explain what went wrong here. And I think there are good men and women there who would stand with us. And I think we should like stop talking internally so much, because I've talked to the DOJ for days, and I'm sure you've talked to the PD for days. But it's time for us to like join together as a society and have discussions on a larger scale. And if that's all done publicly, like in a town hall, we do that too, right? Like it's time to get loud. It's time to have discussions. It's time to have some meetings, like DOJ and PD, and we'll talk. Just basic principles, figure out what went wrong, how we fix this, like what the next steps are, and then like start talking to the people. It's important.
Yeah, I completely agree. The longer we stay silent on these issues, which is unfortunately what we have done thus far, the worse it's going to get. And the longer we take is the less chance we have to actually get something out of this and make some real change and get rid of the systemic corruption that exists in Senator Davis and who knows who else.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm sure we could both come up with a list of names of people who are just too happy to only be following orders, but we haven't allowed that to stand for 80 years, and I'm not letting it stand now.
Yeah, me neither, Grayson.
I'm glad I talked to you, Richard. So we'll arrange a meeting over the coming days, and I don't care when it is. You tell me when the people you know you can get a hold of are available. I'll grab who I can. We'll just come together and we'll have some talk. We'll like sit down and hash through the meat of it.
Yeah, that sounds great. PD High Command are having a meeting in like half an hour to an hour, so we're gonna get on the same page for the first time because both myself and Stubble were in ICU for like a week, so this is the first time we can really get on board, and then obviously we'll start. Hopefully, things will get moving quickly, and I'm making sure that's happening.
Can I ask you a personal question?
Yeah, of course.
Have they found that yet?
No.
Jeez, I like Edward. He's one of the good ones.
Yeah, he is.
Okay. Thank you for keeping me informed. You know they blew that island where you had officers MIA on it, right?
Yeah, I'm
aware.
aware.
Had officers missing, and I'm not happy. I'm really not happy, Richard.
Neither am I.
Be safe. Keep your head on a swivel. Because just talking like this, you know the way that law is written, right? You can read it. You're not stupid.
I'm aware of the consequences, but
me too, and I'm willing to pay them. And here's the thing, Richard. I'm willing to be held accountable publicly for every time I didn't step forward up until now to let it get this far. And I want to express to you as a man, I am sorry I didn't stand up when they did this to Michael Simone.
Yeah.
Because when
Are you
they
on the
removed his
phone?
due process, when they did that, they set the precedent. They were allowed to do this, and we let it happen. And I just feel horrendous about it.
Oh, are you twitching? Are you very caffeinated, sir?
well, listen. I think looking back on the past, when he does so much, we've got to make sure that it doesn't happen again, and that
You're
goes for the
right, you're
Sanguine
right.
situation too.
Yeah, we've got to make sure that people's rights are upheld, people are protected, and that no more fucking war crimes happen domestically. I trust you
Gary,
to do your
piss
part.
off.
Oh, right. All right, sir.
Jesus Christ.
I'll talk to you
Yes.
later. I'll let you go. We'll arrange a meeting.
Sorry
a
about that,
big
Grayson.
meeting.
Yes, we will. Thank you, Grayson. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Bye-bye, Richard.
Bye-bye. You're just a fucking idiot, man. Oh, no, he's going to ask for a fucking press statement, man. And I'm going to have to tell him they said no. Can't call him back. I just can't. I'm going to have to ghost the guy. Yeah, but that's so bad. That's part of the fucking problem, man. What to do. Oh, fuck off. Richard Dog speaking.
This is a prepaid call from
Kyle Pred, freedom fighter.
an inmate at the correctional facility.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Are subject to recording and monitoring. To decline this call, press 9 now, and to accept this call, press 1 now.
Beep.
Thank you. Your call has been accepted.
Hey, what's going on? How you doing there, Dick?
Hello, Pred. Yeah, I'm doing. How are you?
Are you doing? I mean, are you aware of everything that's going on?
I'm very aware of everything that's going on.
How are you?
Yeah. You know about the war crimes?
Yeah. Oh, did you hear about how the senator tried to shot me down in the yard, and then
Yeah,
Axel
I heard
Justice
about that.
shot down a bunch of other people in the yard too?
Yeah, I heard about that too.
Heard of how everybody just stood there and did nothing?
Yeah, I heard about that.
Heard you suspended Brian, but how come you haven't suspended Malton?
What did Moulton do?
Just stood back and watched as we all got shot in the yard and did nothing to protect us. Is he a cop still?
Yeah, Moulton's a police officer.
Yeah, I mean, how come he didn't do his fucking job? Selective enforcement's a goddamn bitch. I know we should have gotten rid of that. Jesus. How come you ain't come to see me yet, Dark? Yeah, I'm a goddamn warlord.
I think you underestimate the amount of shit I'm cleaning up right now.
Oh, the amount of shit you're cleaning up? Well, I have all the information, bitch.
Wait, why are you calling me a bitch? Why is
That's
that
prison
necessary?
talk.
Okay, well,
That's
yeah,
how we talk in
that's
prison.
not okay. Well, I'm not in prison, so we don't need to. We don't need
Bitch.
to, okay.
You gonna come see me? You gonna come visit me? Come on.
I will come.
Don't
see
worry,
you.
I ain't gonna kill you.
I know you're not.
Look, I ain't got. Where else am I supposed to go right now? All I got is these walls, these high walls.
Yeah, I understand.
What are we
listen,
getting released early because everybody just followed a warmonger that violated U.S. constitutional law and committed war crimes? When the fuck do we all get out because of that madman?
I don't know.
When's that happening?
I don't know about that.
It's because you don't care about the peoples that are involved. That's right. You don't give a fuck about us.
Yeah. You're more concerned. You're just like Toretti. You're more concerned with the fact that you look like shit and that you look ineffective and you look like a bad leader. That's why you're stepping up and doing things now, not out of the kindness and out of what you perceive justice to be. You're just sitting back in your high tower watching as all the ants just roam around the hill. And instead of trying to help the people that are political prisoners who didn't take up arms against anybody, but chose to defend true freedom after Brian Knight and Sam Bass violated the treaty, and then somehow they were able to start a fucking war and get everyone on board and send countless people to fucking die. We're painted as criminals and treasonous, but when I look, it's everybody else on the other side of the line that's a criminal and committing treason because they're not standing up for what's right and the true justice that there is. So what are you going to do for us? Oh, we don't fit your agenda, do we, Dark? We don't fit it at all. Because like I said, you don't fucking care. It's just like I told Toretti, the optics are so bad on you guys that you're just focused on recovering your end and you don't give a fuck about the people, you don't give a fuck about us, and you don't give a fuck about freedom. So I'm sorry to take you away from whatever bullshit office coffee talk you're having with some whiny fucking pussy, but there's real people that need your needs too. There's people that need somebody to fucking get things done. And are you that person? Because to me, it doesn't sound like it. Sounds like you're listening to a bunch of whiny fucking pussies pissing mode about their own fucking conscious choices because they are living people, not fucking robots. They chose to do the wrong thing. We chose to do the right thing. We chose to stand for freedom and everything that you're supposed to stand for. And yet, here we are. 30 years, no due process, treason charges. It's all bullshit. So what have you been up to? Because you haven't talked to me. You haven't tried talking to Jaeger. You haven't tried talking to any of us. You're just sorting the shit on your end because that's all you give a fuck about. You're so full of shit. I always knew it. If you really believed in justice, you would have been there with us. Because you know just as well as I do that tyranny cannot reign. Tyranny cannot call the shots.
I just finished a conversation with a DLC liaison to ensure that you guys aren't getting shot when you're unarmed by DLC, because I heard some concerning things.
They do that shit all the time.
Right. So now that you've finished your rant about how I don't care about people's rights, yeah, that's not true, Brad. And you know, you can do the screaming thing and keep going about that. But you know, as long as you weren't lying to me all those months ago, years ago even, you helped me get into the position of internal affairs for a reason. Even though it, you know, cost you a few suspensions. You know, you might have changed. I haven't.
How have I changed? I'm still the same man I was.
You know, I wish
Just because I'm a
that...
warlord for a foreign nation now, I've changed.
No, because the Predator I know wouldn't have shot Leonova in the head.
All right, look, this keeps on getting brought up. She, if you were, she wanted me to shoot her. I swear to God, she did. I thought it was like my old Yeller.
Okay. Right. Listen, I will come speak to you. I will come speak to Jaeger.
What about getting us out? I mean, how the fuck are we in here?
The conversation on due process is happening. That being said, I think we all realize here, Brad, that the issue is the Senate. And right now there is zero checks
you're
and balances.
wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're absolutely way off. It isn't the Senate. It's the people that choose to be complacent and follow people, despite knowing what they're doing is wrong and not knowing exactly why they're doing what they're doing. Problems do start at the top, but people being weak-minded, weak-willed, and just following in the conga line are more to blame than the senator is. And that's something you got to wake up and understand.
I don't disagree with you. I'll be honest. I don't. Complacency is what got us into this position. And not questioning orders is also what got us into this position. But
When are you going to come see me?
Well, I've got a high command meeting in about 20 minutes. So, perhaps
who's
one
all going to
Saturday.
be there?
Well, me and Stubble were in the ICU until a couple of days ago, so we haven't really had a chance to catch up with everybody.
Come put a collar on me and take me to your meeting.
I'm not taking you to the bloody meeting.
I'll tell everybody. I'll tell everyone.
Tell us what? What do we not already know?
Oh, there's tons you don't already know, Dark.
Name something, because I have a list that is longer than my penis. And that's saying
Right,
something.
well, that's not too hard.
Okay, no, it is saying something.
Brian Knight took RPGs for the war from Lang Buddha.
Before the conflict occurred.
Yes.
Okay. That could be. Now, I'm. If this was done through official channels, then it is possible that that could have been done through.
Receipts for where all the? Can't you subpoena receipts for all the equipment and where it came from and who paid for it?
Yes, we could. Yeah, that is news to me though, so I appreciate that. Right?
Why was Brian Knight meeting with Lang Buddha so much before the war took place?
How do you know this?
Why? Let me ask you another thing. One of the main reasons for the war was for a POW that was allegedly there, the captured cop.
Right, and then there was no negotiations for said captured cop.
How come everybody was aware that the captured cop wasn't on Sanguine, even before the conflict took place? How come that's a known fact between Brian Knight and Axel Justice and Senator Davis that the POW that was supposedly one of the main reasons for you guys going to war wasn't on the island? How come they know that? How come that was directly confirmed by Brian Knight himself? How come the reason for the war is because Sam Bass and Brian Knight sent an undercover cop to gather information to commit crimes on foreign soil, and somehow that was used as information in order to not make arrests, not ramp up protections from what's going on or being transported overseas, and it was just used and they just immediately ramped it into a war because they got found out that they violated the treaty first. The war was just a cover-up. Why do you think they fucking immediately jumped into the war and avoided every type of channel of contention? Heard you suspended, Brian Knight.
Yeah.
How come you're not subpoenaing his phone? How come you're not subpoenaing Axel Justice's phones? How come you're not subpoenaing Senator Davis's phones?
Because criminally, this is complex. When it comes to internally, it's not so complex. But when it comes to criminal matters, because the senators...
Then that's why you fucking, that's why you subpoena shit, dumb fuck.
Okay, dumb fuck. Under what probable cause?
Hey. What under what probable cause? What do you mean under what probable fucking cause?
Come on, you were a cop. Spell it out.
Spell it out. Treason, you stupid bitch. They committed treason. The probable cause is that leading up to the war, if they're aware that there's no POW on the island, if they're not if there's only reasonable suspicion that there's bombs being transported or manufactured back and forth, why is there a war? If they're sending out undercover cops, and this is public information that everybody knows about, to foreign soil, where is all the information at? Have you even tried looking for reports? What are you doing?
But we were eventually presented with the evidence. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so that they had time to fucking doctor it. Yeah, that's real fucking convenient. Eventually. How come this stuff wasn't known about beforehand? Did you even know that they sent an undercover cop to Sanguine?
No, we wasn't made aware.
Oh! Isn't that kind of odd? I mean, you're the assistant chief of police.
Listen, I really want to make something clear. I don't know whether you try to sow discontent here or whatever, but it's not necessary. The discontent is
What
there.
do you mean? I'm trying to give you information.
No, I know, but when you ask questions like, why I didn't know things, I'm already pretty pissed off about that stuff anyway. Like, listen, we may be on different sides of this conflict, but we have very similar opinions on things.
No, I think you're on our side of the conflict, if I'm being honest. I think a lot of people are on our side of the conflict. I think a lot of people even participated on the opposite side are now on this side of the conflict. You go enjoy your meeting. You know where I'll be. Now hang up.
No.
Why?
Because you asked me to.
You want to keep talking? We can keep
No.
talking.
But I'm just going to put you on silent and put you in my back pocket. Are you stuck on the phone? Or what's going on?
How about you ask me some questions? What is it that you are curious about? You know where the equipment came from? Bucky Barnes was sitting in on your guys' goddamn meetings. He trained the people, supplied them with weaponry. That means Aegis supplied you guys with weaponry. That means that Cerberus in turn supplied you guys with weaponry. Who paid for the weapons? The state. Who profited? Lang Buddha. All roads lead to Rome, don't they, Dark?
Okay, question then, because it's still unclear. What is the relationship between Lang Buddha and Jaeger?
Father and son.
And the status on that relationship, is it a good one?
No, it's not a good one at all. But the one thing that particularly gets me is that Lang Buddha came to Sanguine Isle 2 days before the fucking war. Fighter jets were in the sky from because they must have saw him glider Cerberus glider suit on over to Sanguine Isle. So the real question that I am curious about is, and this could probably be triangulated from phone calls and text messages made from Lang Buddha, unless he was using a burner phone, which is completely not outside of the realm of possibility. Why isn't he on treason when he did it as well? Why is he not here? I mean, it was very clear that people, if you weren't supposed to set foot onto Sanguine soil, but you mean to tell me that the 2 fighter jets missed a guy who was gliding back to Los Santos, that saw him come here and then saw him leave? And then nobody really cared to investigate anything? I mean, how did that one slip through your guys' fingers? What are you guys doing? I still haven't seen anything come from the investigation that took place that Pond's doing. You should really talk to her. Oh, but you probably don't know about how Crystal Clear was kidnapped. And I got taunted by Lang Buddha right as the conflict kicked off, leading me to believe that someone was communicating with Lang Buddha when the conflict was kicking off so that he could go after someone that I cared about. But of course, I don't know. I only used to be a cop. I'm not a cop anymore. So what
I'll look into
exactly is
that.
going on, and who is exactly protecting Lang Buddha? Why would they protect him? Any ideas?
Seems that Brian's pretty
everybody
central
knows.
to all of this.
Yeah, doesn't it? Maybe that means you should start subpoenaing phone records. You know, triangulating where phone calls and text messages took place. You know, doing basic police work.
I'll come see you later, okay?
All right. You better get the ball rolling, Dark.
Fuck me. It gets worse. Ay, ay, ay. Fuck me. Dude. Holy shit.
Dispatch is back on frequency after this meeting.
I'm fine. No, you're excused. No, you're excused. You're excused. No, you're excused.
Since we're marking internet at 0243.
I could do this for hours.
Oh yeah, can I talk to you for a second in the office?
What's the status on Preston Hale?
You are.
What the fuck is going on?
Sorry, I had to do a UC op and burger shot to find crime. Definitely didn't go there undercover to buy carrot cake, but no one was there. How are you, Dark?
You wanted to pull me into the office to tell me you went undercover to buy carrot cake?
No. No, are you? I saw you sucking back an IFAC. Do you need food?
Yes, and water, please. So parched.
Oh, you're like a command IFAC diet, bro.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we wrapped up the that mission yesterday. No problems. Didn't come across any hostiles. No MiGs. No nothing. Island for the most part is clear, except for one spot at the end of the airfield closer to the carrier side. So I think the west. There was a red shipping container with like uranium rods in it. So I dipped out of there pretty quick. We had like a local hazmat team come in and deal with that. So that's dealt with. But the island itself is still irradiated from that. Obviously being the biggest part being the airstrip. But the rest of the island is mostly safe. So there's no chance of, fallout coming our way. So I'm going to inform that doctor that was looking for it. Just be like, hey, don't worry about it. It's all good. So yeah, good news, I guess, apart from, uranium rods.
Yeah, good news. Fantastic.
Yeah. All right, kisses. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Jerry. Oh, Jesus Christ. Isn't there a meeting room across from Mr. Rowe?
Hello.
All right. Could we use this for the high command meeting? No, Fox bedroom. This could work. You know? Maya, I'll call you back.
Hey, Doc.
Hey, two questions. First question, where's this meeting happening? Do we know?
I think the SCSO.
SCSO? Okay.
Yeah, that's where
Second
Owner
question.
going.
All right. Second question. Do you have... Where did we get our RPGs from during the war?
Our ones, they were outsourced from a contract by the Senate from mainland U.S. military armory.
Right. Was that the new stuff or that like a separate thing?
Noose and from a special military contractor.
Wait, do we know who the special military contractor was, or
Special military contractor probably worked with
right.
Mr. Q.
I'll cut to the chase. I just got off the phone with Pred, and Pred is saying that Brian was supplied with rocket-propelled grenade launchers from Lang Buddha
during the war.
Like prior to the war. So like, yeah, but yeah,
That's
during
news
the
to me.
right, news to me too. Concerning news, and I don't know whether it's factual, which is why I wanted to give you a call. But all right, it's something I'll bring up at the meeting.
Yep, yep, sounds good.
All right, thanks.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, to SDSO. Why would Pred lie? I mean, technically he is a treasonous, guys. Let's not forget.
Hey, Mr. Doc, how you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. What was your name again?
Melvin Graves.
Graves, that's the one. Yeah, reminded me of... Graves reminded me of the dead people. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, a trooper said it reminds him of a school teacher name. And then it made me realize I also had a teacher that was Mr. Graves.
Oh.
Yeah, so I
Okay.
guess that's right. But then, cursed with that name and cursed with the name Melvin. You know, not really the luckiest am I in that regard.
No, not really, not really. Well, listen,
How you do, sir?
not great, Melvin. But listen, you hold down the fort here, okay? I gotta head
Doing my
out, but
best.
I appreciate you, buddy.
That's fine. You have a good night, sir.
I didn't want Doc to be wearing the eye patch anymore, so I'm gonna get rid of that. I need to put the Crocs back on. You reminded me. Then let's try to speak to the EMS itself. Doc has done so. No, Doc has tried to do so, but has been shut down. Not shut down, but she's basically in hiding right now, which, you know, don't blame the woman.
I got 2 bits of good news, actually. First, congratulations.
I didn't mean to do that.
You've been authorized as a member of the MCU to see MCU reports. I know this is mind-blowing. I'm sure you thought this ever day would come. So
What's Mountain saying?
radical concept. The commissioner fully agrees that MCU detectives that need that access.
Yeah, I can do that. That shouldn't be too hard.
Wait, does that include me?
Would include you, Harvey.
Oh, finally. Holy shit.
You don't have to include Harvey's. I leave that up to you.
Don't know what that's about. And I don't want to listen too much through walls. Is it a private meeting? If you're on about the high command meeting, it's in character. So you'll be able to listen to everything. Right, I'm gonna run to the bathroom actually and get a drink. I'll be back. How long have we been live for? 4 hours already? Jesus fucking Christ. I feel like I haven't had a break. I haven't eaten. I should probably get a snack. Alright, back in a sec, chat. I'm gonna run an ad so we get rid of pre-rolls, and I'll be back in a moment. Bye-bye. I'm back. Sorry. Cookie's gonna do me some toast when she comes to bed. So I'm fucking starving. High command meeting time. Do. Agent, thank you for the tier 1, buddy.
Nah, it's fair.
Welcome to the stock show.
Would it,
Now I know she had a built-in ability. What would be a fitting song for this meeting? Let me think. Ooh, I know what this meeting is. Hold on. Although, if anyone actually knows what the song would be,
Your name Rhodes. Is that what car drive on? Haha, beep beep. Haha.
Is it don't touch? Where is it? I don't know what. Oh, here we go. This one. Ghost, thank you for the 3 months, buddy. Hey, Matt.
What's good? I hate the commissioner right now because I tried getting to talk to him to fix it, but apparently he's like got his head so far up his own ass and that he doesn't want to listen to anything. I want to talk to you about Carmine.
What about Carmine?
Carmine's been sent in for 30 years since the war. He got sent in under the same legislation as the what's it called? Enemy of the state shit, but he was never on the island. So he's not eligible to be sent in under that statute.
Okay.
And under that announcement.
Yeah, I'm about to go into a high command meeting, so I will ask the question. I'll have the discussion because yeah, it doesn't sound like he should be sent in for treason. Maybe what was the other one? Sedition? Maybe that one. In which I think it's already got time served.
Yeah, he served that time way long ago. I tried speaking to Axel Justice about it, but he doesn't seem to understand what treason is and what anything is anymore for some reason.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, leave it with me. I'll bring Carmine's name up and see what we can do. Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, man. Sorry for not getting back to you sooner. It's you know, war crimes and all that.
Yes. Yeah. I feel like I feel sorry for you.
I signed up for this, but good to hear from you. I'm glad you're doing all right.
I mean, I'm one joker moment away from probably shooting Crane in the head because
let's not do that.
I tried talking to everybody about Carmine and trying to get him out, and literally it's, hey, no due process, fuck you. And it's like, what's the fucking point of me?
Yeah, it's been discussed. But yeah, I'll see what I can do. Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, bye bye. What the hell? Hello? Where are they? Spencer sent a heckin'. He sent a selfie of him here. How is he not here? I guess they're upstairs. They just looked at that, huh? Hello? What the hell? Anybody? Oh. Shabo. Hi.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Hey. I wondered where you were. I came here and no one was here.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the meeting's meant to be 13 minutes ago or 47 minutes from now.
I think
These
as long as we
doors
can
are
get
great.
as long as we can get everybody together, it doesn't matter really. When
Yeah,
it is.
agreed.
Where's Vincent?
I went to go look at houses around Sandy.
Oh.
While we're waiting. We had another officer wash up in Polito on the beach.
Alive?
Don't know.
Who was it?
Rustin Cooper.
How did we not know that he was missing?
Yeah, I don't know. Also saw a 301 about Rudy Chalk rescue, move channel 4, so
That's good
maybe
news.
missing as well.
I
know
guess
Russ
so.
and Rudy were in the same helicopter, so
It doesn't help that I'm literally in a room that's like 30 degrees right now. Oh yeah.
I'm gonna go make a journey up the stairs real quick.
Are you sure that's a good idea?
Yeah, I'll be okay.
Okay.
There's railings on the staircase, right? So
The Fellowship of the Ring. The Fellowship of the War Crimes. All right, now we wait. Is Libby? I think Libby's coming. Yeah. You have my axe and my strike point. Okay, hold on. Here's a good question. Here's something to think about. If High Command is the Fellowship of the Ring, who's who? Okay, my first vote. Axel is Boromir. This fucking guy. Mr. Simone.
Hey, Dark.
Hey, how can I help?
Hey. Well, you remember how you asked me for that one thing? And I said, well, not right now. Does Veronica Mars ring any bells?
Yes.
Well, She's ready to talk if you are.
Okay. When would this happen?
Whenever. She's ready now.
Okay. Well, listen, to be transparent with you, High Command are about to meet for the first time since everything. I don't want to drag her into that.
No.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. So I think if possible, let me have this meeting so that I
Mhm.
can get everybody on the same page, which is, the right page here. And then I'll come personally on my own to talk to Veronica, if that's all right.
Okay. I don't mean to tell you how to do your job, but would it not be a good idea for you to have a full picture of what actually went on instead of second and third hand accounts? To better relay to the rest of the high command, and so you have your image crystal clear on what actually went down.
Yeah, you are right. You are absolutely correct. Though, is it right that Veronica already spoke to a member of the police department? Is that right?
No.
Okay.
DOJ, however.
Yeah, that was Grayson, right?
Yes. And he made his statement after speaking to her, so.
Can you help with the door stubble? No, this door is actually.
Okay. All right. Bear with me for 2 minutes, and I'll give you a bell back. Okay.
Okay. All right.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Fuck, dude.
Some kind of start or end of the day.
Good morning.
Morning, Chief. Timing things here, ladies and gents. Veronica Mars is comfortable to speak to me about giving a statement right now. Which not exactly the best timing.
She only able to do it right now.
This is the thing. I don't want. I'm
Yeah, you
worried
don't
if
wanna
I
lose this
put her
window.
off. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know what else to do. Because I also feel the need to be here for this meeting. Yeah, I don't know what to do. Because I don't want to rush that meeting with her. Okay. Yeah, bear with me. I'll be right back.
Me sets down, bunch of food on table.
I'm gonna have to delay it. I can't. I want both of these things to happen. She's not comfortable coming in front of Axel, given Axel's relationship with everything. I should have texted him back, dude. Fuck me. The high command meetings mainly to get everybody on the same page. I think the best thing for roleplay is that there's people coming around out of time and stuff for this high command meeting. I think the best roleplay would be to have everybody in high command at a meeting instead of people being gone and then delaying the other meeting so that we can speak to Veronica. I'm gonna be honest with Nick, and I'm gonna say I think this is.
Yeah, Nick.
Nick, yeah, listen. If possible, I would
Yeah.
like to talk to Veronica after this meeting, and I'm gonna be transparent with you here, because from what you said to me the other day, you want things to be done right and to be done well and to be actually people we had accountable, and I feel like if I'm honest, if I'm not at this meeting, then the chances of that happening decrease.
Right.
So I think if I'm honest, I know Veronica might feel put out by this, and I really do apologize. But I think for the best outcome here, I've got to be at this meeting.
Okay. I'm just like afraid. Okay. Is Tessa going to be there? I just remembered. I've spoken to Tessa.
Tessa should be here. Yes.
Then
not
she
here
should
yet.
have. Okay, she should have the full picture, because to me it is of paramount. Like, you guys need to understand what happened and not what Brian has said to. I'll be honest, Dark. The entire MCU are fucking brainwashed by Brian. And yeah, I'm afraid they might have put a stop to me getting employed by the DOC on Brian's behalf.
Okay.
And I don't really trust the PD right now. I mean, much less than I used to. And I'm just afraid that you've talked to the wrong people that have this skewed image of what happened. Whereas, you know, Veronica actually knows what happened.
Let me give you a rough idea of what I've been told. What I've been told is the idea was brought up to send somebody in with a bomb.
No, wrong.
Okay.
The
That's
idea
not a
that
good
was
start.
brought up. The idea that was brought up again. Now you're hearing it from me instead of from her, which is what
No.
I want you to.
I understand. Yeah.
On the radio, it was asked to bring for an EMS to volunteer to bring in medical and food, and that's when she. What was it? There was more to it than just that. Okay, I guess I don't have it right either. You see the issue here, Dark?
No, I see the issue. Yeah, I see the. I understand what you're saying when it comes to full picture and all that, but I think you know, if you look at the picture from a distance, it's fucked and it's bad, and I'm very aware of that. So details, you know, not present. I'm still gonna push this as being arguably the worst thing that we've ever done as a police department. So that is not lost on me.
Okay, good. I need you to understand how fucked it actually is, and not just some like they said this or he or she said this when maybe you've heard the wrong thing. So please have the meeting, but please come back to me or to Veronica as soon as you can, so you get the actual full picture from the person that was actually there and was told to do these things.
I will 100%. As soon as I'm done with this meeting, I will contact you directly. Okay.
Good. Also, a further piece of interest of you is I'm sure you've seen the video that Ursula released yesterday.
Yes.
There's a very important part missing in that cut, and I have also verified this. I have the raw footage. There's a part missing where everybody inside the room starts shouting, "Do not send anyone, even EMS. We will shoot them." Just have that in the back of your head. The 6 officers or whatever in the hallway did not report that.
And you have that?
I have the raw footage.
Are you able to send that to me?
I am not at liberty to send that to you right now. I can make calls and I can see if I can send it to you.
Okay. All right. I'd appreciate that. That's big.
Yes. Okay. I'll be in touch.
All
Or
right,
you'll
thank
be
you.
in touch.
I'll be in
All right.
touch. Yes. Bye-bye.
All right. Good luck. Bye.
I suspected he was trying to quit when he didn't show up for the entire war thing at all, any of it.
Yeah. And then when I was in the middle of conflict, he calls me and he told me he's in a flight from China, making his way to send us backup. So we need to hold off for 19 hours.
China.
Just going for a little vacation in the middle of a war.
Yeah.
Well, Tessa
All
should
right.
be here any minute now.
Yeah, she should be. See her blip? She's here.
I'm half contemplating.
So, what about corporals being able to strike?
I'm good with it. If y'all want to implement that in LSPD and the VCS, I'll go for
Well,
it.
I'm kind of asking Reed and Dark. I know I'm just seeing how you guys feel on it still.
I still feel the same, to be honest.
Which is no.
I just don't understand why we need it, I guess.
I'm just trying to delegate more, trying to keep command less top heavy. I think
Is that less?
the more
That's an
that
investigation.
sergeants, lieutenants, and corporals can do, the less that they are super
Yeah, I'll leave it on
reliant on
screen for
high
a minute.
commands and commands. And I mean, they can recommend strikes. It's just a formality of letting them do it themselves officially. And I guess I
spoke
feel
to
it.
my command team. They were worried about they're like, well, what's the point of us being sergeants, essentially? And I know that there still would be like a difference, but if we're giving corporals the ability to strike, then it does. Oh, sorry, hang on.
Yeah, it's pretty long.
Sorry, I could feel my alarm going off from my
No problem.
pockets.
Uh,
Yeah, they were worried about that, and then the other thing was as well, like people are going from officer without the ability to strike to corporal with the ability to strike, without even having that stage of recommending strikes. Like it's just a big jump.
Mm-hmm. I guess where I'm coming from is it seems like a low risk situation where worst case scenario, someone issues strikes that we don't agree with. We see it in the action log and we talk to them and say, hey, why'd you issue these strikes? And worst case scenario, it was wrong and they're undone. And either that corporal is reprimanded or spoken to or removed entirely. I think so. Like the risk is really low. And then on top of that, if a sergeant is only a sergeant just to issue strike points, then they're not
We
doing
don't need
anything at
this
all.
right
They need to do way
now.
more than that. I think sergeants should be organizing daily meetings. They should be checking up on officers individually. They should be issuing suspensions instead of strikes. They should be counseling people. They should be watching over calls to make sure that corporals are still doing their job day to day. I view sergeant as a more administrative position that like regulates corporals than more of like a punitive action in the field type thing.
I like the old watch commander.
My
Yeah.
sergeants have been holding corporals to a lot of those standards, like the running meetings and whatnot. That's the responsibility of the sergeants. Of the corporals, and then they're just doing the suspensions and like the watching of the corporals.
The problem I have is, well, the reason I
This
want
is
it
not
is,
the good start, dude.
I think I kind of know what the answer is going to be, but I think it's a lot easier to expect corporals to deal with stuff in the field if they have the ability to deal with it right away, rather than having to ask, to make sure it gets done. And the line is very thin. It's not a huge deal either way, but I guess I feel like corporals are kind of already recommending strikes a lot, so there's like a motive, like they're doing it right, but it would be easier if they could just do it themselves. And I think sergeants have more to do than just strike people, hopefully.
I'll have the conversation with him again. But I mean, if they don't agree, because I want my command team to agree on it. If they
Mhm.
don't agree, is there a reason that we can't do? Like, I know that people might complain about it. I don't think any of my corporals will. But is there a reason we can't do that? PBSO does it and LSPD doesn't?
Well, because you can strike across command structures, and I don't want there to be any
Yeah, that's true.
miscommunication, or I don't want there to be if you don't want to do it, we're not doing it, because I don't want there
Yeah.
to be any rift between us where, a PBSO corporal thinks I'm going to strike a LSPD officer, and then that LSPD officer is like,
LSPD.
"Fuck you, you can't
Yeah.
do that," or whatever. I don't want any kind of like fallout.
And
So
then
it's
the
either all
LSPD
or
corporal
nothing.
feels like they don't have much responsibility. 'cause
Yeah,
they don't have that,
exactly.
like,
It's an all or nothing type thing. Same as the rank thing. If like all going to corporal instead of being senior, it's an all or nothing because I don't want either side to feel any kind of way because we're united.
Yeah, it's fair.
So if you guys don't want to do it, that's fine. I'll bring it up again sometime later, but you know.
I'll have the conversation with command and see if their opinions have changed on it. Like I said, I just don't want to implement it without them all being on the same page as well.
All right. I'm a big
All right.
proponent of it, but I understand.
One second, let me read that for everyone real quick. Suspect room. Yeah, all right. Perfect. Okay. Gary's on top of it. All right. Thank you for showing up, everybody, of course. The only person I believe we're missing is Toretti.
Yeah, you said he quit though, boss.
He doesn't
Yeah,
work
so
here.
He doesn't
to
work
give
here
you,
anymore.
To give you context as far as what happened 2 days ago, I was having a conversation with Toretti. We're talking about, the prison and what's going on. And obviously the senator was around. And Toretti shares a different opinion as far as what happened in Sanguine. And him and the senator went at it. It was a dick measure in context as far as what happened. And obviously Toretti said that if the senator's not Walter fired, then I'm done. And he dropped his badge and gun and he walked away. I tried to talk to him multiple times.
It's about Walter?
Yeah, it's about Walter. Yeah.
Toretti's quitting because Walter's not fired?
Toretti is quitting because he believes that Walter should be fired, but the senator disagreed. And I tried to tell Toretti that regardless what the senator has to say or not, that's our conversation that we can have. And him saying that is just his opinion. I'm not going to let him kind of affect what we do here as far as how we see things. We can recommend things, but that is my problem to deal with. So that was one of the main reasons. Of course, there's more to it, and obviously Toretti can share his opinion with y'all if he wants to. But I'm trying to make him come back because the way he did it, in my opinion, was immature. It was heat in the moment kind of thing instead of just cooling off and talking about it afterwards. Because him and I share a lot of similar opinions. It's just the way we want to go about it is just a different way.
If I can add to that, I had a conversation with Toretti about it. And I mean, what's been said is true, but Toretti's basically saying that if I'll put my phone on silent.
Yeah, Sam, sorry about that.
What Toretti was saying that if he wanted bear in mind it's a deputy of the SGSO or sorry, the BCSO fired as the commissioner, he should be able to do that. So I guess he felt that because the senator was saying no, and I guess X, or I don't know what you said specifically, but obviously it wasn't also fire him. Otherwise, I guess he would be fired. But Toretti felt that, given he didn't feel like he had a voice as a commissioner and didn't exactly feel like he was wanted or needed. So he quit.
What I told Toretti is we're having a panel. My vote would not be to fire Walter solely based on the EMS thing. It would be more about the actions that transpired afterwards.
Is panel like the new buzzword? Are we just using panel for everything?
No, the reason why the panel is happening is because things happened that were not in Los Santos. It's more what happened regarding Sanguine. So the reason why we're taking this approach because it's uncharted territories that we're trying to make sure that we're on the same page moving forward. And that's what I believe in because I was right there with everybody else. I saw what Walter did. I saw the difference that he made. And he saved a lot of lives doing so. Was it the smartest idea? No. Did it get a lot of EMS, a lot of heat and attention afterwards? Absolutely. But they were already attacking the EMS prior to that anyways. They attacked triage point. They've been trying to hunt down EMS anyways. Walter came in and he made a massive difference.
I mean, does anyone even have a problem with what happened over there? with what Walter did. I mean, Subbles explained to me what happened. I don't have a problem with it.
I have a problem with it.
I did worse in my own time.
But that's not in question right now, though. He wasn't a police officer at the time, right?
Yeah, but we're not police officers in our official capacity over there.
Right.
Soldiers.
That doesn't mean that we can't have an opinion on it.
You can have your opinion. That's right.
Right, and our opinion on whether they're fit for a police officer is also valid.
So, what I want to see is a panel for Brian Knight and Walter, of course. And I know there's some questions and concerns as far as me and my role, and I'm more happy to answer those questions. Happy to clear anything as far as what you guys are looking for. And afterwards, I do believe we need to come out with a statement to the public, so we can get our truth out there that is needed, the facts as far as what happened, what transpired, what we found.
Yeah, I agree. I think I don't think we should just like wait until it's all over with to do a press. I think we should we should be doing them actively, really, to keep communication up and running.
Yeah, I mean, I had the
I
press
think beyond
release
that,
ready.
we should just establish a new role in the PD, a new a tiny little department, maybe of like 3 people or less. Call them public information officers.
I like that. Yeah,
and they don't have to be high commands. They don't have to
He
be
really
commands.
did
They
say
can be
all
deputies,
truth.
as long as it's the right person for a job. Someone who has a direct link to high commands through maybe an email chain or whatever. Someone we can trust someone who's good with their words, someone who thinks about what they say before they say it, someone who is hopefully on board with what's happening and won't, speak out of someone who speaks with the best interest of PD in mind. And we could do interviews for it or whatever. I think interviews for it would make a lot of sense considering it's a job that's about speaking. But maybe 1 per shift, 1 per department, whatever. 1 for BCSO, 1 for LSPD, 1 for state, and then whenever something for UPD happens, they all 3 go together.
It's not
or
IA.
whatever. Obviously, whoever this is, wherever these people are, would be working closely with all of us. They would have like an email chain with high commands, so they could run stuff by us. And they would be hopefully someone we trust enough to speak on anything they wanted to. And if they were unsure of something, they could ask us through the email chain, and we could all answer. That way, they wouldn't be like separate answers from different people. I mean, we could just open interviews for it and just have a public information officer, and that way, anytime there's any press or anyone wants to know anything about what happens, we just say, have you talked to the PIO? Have you talked to the public information officer? And direct them towards that person, and they can speak on it. I think that would stop a lot of issues in terms of Commissioner Justice. Maybe you'll forgive me for saying this, but maybe a foot in the mouth situation.
1,000%. I mean, I think we definitely do better job of when it comes to the presentation side of things. And obviously, I've seen myself, I failed in that a couple times, and I want to make sure we do better going forward. So I'm all in for that.
Yeah, and I think it also pertains to stuff outside of the war. Like if we ever fire someone or there's a controversial shooting or action, it would be better for us to brief a public information officer about it, and then they can release a statement publicly to LSPN or whoever. And that way, because right now, to be blunt, we're fighting an information war from the terrorists in prison. They lost their guns, they lost their bombs, they lost their hand grenades, they lost their whatever, their RPGs, and now all they got left is Twitter fingers. And all they're going to do is sit in prison and tweet and dial through in one and try to spread misinformation, spread lies, whatever the way they see it. And we don't have any way to combat that effectively other than go to Twitter ourselves, and that's just not really solving anything. But if we had a position directly for this, we could release statements directly to the press, and we could get out in front of some stuff. Like, for example, if Dark were fired for, misconduct, let's say it's a rights violation, we could say through our PIO,
How
Richard
could
Dark
they?
has been released, pending a lawsuit involving a civil rights violation, and that way there's no speculation about what happened, and that way in this hypothetical scenario,
I have a
Dark,
feeling I'm
who's now
gonna have to
fired,
get into this
doesn't get to go around
conversation
to 7 different
and take
people
over
or
a little
15
bit.
different gang turfs and spread lies about what happened.
Which always happens. There's always two sides.
Yeah, because we're always
One
reacting
side
to
likes gossip. Yeah.
We're always reacting to misinformation and lies spread by criminals. We never get to put the statement out first.
I'm happy for it as long as I'll be honest. I think having someone being in constant relations with the press is great because it kind of takes that burden off us and not having to contact them all the time. But that being said, I think we do need to ourselves be answering questions, directly and not it just being, somebody else. It's gotta if the people have questions for the PD, then they should really be asking in a press conference or something. They should be asking the commissioner, not a PR guy.
Maybe I can see an argument for it. I mean, we could do a press conference, but I think the key focus would be the PIO would organize it and get the right people there and keep out people that we can't trust, and then they would brief us on what we're going to say and how we're going to say it, and then during the meeting, Axel or Dark or myself or Stubble can speak if we want to, but the main focus is that it's being organized and it's through someone else. It's not all.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of stuff that we got to do, to be honest, and communication with the press is usually last on our list. It'd be nice to actually have someone do it for us and recognize it, and all we got to do is just show up and they'll tell us what we got to say, or we can say whatever we want, really, but easy to go through that.
I think it's a fantastic idea. Like I said, and not only can they also release press statements to the public, but also they can help out with information gathering and making sure the representation as far as what we need to say is out there in a much better form too. So, and that could be their job. That could be
Does anyone have any objections to creating this role potentially?
Yeah, I was about to say eventually is a good idea. If we sort of come out saying we're looking for a PR person right now, that's just bad. That's bad PR.
I think we just regard it as a public information officer. Either way, it's just a way to release statements to the press. But it'll all be internal hiring.
Yeah, I mean, we'll say
the only
going forward
question
that we have a new
is-
role now today in the PD. I do
Yeah,
think
just
we
a new
should do
job.
interviews for though. I think
Yeah,
we should-
absolutely. The only question is, do we want to do one per shift, one total, one per department? And obviously, whatever we did, they would work with all of us. They'd all be on the same team. But is there any preference towards how you want to set it up? Like one for LSPD, one for BCSO, one for state, and then all three of them work together when it's a UPD thing, or one per shift, or one total?
Probably should do it per shift. We don't need separate department stuff when
Yeah.
that kind of thing, So yeah, probably per shift. Would
Okay.
be a good idea.
You want to do it like this? We could just have for shift one interviews. If Dark and Stubble and Reed want to, because I'm not around shift one almost ever. I'm around during and after the tsunami, but for the most part, I'm not. If you guys wanted to conduct interviews and do that, and then whoever's around shift two, Stubble, myself, and Tessa, and Axel could come up with their own. You know what I'm saying? Not because we want to exclude anyone, but just because we're the person they're going to see the most. And then when we've done interviews, we suggest names in the email chain, and we can just vote on whoever, if that's cool.
Tessa, Elizabeth, Stubble, what do y'all think?
And then shift three would obviously be Reed.
Yeah, it's good. It's needed.
Yeah, I agree.
You go on the LSPN app right now. There's a lot of articles. There's a lot of things, and it's painting the picture from one side of the coin. And as Owen said, it is an information war, and there's not really a lot coming from our side to, we don't need to try and explain and justify every single action, but there's still a lot of things that people hear about that, without context, it's really bad.
I mean, I think a lot of our problem in this particular situation was that we couldn't all get together.
Yeah,
we had
ICU.
somebody who was out on vacation. We had two people who were in ICU, and everyone was trying to gather their own information. And we didn't meet up, and that wasn't anyone's fault. It was just we got delayed, and that just is what it is.
Yeah. And on top of that, I wasn't there on the day of the invasion. Reed wasn't either. It was I don't know if you were, Tessa, but I think it was basically
I was on
Axel.
the mainland.
Yeah. So, but on the aircraft carrier was Axel, Dark, and Stubble, and two of the three were in the ICU until this weekend. So
Mhm.
it's really hard to have a conference about stuff until the people are awake that saw it.
And I don't know about you guys, but I haven't had a chance to talk to Brian or Walter. I haven't seen them.
Yeah.
Same.
Brian
So-
called me just about 40 minutes ago and said something about he had spoken to most of you individually about he thinks Divine is on the mainlands and has bombs and is going to bomb stuff.
There
He
was a
told me he
subpoena-
told Axel and Dark at least in this room.
I had not been told that.
Okay.
Me and Stub have been informed about the subpoena that we recovered. MCS recovered through Jonathan Devine's information, the phone check, where there was basically a PowerPoint presentation on how they're going to destabilize the whole entire Los Santos during the
They made a
active conflict.
PowerPoint?
Yeah, it was like
Yeah.
I thought the whole point of being a terrorist is you didn't have to do that shit.
It was an 8-page PowerPoint.
Good lord.
Mm-hmm.
It was a,
People they want to go after, who they want to recruit, what
was
they're
a
planning on doing.
counter-plan.
So I spoke with Aurora and Sergeant Lance Moulton, and we're trying to push for treason on that to get him caught and send him for 30 years and make sure that he's tried off the highest degree for his actions.
Okay, well, Brian also said he didn't think Divine was doing it on his own will.
That is also a problem. They believe that he's being controlled, and he has to do this as a matter of survival. I just don't know what exactly their plan is and what they're doing with him. We don't know
Well,
yet.
the way I see it is, to be brief, is it's one thing if a criminal kidnaps a cop and doesn't want to be found. We know where to check. We know basic places to look, right? And criminals know that too. It's another thing if a cop knows exactly where we're going to check. And it's an entirely different thing if the former director of MCU and a detective wants to hide, he's not going to be found. I don't think there's any point in... There's a certain element of maybe we should let people know, but it's also, it could cause a panic. And if he doesn't want to be found, what are the chances we find him? And I don't want everyone to lose their collective shit over something that could happen and we have no real way to find him.
There's also a good reason to believe that he might have bombs made from Sanguine. And
That's the first thing I said, Axel.
I would also just kind of like to point out that they quite literally mailed us his eyeball.
Oh, that's news to me.
Yeah, it was found next to a bottle of whiskey. I took it back to forensic. Confirms Jonathan Devine.
If he's put in prison, he needs to be put in a separate area. That needs to be set in plan. It needs to be a set plan before he goes in. Then he needs to be separate from the other prisoners.
My fear is he's not going to
There'll
make it
be
to
no
prison.
point. Yeah. Well, if he is put in prison, there's going to be a plan ready to go because there's no point arresting him and then sitting on our hands because we don't know what to do with him.
As long as he, I think he needs to get a psych eval as soon as he's in custody.
That's already scheduled. Yeah, Stubble actually were coming to that too as well.
Okay. All right.
How are you scheduling it if you don't know where you're going to catch him?
Well, I mean, as soon as it's caught as part of the process.
It's prepared.
Right? Okay. It's just one of the things on our list to go down. As soon as it's caught, decide exactly what to do with him. Is it the Parsons or not? Because we know that he's mentally compromised. They turned him into a cannibal. He was forced to eat human flesh and do things that he did not want to do.
Oh, I guess we'll just cross that bridge when we get to it.
Mm-hmm.
Just whenever we capture him, we need to keep him separate from other prisoners.
Okay, if I may, because this is the first time we're getting together, I don't know how much everybody knows in the room, so perhaps before we get into any nitty gritty, that we should if we have been informed of anything that has happened that is questionable or we are concerned about, should we start by just informing everybody of what we have heard, and then we can move on to what we want to actually tackle?
Sure, I actually got one thing that I don't know if you'll look to the interfaction from High Command, but Crane's bringing up, why is Carmine actually in prison for treason? I was at the very early stages of the operation. Carmine was on the boat of the aircraft carrier and took a selfie of himself with all of our equipment and all our stuff. And I can't remember who he sent it to, but
Mr.
they
K.
put it on Twitter. To Mr. K, leader of the Chang gang. And Mr. K put it on Twitter, and I can't remember who gave the order, but someone said, get Carmine in cuffs, and he was sent up to prison 24 hours, and that 24 hours was bumped up to the 30 years. Carmine
Sounds
is
like
a
he got what he
clusterfucker,
deserved.
but is he deserving to get the same 30-year treatment as the people that were on that island and fought against us and killed people? As he was a government employee at the time, Department of Corrections.
It's even worse because he's an insider. He's a mole. Should get like more than that. Should give him 60.
But
He should never work for any State Department again.
That isn't the law. That, like, you know, maybe he should get more, but like by the law, should he be in for treason or sedition?
I mean, shouldn't the DOJ
Yeah.
decide that? I
Didn't he
got
help
approved
them?
by DOJ.
So the argument is basically, is he guilty of treason because he helped the prisoners or the fucking treasoners or whatever, right?
No,
I think sending a photo of our equipment would absolutely be help.
He leaked our uniform as well. Nobody had an idea what our uniform looked like till Carmine posted on Twitter. And I'm surprised they didn't false flag as well and, take out a lot of us, because that could have easily happened. I mean, the whole entire city knew our uniform, what we had in the aircraft carrier, and how many people were there.
I think the question was more whether or not there was a charge that was more fitting than treason, like the sedition charge that was introduced.
I'm just bringing it up. I wasn't involved at all. I don't know which judge approved it. I don't know if a judge approved it. I was very much in a coma when this all happened, so Crane's.
Yeah, I mean, what I told them is to place him on 24-hour hold and deal with him afterwards, but it seemed like a lot of things got bumped up to treason, so I was under the impression that DOJ was involved in getting that done.
Well, considering Crane's asking questions, I'd imagine maybe that was a miscommunication.
Yeah. I think I wouldn't be surprised if the DOJ feels completely out the loop given the no due process part of the thing here.
What's the difference between treason and sedition? Like, where's the definition at?
Sedition, as far as I'm aware, and I could be wrong, was introduced as a charge for people who were, I guess, helping the Sanguinians. So through their actions and communications, were assisting them, but weren't necessarily on the island fighting.
Yeah,
Where
it's
is
in the
that?
legislation tab.
Where is that at? Like the
Most recent
legislation?
legislation tab.
Okay.
It's very simple, short and sweet
That
paragraph.
definitely sounds a little bit more fitting for what he did.
Yeah.
As much as I hate Carmine and want him to suffer,
Yeah.
Well, this says it's openly encouraging their actions via communications.
Yeah, that's the problem.
This isn't encouragement. This is assisting. This isn't just like, hey, go treasonous. This is, hey, here's some information. This is what they look like. This is what they're wearing. This is what they're driving. This is what they're preparing. This is how many we have. This is, that this is beyond just encouragement. It's aid. So I guess you could argue it's aid against the Sanguine Isle.
It's
But
like
do we have a
accessory after
definition
fact,
of
basically.
treason? I don't know if we have an official
Yes, we
definition of
do.
treason.
In the penal code, we do.
Hold
for
on.
sure.
Penal code?
my question is, did he send that picture to a treasonist?
He sent it to Mr. K. He never got treason.
So, technically,
So he's not an accessory?
Anything you should probably push for Mr. K more than Carmine.
that's
Two
kind of
wrongs
what
don't
I...
make a two wrongs don't make a right. Just because Mr. K didn't get charged doesn't mean Carmine gets dropped. If anything, we should charge him both, not neither.
Yeah,
I
I,
think-
mean, I think,
I
we
think
should,
this
I think
is-
we should push for 30 years on K. I do agree with that. Actually, you're right. Especially if you're reading what it says with treason.
This is part of the problem with no due process is that things slip through the cracks, or everybody has a different opinion on it, and then who's right in the end.
Well, the senator. That's who needs. I mean, that's the only person it can go through, right?
We should also talk to a lot of the officers who are involved in the due,
Oh,
not
God.
the due process, but the due process of
Who cuffed Carmine and all that? Because that's probably the best person to talk to. We should probably
Erin
have
would be good. She did 5 hours of just paperwork. She did
Carter?
a lot of paperwork. Yeah, she.
Okay,
That,
so we
that's
should
the
have
thing
Carter
that's really
speak
frustrating
with.
from the DOJ's because they're saying Pete did not do any paperwork, but I got Erin calling me saying she stayed up till like 5 o'clock in the morning, pushing out all the paperwork and documentation needed for DOJ. So I'm not sure where that's coming from.
So let's have Carter talk to us, I guess, for lack of a better term, and see what she thinks about what happens if she's the person that dealt with it firsthand. And if she feels like it's sedition over treason, we can go to sedition. And then as for who makes the judgment call on this stuff, because there's no due process, it's going to be the senator, right? It can't be a judge because there's no due process.
Yeah, Crane is currently also saying he got the outline by a judge, and he's trying to understand why it's treason, not sedition. So,
Well, how biased is the judge? Because I know a few judges are sitting on the other side of the fence right now and should probably be getting sedition themselves. There's a lot of judges that are pretty fucking encouraging of the treasonous behavior themselves. So I don't take that word very securely.
Okay.
What else is next, Dark?
Oh, okay. Let me put out the list. I mean, there was the okay, I'm just gonna go through the
Just
list.
come out with it. Come out with it. All of it. Just.
Yeah, that's why I
spit
think
it
going
out.
one by one is gonna be way too long. So if I just say it all, then at least all the information I've got, you guys have got too. Okay, so first on the list is Brian. Apparently, when instructed by the senator, but Brian, I guess, read this manga, which is a Japanese comic book, I was told, and without prior experience, built a bomb using the manufacturing facility they found in the villa and proceeded to blow up the island while we had officers MIA still. So that's point one. Hold on. We had Walter Christmas dressing up as an EMS with Class 2 weapons, and I assume in combat, and then snorting cocaine on the radio and saying, I understand now why the criminals do this. Okay, that was that one. Then, I mean, I think most people know about this one already, but the sending of an EMS armed with a C4 under the guise of giving Sanguine, or the remaining Sanguine defenders, medical aid and food, but instead planning to blow them up. There's that one too. On that one, when a officer overheard this and decided to question it, supposedly Brian Knight pulled a gun on that officer and said, "If you tell anybody about this, I will kill you." Then we had the prison shooting a few nights back, where Kyle Pred was unarmed and shot from the catwalk by Senator Davis and I learned today possibly Axel Justice.
That's a lie. Never shot Kyle Pred.
All right, let's focus on the stuff that happened on Sanguine Isle first and foremost, because that's kind of like one group that we can tackle at one time. Stuff that happened after we can tackle after. I know people are calling it war crimes, and we can debate the terminology all they want. People are going to call it what they're going to call it. So let's just move on with that argument already. First of all, we may be officers here in Los Santos, and before we went, we're officers, and now that we come back, we're officers. But over there, it's soldiers. It's a war led by the Senate. It's soldiers. So
I agree.
It may seem like a very minor adjustment in terms of speech, but that's what they're acting as. That's what we got to call them. The first thing, so Brian blew up the island. What does that entail? Like, what was the damage done? Like, where was the bomb placed? How big was it? Like, what did it blow up? Because I thought we've had people over there recently that
there
weren't
was
really supposed to. But what is actually blown up?
So what I got told, obviously, when I woke up from the hospital, is the bench was blown up. That's where the bomb was planted.
Okay, well, that seems reasonable.
Yeah, Brian's words initially to me were he blew up the island, and then when I asked for clarification, I guess he then said the room, but then apparently the villa's destroyed, so it was probably the whole villa.
I mean, Sweets is saying he was over there as recent as a couple days ago, and the villa needs to be searched, so it seems to be still there.
Okay. Regardless, we had officers MIA.
Mm-hmm.
Less noted to be in the villa. Right.
Okay. Well, let's just ask. We'll just ask Brian during the panel. Did you see anyone in there when you planted the bomb? Did you look around before you planted it?
What does that matter?
How is it not incredibly important if you saw someone or not?
I mean, if we had information that officers were last seen inside the villa and were missing in action, why would we blow up the villa?
We didn't blow up the villa. We've already established that. Sweets was over there 2 days ago and said the villa is intact and he needs to search it for radioactive material. We need to first assess what size was the bomb, what did the bomb blow up, and was anyone in that area? So we should ask the person who planted the bomb, no?
I think we should say that for the panel. That way we can
Yeah, that's
have
what I'm
the
saying.
facts.
I think we can speculate about this all we want, but until we know what the person saw who planted the bomb, it's kind of speculation at its most, right?
Right. Okay. I'll carry on with the things that happened on Sanguine. Apparently the senator and Axel, quite possibly, but given the footage, we know that the senator at least, I guess, threatened Ursula Leichenberg to delete the footage that she had filmed on the island.
Like to kill her or arrest?
As far as it's made aware, it's they would drop the treason charge if she deleted the footage. But then I guess when she informed them that she had uploaded it to the cloud, or at some point, the senator shot in the direction of Ursula Leichenberg.
Okay.
Good.
I mean, I'll be honest. I was there. Out in the second part of the conversation, I was helping out, speaking with Jaeger, who's just been getting treated. That's when the senator called from me, and when I showed up, she was in handcuffs. I was very livid at Ursula because I told her not to come, and I told her if she came down there, she could have been seriously hurt. And I was telling her, "What are you doing? This is not a good idea. You're about to go to jail for treason." And the senator was very livid. He was not very upset. He was very upset with her. And I did everything I could to save her life. And I'm glad she's alive today.
What did you have to do to stop him from shooting her? Just was he like going to do it, or was it like a kind of like? I mean, okay, let me.
The senator was convinced.
What I'm trying to get to is, was it like I'm gonna fucking kill her, and then he took out a gun and was like, I'm doing it, or is it like, man, I really want to kill her for doing that? Because I think everyone in this room would be behind bars if we talked about if we went to jail for trying to kill someone. You know, I've definitely said I want to kill Harvey Holden at least a dozen times this week alone, and if that puts me in jail, that puts me in jail. You know.
Yeah, I mean, what really sucks about the whole thing is I tried to defend Ursula and save her life, but I got thrown in the same sentence with the senator. He was very livid. He was seeing blood. I pulled him aside. I said, "Listen, enough bloodshed has been had. There is no reason to do anything here. Let her go. We're not going to push for treason. Enough people have died. Enough people have been hurt."
I think you should have pushed for treason. If she was there on the island disobeying direct orders from the state, the senator, high commands, commissioner, PD, EMS, doctors, every orifice, the state was saying, if you go over to that island, you will be charged with treason. It's beyond me why she didn't get charged with treason, to be honest. I don't care if she's trying to report the news. I don't care if she was objective. I don't care what she was trying to do. Going over there to report anything is by definition, treasonous by going over there. That's all it is. It's all it can be. And it's by the grace of God and the senator himself that he didn't charge her, because he could have.
1,000%.
I
And
agree.
I'm glad she's okay. There were definitely shots that were fired above her head, and that's the honest truth. He said, "Do you trust me?" I said, "I trust you." I just fought a war with a man. I've been there for 14 hours, hearing the sound of fucking drones going off, and we're just taking out 50 bodies out of the goddamn villa. So there was a lot going on, and all I wanted was for nobody to die anymore. Enough is enough. Enough bloodshed has been had, and it had to be stopped.
Was she armed?
She was cuffed.
So you had to save a woman from being shot in handcuffs from the senator? Are we hearing that right now?
I did everything I can to save her life.
No,
That's all I
you're
have to
such a
say.
hero, Axel. But why are we
I am.
having to
I
save?
am a war hero. Thank you.
Why are we having to save from the senator? Why are we having to do that?
Because the Senate is the law. That's why.
No, it sounds like the Senate is a murderous, dictatorous bastard.
And I'm gonna have a conversation with him because I do believe he's unhinged. I do believe that he has lost his mind slightly. I know that he means well and he wants to help out, but I feel like this conflict has definitely really affected him as a whole.
I don't care. I'll be honest.
Okay. Well, the senator is your boss's boss, and if you don't like it, then you should quit. That's how it is.
I'm not gonna roll over and quit to a dictator. I'll be honest.
Then we should come together and start pushing for legislations and laws within our city. So one can have absolute
Are you
power.
guys crazy? We're talking about a man who has absolute power over our entire department. This isn't a game of like, oh, maybe we can. If you want to start a movement, a public movement and protest, such as your right. But in this police department, we have bosses. And if you expect a deputy to listen to you without question, how can you say the same? How can you talk like this to a senator? How can you sit here and say, I question what the senator does, when you would be downright offended, and you are, about Brian himself, Dark? That's hypocritical. I don't
Because
care.
when we go out and face the consequences, the senator's not going to be there. When those people get out of jail and start killing officers over and over and over again, it's not going to be the senator on the front line fucking taking the brunt of the damage. It's not.
It's
gonna
not,
be us
but it's
every
always been that
single
way.
fucking
And this
day.
is the job we signed up for. There were people trying
And
to kill
cool,
us
we
before
have
that
the right
warden.
to not be
and there's
happy
gonna
about that and try and do something about it.
You can do what you want, but you can't speak ill about your superior officers. That's always been a rule in this police department. You can be frustrated, you cannot like the job, but the door has always been there. You're not here by force. The reality of the situation is we have bosses. That's my boss right there at the podium. He's your boss too. But his boss is saying do something. I'm not saying no, I'm saying when. If I don't have to like it, I can go home in my personal life and moan to my friends. I can go home and express my that I don't like it. But as long as I work here, I have to be okay with what I'm doing, or I should quit.
Then I guess I
I'm
should
not
quit.
sure. Okay.
Good luck.
Chief of
Let me
Police
please-
Elizabeth, come back over here. Elizabeth.
I'm not sure I agree with that, Owen. Honestly, if I did something psychotic, I would fully expect my rangers to question me. I would fully expect them to hold me accountable for my actions. And I would not fuss if they tried to hold me accountable for my actions. And I don't expect them to just up and quit if I start acting like a psychopath.
I guess the question comes down to, do I think what he did was unreasonable? Do you think he was acting like a psychopath? And from what I've heard, I don't. I think shooting over the head of someone it's stupid. I wouldn't do it, but it's not to the point where I would be insubordinate.
What about sending the EMS in with a bomb?
I think we should have done more. I think we should have taken a fan and put chlorine gas down there. I think if it makes you feel better to send 100 soldiers in there to die to 7 of them, that's great. But I'm not doing that shit. I think we should have taken more extreme measures. We should have collapsed the entire villa on them and everybody down there. I think as long as holdouts are happening, we're talking about a war, right? If a holdout happens in Maze Bank Tower, we're acting as police officers, and our rules of engagement are different and separate. I think when a holdout happens in a war, what do you expect to happen? How many officers' lives are worth not breaking what is a moral rule to you? To me, not a single life. I'm not going to sit here on my high horse and the high ground and say, I think we should have sent 100 people in, 50 people in, 30 people in, 20 people in. Tell me what number you're okay with dying to get 7 people out of a holdout with Dark, and I'll tell you what I think. How many people are you willing to sacrifice? How many soldiers are you willing to send in to die to their death to get 7 people out of a holdout?
Oh, and
What's the number?
I think you might be missing some information. Can I clarify?
Absolutely.
Okay. So what I was informed of, and this is directly from the EMS in question, Veronica Mars, when she was asked to volunteer, she was not given the information about what she was volunteering for. She was brought to the location. She was instructed that she was going under the guise that she would be giving them medical aid. But she would be given a block of C4 to bring in to the compound. Now, the issue with that is that when they were telling her what she was going to do, Bison walked up and overheard it. He opposed it. In turn, Brian Knight pulled out a gun. He did not aim it. He had it at his side. And he told Bison, if you say anything, I will effing kill you. Veronica was standing right there. What she told me was that she felt that if she declined this request, that she would be killed. And therein lies the problem.
Did she say she didn't want to do it at any point?
Not to them, because she had just heard them threaten someone who was opposed to it.
Was he opposed to it, or was he walking up unannounced into a private conversation in the middle of a war?
It's besides
I don't think
the
that
point.
matters.
It's not beside. I don't think it is. I think it's entirely reasonable for people to be apprehensive of people sneaking up and listening to a conversation that is very important to operational security. If you're planning an attack on someone, not everybody gets to know. It's that simple. When we conducted war operations, we conducted meetings about the war. Was everybody allowed in? Was everybody allowed to speak their piece and to hear? Absolutely not, because we don't know who's a sympathizer and who's not, or who would leak information and who wouldn't. Do I think Bison is a sympathizer? Absolutely not. But can I know that just from hearing footsteps approaching me? I don't agree with Bison. I don't agree with Brian threatening anybody, especially a fellow officer and at the time a soldier. I don't agree with that. To be very clear, it's wrong. He should have said, "Please leave. This is private," like we do in any other situation. However, I do understand being apprehensive about someone approaching you uninvited when suggesting a very important and potentially influential move that could end the holdout.
Oh no!
I mean, let's say it's not Bison. Let's say it's a doctor, an EMS,
I
a
like
deputy, or an
Svensson.
officer, or soldier, or whatever that Brian or the senator don't know. Let's say it's someone completely unknown to them.
Past tense.
What are the chances this person might call Kyle Pratt? You know, it's. I hate to say this because I am the sheriff of the Blaine County Sheriff's Office, but we have Kyle Pratt sympathizers in our fucking department. I'm working to remove them, and when they're caught, they will be fired. But there are people that would text or call Kyle Pratt and warn him if they found out that they were planning something. I'm not saying that Brian should threaten people. Absolutely not. Don't get it twisted. But I am saying I understand being apprehensive.
And I get that, but the fact of the matter is, he threatened someone in front of the person who he was actively instructing to do something. And that person, at that point, was under duress. She was being coerced into doing what she was doing.
I can see what you're saying, but it's a silent duress where they didn't even know she was in duress. I understand that she didn't feel comfortable.
How would they not know she's under... What?
So what the senator mentioned, Gil Morton, is he told her she's not coming back from this, and she still agreed to doing it.
If she was briefed about the whole thing and she didn't say anything about, I don't want to do this, or are you sure, then how could they know that she wasn't okay with it? She volunteered in the first place. Are they supposed to read her minds? I can understand that she felt pressured to and that she didn't want to say anything because she felt like there was an implication that she could end up like Bison, who was threatened. But she was asked as a volunteer in the first place. No, there's got to be a reasonable assumption that if you volunteered for something, you can back out.
I
I mean,
don't agree.
Regardless of what
fully don't
happened,
agree with
Sheriff,
that.
I was there, and I don't agree with the call, not because of what you're talking about exactly, because we didn't get that desperate. We didn't have to send somebody in there. I didn't think the idea was needed in the time because we had enough people around up holding the angles and ready to take them down if necessary. And I wish I was part of the conversation when this shit went down, so I can give them my input on the whole thing.
I wish I could have been there to suggest more extreme measures. I think the real tragedy is that we sent someone in at all. I wish we could have sent a fucking drone in. I wish we could have sent a robot in and a medic uniform.
So many times.
I wish we could have sent.
The door was locked.
I wish we could have sent a bomb in there. I don't care how many of them have to die. I would rather preserve life in a war. If you ask me, is one person's life worth the life of 20 potential soldiers going down after her with guns? Absolutely. If she was unwilling, that changes a lot. But from what I'm hearing, it's a wartime scenario. It's a high pressure scenario where these situations, we're analyzing them from the safety of a conference room 1,000 miles away from where it happened. It's hard to imagine that they were as cognizant as, that Brian and the senator were as cognizant of feelings and emotions as we are right now. I'm not saying they're blameless, but I'm saying it's hard to take everything into account when we're sitting here in a conference room in complete and utter safety, and they were in the middle of a war with combatants mere feet below them.
I mean, I understand what you're saying completely, Sheriff. And I see that side completely. I see the other side of, sending an EMS there as well, too. The thing about it, it was war. And
it is war. And
we were in there for 15 hours. 15 hours. And for the 4.5 hours at the villa, the constant shelling and the drones going off and the bombs exploding and the machine gun fire, it's hard to expect people to be completely 1,000% rational, or to come up with the perfect plan and preserve the most life possible. There was a lot going on. We tried to make the best out of it. And a lot of people did a lot of different things that most of us maybe don't agree with, but it made a difference in the battlefield.
And it's really easy to sit here now after the war and pick it apart and use the words of a literal terrorist against those that did it.
I beg your pardon, I never spoke to any terrorists.
I'm not saying you did.
Who's the terrorist?
Well, I know the terrorist's been pretty active in prison.
I'm taking the word of an officer and an EMS. People who were directly involved.
Absolutely, and I'm glad you are.
What are you insinuating?
I know there's people in PD that are taking the word of a terrorist over words of officers or words of soldiers, people that are on our side, people that aren't even giving the benefit of the doubt to the people that lead this police department.
I mean, I've had a lot of people who should talk to me behind my back without even having a simple conversation with me at all. We're seeing things on Twitter, hearing people talk about what I did without even talking to me and understanding my perspective. It happens. I just wish people would just come to the source and talk to them. But I know not everybody's doing that. Some people are. The people that care about the truth, the people that care about the facts are doing that because they care. Other people, they just want to push a narrative because they're mad at somebody or they're upset with something.
What are we doing here? If people want to talk about us, and they can do so. I don't think we should care about that. I'll be honest.
I mean, I don't. That's why I'm talking to you about it, right? That's what I'm
Yeah,
just,
but that's
if I really
what-
cared, I would have punished people by now, right?
Yeah, okay. I think we need to get back to the point this was brought up, which was what Brian and the senator did was a war crime. And I do not want a war criminal as a sergeant in our police department.
I mean, like I said, we can define war crime all you want. We can call it immoral, whatever. The whole what is a war crime is going to get beaten to death in the next couple of days if it hasn't already.
Sure.
The way I see it, the way their uniform was described to me from Stubble, the medics were wearing blue camo, and they're not wearing a medic's uniform. They're wearing blue camo, which is closer to a Navy uniform, if anything. However, I know that there was an agreement made between the Sanguinian terrorists and the state's military force not to shoot medics. However, the way I see things, according to Stubble, the medics were shot at first. If I'm in a war and I shoot at the enemy side, I don't care what agreements are made. As soon as you fire a bullet at the medics, all bets are off. If we're in a war, and let's say, for example, it's a dark versus fence in war. My side's wearing one color, your side's wearing another. We've decided not to shoot each other. As soon as one of my people shoots at yours, all agreements are off. All agreements are off. I cannot. It's crazy to expect people to uphold an agreement. Also, for the sake of the matter, these are Los Santos and San Andreas medics, not Sanguinian. There's no oath of, as far as I know, EMS don't even sign an oath of, what is it, like the doctor's oath? They don't sign that here. Anyway, my point is, we don't owe them any medical help at all. And once they breach the agreement and they start shooting at our medics, why would they ever expect us to hold that up on our end of the bargain? I know if I was a medic and I pledged to, be impartial and help both sides, as soon as the other side shot at me, I would be not helping them anymore. In fact, I'd pick up a gun.
I mean, I even talked to the medic and the senator to allow them to treat the opposition, because in the previous war, apparently, the Sandy Shores one, and some of them got treason in the past for doing their job.
I remember that.
Yeah, the senator said, like, from pretty early on that the people of Sanguine would be getting treatment and they'd be provided and cared for, like, 95. That was, like, a big thing.
But as soon as you shoot at the medics, you have to know that agreement's off.
And are you 100% positive that they shot at the medics prior to Walter false flagging?
According to Stubble, that's what Stubble said, and I listened 100%.
Walter was.
I haven't heard Stubble
some
speak,
point,
so.
Walter was some point after I went down, which was the connection of phase 1 and 2. So 2 to 3 hours into the fight. Phase 1, the north side of the island, there was a fishing village on the northeast. And originally there was Jenny Hall and 3 other EMS, all acting in EMS capacity
awkward spot.
in a Humvee, and they were picking up wounded officers, and they were bringing them from that battle over there all the way back to the triage at the airstrip. And Jenny has said, and the other EMS as well, that they received sniper and RPG fire pretty much instantly. They were taking fire in that phase 1. Now, the word I got from Walter was he was involved in phase 3. I don't know if he was in phase 2, but it's something like a 3 or 4 hour gap.
So how long would you estimate between the first salvo of shots at EMS and then fucking Walter arriving? Like an hour, 2?
No idea. Probably longer than 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah.
But Axel might be able to know because he was there the whole time. Right?
The first time I saw Walter is when we got to the villa.
And that was deep in, right? Like
that was 7.5 hours into the battlefield. So it took us
phase
a while.
1 was the longest phase, right?
Yeah, that
not
was like
including
3.5
however long
hours.
y'all were in that bunker. Phase 1 was a long, long time. And on phase 1, we only had 4 medics on the island, and those 4 were getting shot at. And that's when Jenny gave her class 2 to one of the EMS to have on her back as protection in case they needed to defend themselves. She never actually held it in her own hands. And then Jenny had another gun as well. So they had guns on their back, in case they got fired at, but they never used
I mean,
them.
we trained them with
They
guns
had to be
before they
fired back.
left. I know that
we
very
did.
much.
We did. It
We
was
trained
we
them
armed
to
them. We
defend
trained
themselves.
them. I thought,
Yeah.
to be honest, before the wartime meetings before the weekends was the plan I heard anyways was to embed EMS inside squads and they would fight alongside us. I know that changed with the agreement, but I mean, the way I see things is it's the state of San Andreas and every government entity versus the Sanguinian terrorists. If they're going to shoot at our EMS despite the agreement, then why would they expect us to uphold that? And I'll be even more blunt. I think sending an EMS under the guise of medical help in there to bomb them is deceptive. I think it's deceptive and it's an outright lie, but I don't think it's immoral. The only immoral part would have been if she objected to it. And it sounds like she may have silently objected to it, but I'm struggling to find blame for them not to. I mean, I see both sides. I see why Brian and the senator sent her in. I can see why she felt pressured to. It's hard to assign blame there because she was a volunteer and she didn't speak up and she didn't say no and they didn't threaten her. But I can understand
because
that they threatened
Bryson
someone else.
spoke up in front of her.
Right, and I can
he
understand.
got threatened.
Right, but yeah, that's where I'm at on that. I think we're at a disagreement there. But do I think? I mean, okay, we've all been in holdouts, right? All of us, several times in Los Santos.
Mm-hmm.
For every 5 criminals holed up in a one-way, hallway, where they can shoot down the hallway, how many cops on average you think have to die to get them out of that? I'd say for every 5 criminals, maybe 10, maybe 20 cops. Depends on the day. Depends on how good they are. Depends on how much ammo they have. I think sending one person in with a bomb, it's a mercy. To die. But how many cops would have been sent in with guns to die? The alternative, Dart.
We'll try that before. So to give you some context as well.
I mean, how many people need to go down that death funnel to make it okay to send one person with a bomb? How many dozens of cops need to go down that hallway and die to make it okay to send one person in with a bomb? How many dozens?
3 times a death cord.
How many dozens need to go down there and die to make it okay to send one person with a bomb?
If you think that he felt he didn't do anything wrong, the senator, then why do I have people from EMS telling me that he wanted to leave them behind when they were going to leave the island?
I don't know.
Why did the EMS have to beg?
Have we heard his side? Did he even say that? Have we heard him out? Do we know what his side of the events are?
I'm pretty sure that I said when we're taking everybody with us, Game Warden. I said on the radio that everybody, including Veronica, is coming back with us. I don't care. We're not leaving. I said that on the radio because a lot of people.
You said that.
I said that. I'm not sure what the senator did, but I can tell you that when people thought we're not going to do anything as far as trying to save Veronica when she's stuck in there, I made sure on the radio to tell everybody that we're going to do everything we can to get her out of there. We're not leaving without her.
Oh my god, I can't believe this is happening.
Okay. The chief of EMS told me that when she was trying to get her medic back, she was told by the senator that they had gotten all the officers out and they didn't care about anyone else. I realize that you said something different, Axel, but the fact that the senator wanted to leave her there tells me something that he felt on his conscience was not right.
I think that's a pretty bold assumption if you haven't spoken to him, because the
I think we
two
should
things
talk
you've
to him about
said so
that. You're
far
right,
are
yeah.
both differently phrased. The first thing you said is he wanted to leave the EMS. The second thing is he said he got all the cops. Let's go. Those are two very different statements that have two different
they're the
meanings.
same thing.
And no, it's not. It's actually not. Believe it or not. Well, you're assuming his intention is to leave everybody who's not a cop, thereby intentionally leaving medics. There is also a possible assumption, one that doesn't carry so much of a sinister assumption, that maybe he just forgot, or maybe he thought they were already gotten.
When he
Maybe
was being asked specifically?
Maybe he assumed only cops were down there.
I think we should really talk to him and get his perspective.
I think
on
we should
things.
hear. I think we owe our boss's boss the benefit of the doubt to at least explain himself before we're ready to condemn him.
And I think we owe the chief of EMS a conversation as well.
Absolutely.
I had one with Veronica. I tried to get a hold of Kiki. I couldn't find her. And I told her exactly what happened, Game Warden, as far as my perspective. And I told them that I still don't agree with the fact that we sent the EMS in there. Hell, it should have been me. I wish it was me that was sent in there and did it instead of the EMS.
Objectively, it doesn't matter who it is. I mean, I guess it does. I mean, I wouldn't trade the leader of the operation for a soldier. That's just, I hate to be so blunt, but that's tactics. You can't send the general in when you have a soldier ready to do the same, as long as both are consenting. What I'm trying to say is, I struggle to understand the perspective that it would have been better to send 50 cops into a funnel where we know we'll lose 30% of them or 40%, thus killing 15, 20 officers in the process, versus sending one willing participant. The big question seems to be, was she truly willing? And was Brian and the senator aware of that? And did they send her in against her will? That's the only moral objection I have.
I think importantly here, at least from my perspective, is regardless of whether we want to consider this a war crime or whatnot, Brian Knight was complacent in putting a bomb on an EMS and sending them to die. That is a fact. And I do not want that as a part of PD.
Yeah, I should just get him 2 bombs. One should have been on a dead man switch. That's the real mistake.
Okay, I'll ask you another question. If Brian Knight had done this on Los Santos shores, would you say the same thing?
It depends. Are we at wartime? Are there 8 terrorists holed up with rockets and guns in a position that is fortified and entrenched, where it'll take 30 to 40 cops that must die to get them out? If the answer is yes, then absolutely.
And if the answer is no, so if he's acting in his capacity as a police officer and he does this,
if he's acting in his capacity as a police officer, then no. I don't
why?
think he should have done it. Because we're police officers, we're peacekeepers in that essence.
Right.
And we have other
and
tactics to deal with stuff.
Right
We're not
now,
we're not dealing with terrorists that have rockets, hopefully.
yeah, that's fine. I'm not talking about him as a soldier. I'm talking about him as a police officer.
Mm-hmm.
And I do not feel that he is, given he made that decision and was complacent in it, I do not trust him as a police officer.
Has he demonstrated that he wants to do the same as a police officer, or are we assuming that because he did it as a soldier, he'll do it
I
as a
think
police
that's
officer?
unimportant.
Because I got bad news. What I did overseas, what Luca did, what Raven did, what Snow did, is way worse than whatever bullshit this is. And I guess we shouldn't be cops either.
Listen, if you don't want to be a cop, that's up to you. But right now, I'm talking.
I'm happy to be a cop, but I'm saying I think Brian, much like myself, can separate being a soldier and being a police officer until he's demonstrated the ability not to. I don't think we need to assume that he's broken now that he was a soldier and can't go back to civilian life. And that's a pretty bold assumption.
Right, but it's not about civilian life. It's not about whether he's broken or not. It's the fact that he's done it once.
And I've done worse. Do you want to fire me? Have I ever, despite all my time overseas, despite all I did, have I ever demonstrated the inability to be a police officer to you?
No.
Then why are we doing the same for Brian without giving him a chance?
Okay, so what you're saying is, hold on.
For me, when it go ahead.
I need to get you a whole perspective here. So you're saying we as a police department should not consider anything they did over on the island as soldiers, as you say, as part of their employment as a police officer.
You can consider it, but you can't fire him outright.
Why
can
not?
Consider what they did, but you shouldn't fire him before he has a chance to prove that he's broken. You know,
I don't care if he's broken or not.
When's the last time Snow blew up a couple civilians with an Apache in Los Santos? The answer is never. But he did do that overseas. I saw him do it. Do I
Civilians?
Unarmed
assume? There were
civilians?
arms, but yeah, armed civilians.
No,
Terrorists,
unarmed.
you mean?
I wish it was that black and white.
What?
The rules aren't that simple. We're police officers in Los Santos. The rules of engagements are pretty simple. They have a gun at you,
I'm
shoot
sorry.
them.
No. I think that us, as soldiers over there, should be held to a slightly higher standard than a bunch of terrorists in a hole.
I agree we
Personally.
should be held to a higher standard. But what you do as a soldier, I'm not going to fire someone for. The rules of engagement are different. Like the senator said himself, if you find drugs on somebody and you want to do it you have permission to do so if you think it'll help you, right? I'm not going to sit here and fire them for doing that now. That feels. You can't change the rules for the circumstances of a war and then change them back to fire them the next day.
Nobody changed any rules. The senators, it was the Senate. Listen, I don't care. As far as I'm concerned, we can judge a person's ability and whether or not we want them as a police officer based on their actions, regardless whether those actions occurred at war or at home.
The question seems to be.
The thing about it, though, Dark, though, I mean, in the SimCon light, then we should have fired everyone in that room that clapped for no war crimes when the Senator announced at the meeting. And Bison was there as well, too, who cheered for it, too. So should we fire everybody that has that kind of belief?
Did anybody actually do anything, though? We're not about actions here.
But you're talking about morals and principles and values, right? Isn't that fucked up to cheer for no war crimes? You'd want
Sure, it's
somebody
fucked
who is
up.
that-
What?
Yeah, it is.
Cheering
but
for no war crimes?
Well, the phrasing is difficult here, Axel. What he's saying is the senator announced there's no such thing as a war crime. Let's give it to him, and people cheer. Not like they were cheering that there were no war crimes successfully. Bison, amongst the many others, were cheering that the perspective that there was no way they would get charged with war crimes because they didn't exist prior to the war.
Okay,
That's
but we are comparing somebody cheering, which I agree is bad, to someone being complacent and placing a bomb on an EMS. That's what we're comparing right now.
You can say EMS all you want, but at that time they're a soldier. I mean, they've been shot at. They were carrying a weapon. They were a medic. You can call them a medic if you prefer.
Okay,
but I think
medic.
calling it EMS is doing it a disservice. It's manipulating the language.
Right, sure, but regardless, we're comparing apples and oranges. We're talking about people's actions overseas. I just don't think we can.
That's what makes the whole thing, messy and complicated. Is because
let me try a
it's
more
Senate
direct
war,
analogy,
not a
if
PD
that's
war,
okay.
right?
Let me try a more direct analogy. During the war, our people who are prior police officers, then soldiers, now police officers again, did things over there they would not be allowed to do over here, right? Many of them, almost all of them. They carried weapons they weren't supposed to. They used equipment in ways they weren't supposed to. They engaged in rules of engagements they weren't really meant to. I mean, we were behind the turrets of tanks, blowing people up just for carrying a weapon. Now, are we going to hold that against them over here? Who is the gunners of many of these weapons? Are we afraid about their judgment now? Because now that they're a cop again?
I think again we're comparing apples and oranges here. We had people who signed up for a war with armed combatants, and they engaged in that war as expected. Throwing a bomb on a medic, it was not what was expected of them, right?
Maybe not what you expected, but it's a war, Dark. People, this isn't
okay, but it's also a war crime.
It's not definitively. I mean, I don't want to get into the argument of a war crime, but it's definitively not a war crime to put a bomb on a suicide. I mean, for lack of a better term, a suicide bomb is not a war crime.
Also, what I remember when they explained the plan, when I asked them afterwards what the fuck happened, the way it explained to me, the EMS was supposed to go in there while treating one of their bodies, was supposed to next to them place the bomb, then run out, and then have everybody inside explode. That was the original plan as far as I've been told. Now, obviously, this is something I heard from Brian, the senator, but we'll have to talk to them exactly and figure out what exactly what they're thinking of in the time when this happened. Only we don't have that full story yet. We only have the EMS side of things and a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Okay. Well, I guess what I'm trying to illustrate, and we may be understanding each other at this point, but just disagree, which is fine. We should just wait for the panel and wait for the senator, because that's probably gonna. Well, we can discuss what we think happened as much as we want, but most of what we have is at best secondhand opinions, and at worst third. So we should get the senator in here to explain what he said to the EMS in terms of we should leave them, or we got everyone we wanted, or whatever. We should get Brian here to explain whether he thought the EMS was under pressure or was coerced or whatever. But As far as do I think Brian should be terminated for something he did at a wartime? No, because I think the standards of war are different. And because he adapted to the standards of war doesn't mean he won't unadapt when he comes back to Los Santos. That's an assumption that I'm not comfortable making to terminate someone. Listen, I'll be blunt. I don't like Brian. For 3 months ago, he confessed that he had murdered people in the name of the chief of police, Bobby Smith, and he gotten away with it. And the statute of limitations had elapsed. He joked about killing Cody Sharp. He was proud of that. Do I like Brian? No. Do I think he's a good guy? Absolutely not. I think he's a giant piece of shit. But do I have a problem with what he did in this specific instance? I'm not so sure yet. I want to hear his side.
There are a lot of people who have a problem with what he did.
Have any of them spoken to
And
him?
that's. I think some of them have, yes.
Part of the problem. You know what? I'll wait for the panel.
We're missing the chief of police and Toretti. They both have quit.
Toretti quit, boss. I hate to keep bringing it up.
Elizabeth seems like I don't know. I'm trying to bring her back, but it seems like she has quit. So,
all right. Well, can I say some things?
Absolutely.
There's been a lot of jumping around hoops and metaphors and comparisons and consequences and apples to oranges and all that bullshit, but it really isn't like black and white. It's really fucking tough because, like you said, Axel, both sides, right? They got points. At the end of the day, Owen could say, yeah, a lot of the boys, they used to do a lot of fucked up shit way back, and I think it's very easy to disconnect wherever the NATO operations were, and it was far east or west, it was other side of the goddamn planet. But I think what makes this whole operation so much more like up close is it was a 3-minute boat ride, and it wasn't against random terrorists that we never met before. It was people fighting for Sanguine that are citizens of San Andreas, and we weren't just using soldiers, we were using medical personnel and EMS doctors and whatnot in that
Come
fight.
on, Stubble,
We might have
please.
originally thought, let's put the medics in the squads, but then we said, let's put the medics outside of the fighting, and we'll have them established as medics that are not involved in the conflict. But I wasn't there. Owen wasn't there. Doc, you went down shortly after me, and Tessa, I don't believe you were there. Axel's the only person that can really say what happened. But things got really bad, right? That's why these things happen. And there were a lot of plans, there were contingencies, and a lot of them failed. Whatever happened on the island was not the initial plan that I spent a long time trying to get in a certain way. It all fell apart. And I don't know. It's very easy to say, yes, Brian, he did a colossal fuck up, and it was very wrong, and it's hard to keep him employed because it's like, yes, he's acting as a soldier, but he's still a sergeant in the PD, because it's this weird gray area where the Senate decided to militarize the police department and send us over to do an operation on a foreign soil when that should have been the job of the military. We never should have been asked. Actually, you and the Senator never should have come to me as an undersheriff and the leader of the HVTU and said, I need you to run an operation. We're going to militarize the PD. We're going to get a bunch of equipment, and we're going to invade a foreign soil. This never should have happened.
Yeah, I mean, I had that conversation with him. I mean, I didn't agree with
the military should have done. You shouldn't have been on that island. I shouldn't have been. Bobby Boulderman shouldn't have been, right? But the shit reality is, that's what the Senator decided to do, and here we are. We're gonna pick up the fucking pieces, and it's were we operating as members of the PD in a military operation, or were we operating as soldiers of the military? And I don't think we have that answer right now. So it's kind of hard to say, can we fire Brian and Walter? I'm very, very tempted to push for their firing because they're fucking psychopaths, but were they psychopaths in that operation? They did what they needed to do to survive. Like Axel said, Walter, he changed the tide, but he saved a lot of lives. He got rid of a lot of people that shot at our friends, shot at our co-workers. But it's like, did he do that as a soldier that was false flagging as an EMS? Or did he do that as an officer in a police operation that's false flagging as an EMS? Because like Owen said, half the things that they did over there We'd never do here. It's not the Lost War where it's on San Andreas soil, it's somewhere else. So we have to do what Owen said and do that panel and hear those sides. And we need to, as High Command, decide what was this? Was this a PD operation where we were militarized, or was this a military operation? Because right now we have a lot of different opinions. And that's just on the internal punishments on a few of our members. I'm not even going into the whole shit with the senator that we were talking about earlier. And the shit with the public and the DOC. The entire government, as it's built up right now, is in a colossal shit show. And if we make any mistakes over the next few weeks, it could all crack and fall apart. I don't know if you've noticed, but instead of us being unified as San Andreas against the terrorists, it's kind of everybody going at each other.
Yeah, they may be behind bars, but their tendrils are stretching between us.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot of people are trying to heal the divide right now. In fact, they're trying to make it even bigger so they can conquer. When people are divided, when people are weak, they're not really strong and united. They can attack much easier.
The way I see it is they may have lost the war, but they're trying to win an information one. They're trying to break us apart. And I regret Reed leaving. I wish I hadn't been so confrontational, but I stand by what I said. The senator is our boss's boss. And if we don't like it, our recourse is to quit and protest, not undermine him. It's unprofessional.
I don't agree with that. I'm going to have to say, like, I kind of agree with Reed. Like, yes, the legislation says he's all the power, and the legislation says he can fire and do whatever the fuck he wants. But at the end of the day, if he's acting kind of like outside his purview as a sane person, then it's kind of our responsibility.
But do you think he was acting insane? I haven't seen any information that makes me think he's acting insane.
We're only talking about things
I
like
haven't
San
heard him
Andreas.
out.
Why was he on a rooftop with a machine gun and he gunned down unarmed people inside a gem pod? I had a sergeant in the DOC do that.
Didn't Axel
Somebody
just
threw
say
a
that's
shoe
not
at
what
her.
happens?
Axel said that he didn't do that.
Axel said he didn't.
So no, hey, the senator definitely shot Kyle Fred.
Why?
Okay.
Because Kyle Fred said, "What are you gonna do up there? Sit there and shoot me?" And he shot him.
No.
Yeah, he got
baited.
He got baited 100%. I only shot the prisoner that I told, if you throw that shoe, because I was on the edge, he was trying to knock me off the edge, I'm gonna shoot you. And I warned him multiple times. He said, "Fuck you," for saying Queen. Threw the shoe in my face. I shot him.
Oh, so you shot one too?
It sounds like the
Not
same
Fred.
situation.
In the same situation, yeah, because they're throwing shoes up there.
Right.
Shoes.
I mean,
I
mean,
was about to
we
bring
have-
up
we
how I
have
fired a
preached that-
DOC sergeant for doing that. So that's.
Yeah, that wasn't a very good point, Axel. I'll be honest.
I've shot someone for someone to shoot me
I
in
mean,
prison before.
it was
but
that
it was during a
fault, the
riot,
goddamn fucking
and I wasn't on
ledge.
the roof.
If I fell down there, they would have ate me. They would have fucking all
Okay,
ate me.
were
for
you
sure.
gonna fall down?
I was on the
If
edge.
you got
yeah.
hit? Was there like a railing or anything?
I got fucking whacked in my head. Yeah.
Was there a railing, Axel?
I mean, there was, but I was on the edge of it because
You stepped away from the railing.
You think you could have maybe like stepped back from the railing so you wouldn't have fallen in when you saw the shoe?
Do we have any more information on the senator to convince Owen that he's a fucking psycho?
What are you trying to say exactly?
Like, I'm just thinking, if the threat is getting hit with a shoe and falling into prison and getting beaten up, wouldn't getting away from the railing just negate that entirely versus shooting the person?
Yeah, that's some wishful thinking, Sheriff.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I've definitely shot a prisoner for throwing a shoe, but I was on the ground. It was during a breach in the showers, and it looked like a fucking tear gas grenade. So I think the situation needs a little bit of examining. If the senator's shooting people from a rooftop with a machine gun for simply speaking to him, that's something I don't agree with. But again, I'm going to wait to hear it from him and question him on it before I'm willing to speak out against him, especially to subordinates.
I mean, I've been seeing him since then. Ever since that incident happened, he told me to drop him off, and that's what I did. So I'm having a conversation with him one-on-one regarding everything as far as what happened. So I'm hoping that it can lead to something good, because when all this bullshit has been going on, I think the most important thing is we just need to learn from this and learn from either the mistakes or things that happen, so we can build a better government, in my opinion, in the future that is more well equipped to handle something like this if it happens. So people just don't turn on each other, and then somebody has to fall on the sword for things to get better.
Out of curiosity, I'd like to get the room's opinion on this. Did the senator, through his actions, attempt to murder Kyle Pred?
I mean,
not during
wasn't
wartime, not on Sanguine, in Los Santos. Did he try and kill Kyle Pred?
That's a question you have to ask him. He did say
We're
give him
asking
medical
you.
after.
I'm going to side with Dark here and say he's asking you directly. In your opinion, as a police officer, was it murder? You saw it
But
happen,
he's
right?
not here, so we can't speak out against him.
Who isn't here?
The senator.
No, but Dark is asking Axel if what he saw looked to be attempted murder.
Yes.
If you want to go by the law, I would say yes.
Right. So we have. This is. Listen, I really want to be on the same page as everyone, and so this is my perspective coming through here. We have a senator actively committing crimes in Los Santos.
I don't think we're gonna be able to talk to him.
Why?
Why?
What have you seen?
Libby just texted me and said a senator just died to PD.
To
What?
PD? Like,
I guess? I don't know. I don't have
What?
context. I don't even know if it's him.
Why is Cap Terranova saying
400. What's the status of Miss Monroe?
long live the Senate? What the
Ocean
fuck?
King.
Yeah, what happened?
I think Leo attacked somebody, so he was shot down.
Okay, what's the situation with the senator?
Unsure.
Are you talking about the city hall senator situation?
Possibly yes. I've been in a meeting.
That was possibly a fake senator, and he got shot down because he stabbed an officer and took somebody, an EMS hostage, and then tried to escape the vehicle given to him, and they shot him down.
Oh, for fuck's sake! All right, 10-4, thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Apparently, it was a fake
It's
senator.
a fake senator. It's not Pumbig.
Okay, so all right.
Anyway,
I thought it was unusual that a senator got attacked and didn't hop into a tank.
Yeah. My point there being, if we have a senator committing crimes, you know, at what point do we at least start questioning the guy? Listen, I understand.
I'm happy to question him at this point.
I'm on about questioning him as a
if I were
as
there,
a
I would have tried
leader.
to arrest him.
I wanted
Yeah.
to shoot him, but I'll be honest, he is the law by definition, legislation, and I would have been committing attempted murder myself, and I would have been thrown in the
You
prison.
don't have to shoot him to place him under arrest, Axel.
Well, when I saw him do that, I thought to myself, how do I stop him? How the fuck do I stop him? Because it says in the legislation, the Senate is the law.
Yeah, that doesn't mean he can break the law.
Well, when I've been told they've RPG'd and tanked people in the past and got
Yeah,
away with it.
Brosi did take a tank to. You remember that, right? Dark Jamestown Street.
Yeah, I heard it again today. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a historical basis that the senators can't just kill people.
So I think
I
Axel,
don't know if he can.
We've never challenged it, to be blunt.
I'm reading it, and it does not say he's the law.
I just want to make a point here.
It says he has unlimited power.
The commissioner himself has just said, essentially, Axel, I don't want to speak for you here, and it's not. I'm not trying to put you down here.
I'll tell him that to him. If I get fired because I've told that to my boss, by all means. I mean,
listen. What I'm trying to say is, you were afraid to do anything against the Senate because of this legislation and the way he's been acting. So we have the commissioner of the police department who is afraid of the Senate and their actions because you were afraid that you could get killed by the Senate.
I mean, I've read the legislation just now. I think Stubble's going to say the same. There is nothing that exempts him from the law. It just says he can make the law and terminate any government employee at any
We might be getting somewhere.
Yeah. He can change the definition of murder to no longer include him, but as he hasn't done that, he is still subject to it, the way I read it.
What if he says, if you try to arrest me, you're fired, and he fires all of us? What happens
Well, isn't
next?
that? I mean, that's something that I think we had. Who did that like 3 months ago, 4 months ago, right? Didn't that happen literally? Like, who was it? It was someone in high command, right?
Huh?
They fired someone for trying to arrest them.
Ooh,
Didn't that
yeah.
happen? Am I wrong?
Dog thing. Yeah.
Was it the dog thing? Was it
Yeah.
Wrangler?
Yeah, I think it was Wrangler. Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So I guess we
Pretty sure
have
that whole thing. Yeah.
How did that go? What was our decision there?
Restructure.
So we didn't really get an answer.
Yeah, we get a book closed. Train crash.
Well, generally speaking, I think if you try to fire someone who's trying to arrest you, they probably still arrest you. I think that's. I wouldn't listen. If I went to, let's say, Axel tried to murder Dark right here, right now. I saw it happen. If you tried to fire me, I would still arrest you. I mean, I guess that comes down to like if you took my keys while I was doing it, then it becomes a little complicated, and I don't know how I'd handle that, but I would still arrest you until I was no longer capable.
So, do we arrest the senator for attempted murder? I know Bundy took some evidence.
The way I'm reading the law, we should. I'm basing this all off of what you
It
said.
was Harvey that took the evidence.
Yeah, he's got
All
the
right.
report.
Okay. Well, there's a report up. Even better. What is your report number?
If you type
And
in
we
Fred,
charge
then it'll-
Axel
it's
for
like Fred gets
accomplice.
shot. Investigative report, not incident.
Like the
Two
key would be
birds,
to
one
get him in
stone.
handcuffs so fast that he couldn't open the MDW and write a legislation to exempt himself before we got him, you know? Because if he did that, then technically, I mean, this sounds very childish and very like silly, like the rules are made up, but that would be what he's allowed to do. He's capable of, given his power. But as long as we prevented him from doing that, I don't know if there's a precedent for being able to speak stuff in the law. He'd have to write it down first. I don't know. I'm honestly just trying to feel this out as I'm talking.
No, yeah, it's I think, to be honest, that the shooting was one of the first things I heard, and then the bomb situation, and then the Ursula situation. So, from my perspective, obviously, again, I haven't spoken to the guy, but from my perspective, from what I've heard, the senator is not a very professional word, but unhinged. So that's why I am judging more harshly any actions that officers took over there, because clearly the guy that sent us over there and was, I guess, leading over there was is either not in the right state of frame of mind or is just a psychopath. And so,
I mean, it's not as I don't feel as comfortable saying that because he did something wrong, he always has been broken. I mean, I've known Pumbig or Senator Davis for more than a year, and he never seemed off to me. He seemed aggressive. He seemed brutish, brash, even very direct. But I've never considered him like unhinged or unstable until I heard he tried to murder someone over the weekend. I guess it's not for me. It's not like because of what he did on Saturday or what he did on the weekend makes everything in the war questionable. It's more like we should handle things as they happen, as individual scenarios, and we shouldn't jump to conclusions about the whole situation before we know we have him in cuffs. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, we should have a conversation with them. And then, based on the report, the statements, everything, we push for a charge.
Yeah.
What happens if he gets convicted?
Then he goes to jail for attempted murder, and then he gets back out again. And I assume he's still in his position. So Axel's about to get fired, and so are we. But
Yeah,
that's right, I guess.
I'm probably gonna lose my job doing this, but at least we're doing the right thing.
He can't fire all of High Command, can he?
He can.
Yes,
I mean, he can, but
he's got
will he?
supreme. He's got supreme power. But
What's he
like
gonna
I
do?
said,
Fire every cop?
we are David setting up to Goliath, and we're trying to do the right thing here. And he's gonna challenge everything. So if you try to take him down, if you're gonna swing your dick at the big boss, he's gonna swing just as hard as back. So get ready for that too.
Well, if he truly is what I believe to be a rational person, he'll submit to the handcuffs or detainment. We don't have to handcuff him if he's compliant. And he'll be interviewed about it and either admit to it or plead out. And things can go civilly, potentially.
Yeah. We should probably get Corinne involved, unless y'all don't feel like we can trust him in this matter. But I feel like you should know about this if we're going to proceed forward. The next time we're supposed to meet with the senator was supposed to be on Friday for the ceremony for the medals.
What time is the ceremony?
Not scheduled yet. Obviously, I got to talk to
Because
the
I was looking at
needs to be after
scheduling
funerals.
Yeah, I was trying to schedule the funerals for Friday.
Funerals first.
And then we should do a Sunday then, if that's the case, or maybe a day where
We could do it like hours after, because I was looking at 4 Eastern for the SDSO funerals.
I don't want to take away from the funeral. That's all, because
I understand. Yeah.
unless you guys are okay with something like that.
I mean, it's war related, I guess. It wouldn't be the worst. I wouldn't want to do it anywhere near it. I'd like to do the funerals and give an hour break at least until that, but we could just do it Monday. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
All right, then we'll push for Monday then, being the ceremony. A lot of people will be given medals for their heroic effort, of course.
And you want to arrest him at the ceremony?
After he's done giving out the medals, probably, yeah.
All right.
What? I mean, listen. I do
what
think.
if we approach this rationally and said, Senator Davis, we suspect you may have committed a crime, and one of us is a witness to it. We're issuing a warrant for your arrest. And just told him to come in and speak with us to handle it versus publicly ambushing him at a ceremony.
I mean, if he shows up before that, absolutely, I'm all for it. I'm just telling you the next time we're supposed to meet. That was
Well, I think we should.
time.
I think if he's going to be the senator either way after he gets out of jail for 45 months or whatever, we should probably be as civil as possible with him and just say, here's our intent to arrest you. You've broken the law. And if he resists, then we have to do what we got to do. But hopefully he'll come quietly and we don't have to do it publicly.
I'm okay with that. And I'll reach out to him to see when he can show up as soon as possible so we can expedite this conversation. There's also one more thing, the press release that we want to give out to the public. I've, made a statement in there as well in the High Command chat. I know, Dirk, you added your part as well, but most of us are agreeing to not discuss the EMS thing or the false flag and allegation. How do we want to go about that? And this is something that obviously the Public Information Officer department will handle in the future. But for now, what is it we want to say exactly?
All I'm going to say is that if we address the EMS C4 thing in any capacity, we are lighting the city on fire. That's my opinion. I think that there are a lot of people who have a lot of opinions on this situation. A lot of rumors have gone around. And until something happens with the panel, I don't think we should address it publicly. Because anything that we say is going to get completely just blown up.
I agree. I think our statement should be brief, acknowledge that there was a war, acknowledge our results of the war, that we acknowledge the good things that came from it at the very least, and say that hearings are ongoing for other stuff, and then leave it be. I think whether or not individually we agree or disagree with what happens, there's a lot more people out there that are going to be a lot more emotional than we are in this room, and that it's going to be, like Tessa said, an issue.
They'll stop listening as soon as we mention it.
Yeah.
That's going to be all they hear.
Oh my god.
Holy shit.
That was an accident. It was like the cell towers went down for a moment. So
what should be in this public statement or this press release that's going out to LSPN News, for example? What do you think it should be in there?
Well, probably not a whole lot. We should probably keep it concise. People don't have a long attention span. We should. What is it right now? Let's look.
Do we want to address the senator threatening Ursula?
Absolutely not. I think we just keep it to the facts of what we know and what we are unified on right now. If there's a disagreement, then we don't talk about it because we're not in agreement on it, you know? And if the senator thing is still unresolved, like we currently are we're talking about literally arresting him, then we should wait for that to resolve before we comment on it. Just, it's an ongoing case is what we should talk about.
Okay. So stick to the facts that we found, a bench that manufactured explosives. Mention what we saw, what happened exactly. Don't bring up what happened with the senator or EMS or the false flag and allegation. Wait till we're done with those.
It's easier to mention what we should mention than we shouldn't. It should just be, correct me if I'm wrong, Stubble or any of the other Dark, Tessa, but I feel like we should just say there was a war initiated by the Senate at this time. PD officers were drafted into the military voluntarily. They deployed on the islands in this amount of numbers. They accomplished these objectives. At the end of the war, this amount of many terrorists were held or captured. This amount of people were killed. This amount of officers were killed. Funerals are being arranged. Sentences are ongoing.
I think actually finding the manufacturing of explosives
bomb making has
is a good
ceased,
thing.
and we're proud to announce that what was the statement that MCU gave us that was like something like 90% of rockets used in the last 3 months were produced at that site. So also mention that probably.
I have that in the very end is.
Can you send it again?
It's in hot comment chat. Yeah. On August 28th, 2023, the state senator commenced an invasion of Sanguine Isle. Following conflict and resistance in the Isle, the forces of state senator look at the bench contain materials required for and instructions of creation of rocket-propelled grenades, C4, planted and time explosives, and other items. Upon full analysis of the weapons bench, state senator determined that explosive utilized in criminal activity since July 26, 2023, including more than 20 incidents tied back to this bench. The state senator has conclusively state at this time at this point in time, the Sanguine Isle was primary, if not the only source of explosive in the state senator for the last 3 months.
Do we have a number for like primarily versus if only? Like, do they
the
give
sheets
us
are up there?
Okay, how much it was?
It should be 90% of probably 20 incidents. I would say if you look at the sheet.
I worry that if we fail
like
to
the picture.
Sorry,
just threw that picture in.
Ay.
I can try to rewrite it if you prefer, but what I would include is
if you want to add more to it, go ahead.
I would include that it's related to the bomb. If it is, I'm assuming it is based on what you said. It's tied to the bombing of the courthouse, the apartments, like everything. We should directly name incidents, like a few of them at least, so people know that isn't just like, hey, these guys are making fucking rockets. These people were bombing the apartments, courthouses, hospitals. So there's a bit more of emphasis on what harm these people did and why we went over there.
Yeah, if you want to add that in there, Owen, try to beef it up to give a better perspective as far as the PD side of things and to have it in better light / presentation, please go ahead. I just kind of wrote with Bundy together something, and then obviously half of it was going to be talking about the allegation with the EMS and what happened with Walter.
I don't think that's. I think a lot of people just want to know why we actually went and goddamn did it. That's what a lot of the talks were before the operation was. We had it was like suddenly out of nowhere, Sanguine enemy of the state. 1 day later, negotiation over the aircraft carrier. Now it's war. You guys didn't follow our demands, and everyone's like, why is this happening? And then obviously the FIB building, terrible. Everybody just got dismissed, belittled. That was a shit show. And then we started talking, and you had the senator and the announcement and whatnot. It got a little better, but people still, we don't have to give them every single line of probable cause and all the details, the investigation, explain every minute, just knowing like.
I mean, we should
why.
also
Like,
include.
it helps.
We should also include like who was over there and why we suspect they were over there, right? Like we to my knowledge, we've arrested several different gangs over there. Trying to struggle with the names. I know Terrence Walker, so BBMC. Who else was it over there?
Gulag Gang.
Okay.
Hybrid.
My phone is on silent.
In any case, the gangs, we can acknowledge like several gangs, some criminal organizations, whatever, came from Los Santos to fight for Sanguine. And
I'm so tired.
I mean, none of us would truly believe they were fighting for freedom or anything, right? Like we all know they were fighting for the bomb makers, the terrorists, right? Like
I mean, that's what I had.
I mean,
a
is that at
conversation
least
with
acknowledged
TJ.
in this room?
Yeah, he acknowledged that as well. That he wanted to keep his favors with Jaeger up as well. That was part of it.
Yeah, I mean,
and now he's a Twitter warrior.
We should say that several criminal gangs known for their violence against police officers joins the war on the side of the terrorists for hopefully better connections to the bomb makers. Like, shouldn't we include that? Like, these guys are not freedom fighters going, doing what they think is right. They're trying to get in good with literal bomb makers, right?
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm gonna write this. I'll try.
Yeah, if you can just write it down if you can. I'm just looking at that the incidents that tie back to the bench as well as far as the manufacturer marker.
I feel like if we don't acknowledge, a lot of people are very concerned, PD included, about the things that we did over there on Sanguine. If we don't acknowledge them, then that could cause issues too. And I'm not saying we have to say that we agree or disagree.
I'm not saying we don't acknowledge them. I'm saying we don't acknowledge them yet. We don't even have an agreement on what's going on.
No,
if we're not united on what's going on, and we don't have a solution, we should not be talking to the public.
I put
I
it
like
in
that.
high
That's
command as
good.
well, so y'all can read it. But that's from the EMS that they just put out like an hour ago.
Report about you.
Shit, it's a little small. I'll read it on my phone.
Yeah, I
Think
gotta
of it.
And then let's think of the 550s, buddy.
Okay, all right.
Ay.
Yeah, they didn't mention it either. The TLDR is the last paragraph. We're aware of various incidents that conflict with what role the EMS played during those events, and we have been and are still performing internal investigations regarding these incidents. The goal of LS Emergency Services will always be to help the people of San Andreas. We know this may not be the answer for all your questions, however, due to these events still being under investigation, we are unable to disclose all information at this time. Rest assured, the events of that day are not being ignored or disregarded by our department. The safety of our EMS and the privilege of trust the state has in our department and those within our main priority, and it is not something that we will take for granted. Thank you all for your patience and understanding in these confusing times. And then signed it.
I think they basically did what I'm suggesting, which is at least that we acknowledge that we are aware of these incidents and looking into them. And if anyone asks us anything about them, we're saying, yes, we are aware and it's been looked into.
I don't disagree with that at all, actually. That way, it's an ongoing investigation, which it is. Obviously, we're trying to figure out what's going on exactly. And having spoken to Walter and Brian, the senator, of course.
I don't have an issue with that. What I was concerned about was how it was worded when it was initially presented, which was that you know, we took a strong stance on it and everything, and obviously we're not quite as strong in our stances when we're talking to everyone here. So I think until we get a little bit more unified in what we're actually doing as a solution, I don't think we should go into any specifics.
Yeah, I agree.
But we can acknowledge it.
Well said, Game Warden. I got a text message from the chief of police. She's not quitting. She's still going to be the chief of police. She's just one in a minute, and obviously she has her stance when it comes to this whole entire conversation regarding the conflict in the war, and she's not agree with most of it. That's what I've been told. But obviously, we need to come together and trying to find a way to heal the divide between us so we can get back on track and we can get back to doing the right thing. And that was the most important thing. I mean, if y'all have any questions, anything you want to bring up, any concerns, I'm more than happy to discuss them right here and talk about them so we can fix these problems and address them.
Axel, I would like to. Well, okay. First of all, and I hope I'm not speaking out of turn here, Axel. But Axel, after a conversation the other day on accountability, has volunteered to have his own panel. Is that okay to say so?
I mean, yeah. I mean, ask me anything you want. I mean, I'm not hiding anything. But if you feel like a panel is needed from me, go ahead. But if there's any false narrative, false accusations being made, of course I'm responding back to them.
No, that's fair.
Apologies. Tired. No.
You're okay,
In a good
Chief.
mode. Overreacted.
You're good.
Welcome back.
One of the reasons that there's been some things thrown about yourself, Axel, but I feel like those things the room should be aware of. Do you want to be here when I say these things, or would you rather?
I mean, yeah. If you be talking about me, Dirk, I want to hear them.
Okay. Well, obviously that prison shooting with the shoe has come up today. That could be in question and contention, as we already asked you some questions about it, and clearly, it's not an easy cut and dry situation. Also,
You want to charge me with attempted murder, Dirk? Go ahead.
Okay. So, I did ask if you wanted to be here for this, and if
I mean, that's what you're implying, though, right? What questions you have about me shooting my gun?
whether or not it was excessive force.
Excessive force?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. And then there was the Toretti informed me a couple days back that when Johnny Devine, the undercover operative, was initially leaked because of our own faults, that in the presence of Toretti and I think it was Bundy, who was armed with a sniper rifle, Axel and Brian discussed killing Johnny Devine to retain sensitive information, or at least not continue any more leaks.
It was a 5-second joke. We got back to ageist legislation. Everybody was overreacting. That's my perspective.
Okay. Those are, I guess, the main things, really, that I feel could be worthwhile in having a discussion, perhaps during a panel, as to whether those things were good or true, and your defense for those things, and whether or not you should be held accountable for those actions. That's all, and obviously it's voluntary, as you said. So
I mean, we have everybody right here. Who you missing from this panel? We could do them right now if you want. Get me out the way right away.
I mean, how does everybody feel about that? Do we want to take some time to discuss it beforehand and, do an investigation, or?
How about this?
What is the accusation? I mean, we're all here.
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
going to be a week or two until we do this again, I presume. So,
I just stated both of them.
Okay.
But what are
So
you
I'm writing the
accusing me
statement
of?
still, unfortunately. So
Excessive force?
Excessive force for shooting on the rooftop, and then the criminal threats or conspiracy, if you want to paint that picture, for planning to, was it assassinate, kill, murder, snuff out Johnny Devine.
We're the joke police now?
Okay, well, I'll just say right away.
Right? That's your
I
side.
don't think Bundy took it as a joke.
Well, I didn't tell anything to Bundy. Bundy did not come over till afterwards when he had a conversation with Brian. I came in when all three were present, and I got an email from the director. And then they brought a bunch of ideas. We joked about it. We got back to the most important thing, which was getting him back alive using the ageist legislation. So
My phone is on silent.
I don't feel comfortable punishing people for. I don't. I mean, I guess I didn't hear. What did you say about Divine? You're going to kill him. You wanted to kill him. You planned to kill him. How severe were the plans? Did you make plans? Did you go and do it? Did you have the gun? Did you have a location? Did you know where he was? So that's the important stuff. Because if it's off the cuff, man, I could kill Divine right now. I've said worse this week. I talk that way about Harvey a lot. It's a joke. If someone heard it wrong, you know, an apology is in order that someone was disturbed, but it's not. It doesn't shock me that, you know, in a job such as this, that dark humor is around.
I mean, I don't remember the exact details.
Oh
but I don't
my
remember
God.
even thinking too much about it. It was something that was kind of brought up in a circle of 4 people, and then we just moved past it.
I don't
Like
recall. I
the reason
don't
why you bring it
recall.
up, I just don't remember much about it than the fact it was a mere just joke.
Who all heard it, by the way? Said Bundy?
I think I was there, Bundy was there, Brian was there, and Toretti was there.
Okay. From what you said, I'm not too worried about it. I mean, it's a panel, I guess, so this is the rare occasion I can tell you what to do. But I mean, I think clarifying to Bundy and to whoever else was offended by it would probably be a good move. But joking about wanting to hurt someone it's inappropriate, but it's not really all that bad considering. I don't know.
Okay. So why was Bundy equipped with a sniper rifle?
You gotta ask the director that question.
Can I ask
Even though
you
he
that
had a sniper-
question?
I don't remember how he got it.
No. Why did he have it like there?
Why don't you ask the director?
No, I'm asking you.
I showed up afterwards.
So you're saying you're unaware as to why he had a sniper rifle?
I would assume it's for the plan to snipe him.
You said you turned up afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. I wasn't even in the city when this happened. I showed up afterwards.
So you're saying there was a plan to snipe Divine before you got there?
I mean, I talked to the director, right?
So how could you joke about it when you so you're saying that Brian had a plan to kill Divine and then you arrived and then joked about it?
I was woken up to the fact that Divine's been undercover and he's been discovered by the Shelby message. Been told about plans. He's trying to get him back. And I came in there to try to think of a plan to bring him back alive so we can save the operation. That's my truth, Dark. I try to save that man.
Right. Okay. So where were you at this point?
I think it was either the factory. What was that place? The scrapyard.
The scrap, the rust scrapyard, the sandy scrapyard.
Yeah, that's where we all met, the 4 of us.
The rust one, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. And okay. And where was Divine at this point?
We didn't know. That's the problem.
Okay.
We only knew before we got there because Toretti had a conversation with him on the phone, and he confirmed it.
Okay. So when your initial contact with Brian, what was Brian's plan for Divine?
Brian was freaking out. He wanted him back. He was worried that the whole operation is ruined and that Divine's going to get killed by Jaeger.
Okay. So was it Brian that suggested killing Divine?
I'll be honest. I don't remember who it was because this happened a month and a half ago. So as far as remember the details, I don't have that. I just know it was a mere joke that was brought up in a kind of laughing matter. We're trying to figure out what the fuck are we supposed to do. when something like this happened. We're so flabbergasted and just dumbfounded that a sergeant sent a text message to Jaeger exposing an undercover operative.
Yeah. I have I'm struggling to put together the situation here, because you're saying that you woke up and then Brian had already got Bundy with a sniper rifle, and in your words, so that they could snipe Divine, and then you got there and then you joked about sniping Divine. That doesn't sound like it was a joking matter.
I mean, it was a joking matter. Did it happen, Dark? Did he get sniped? Was the sniper rifle ever taken out and taken to Sanguine? I don't remember that. We all went on a peaceful mission with diplomacy using the ageist legislation. We want a peace. That's what we
No,
want.
I understand that, but I think that the point of contention here is whether or not the commissioner and the director considered killing a member of the police department. That's the worry here.
There's no worry as far as that, because I can tell you I would never do something like that. I did my job when I first came in this city, rocked by explosives, people getting attacked. I saw Angel lose her fucking arm from a rocket. And I told myself, we got to go find the source. We got to put a stop to this. And that's what we did. There hasn't been any bombing in the past week or so. There hasn't been any explosives or bombs going off. But instead of focusing on the good, what we're trying to accomplish, yes, there's a lot of things that went south. Yes, there's a lot of questionable things that went down. But the fact that we found a weapon bench that manufacture rockets, explosives, that have been killing our police officers and civilians is something is huge, something to be proud of. Something is good, positive that came out of it.
Yeah.
If you don't believe that, no, I wouldn't do the right thing, or I wouldn't have the best interest in the police department, then I'm more than happy to have a conversation one-on-one afterwards if you want. But I can assure you, my job here is to make sure that we move in the right direction. And I'm not immune to consequences. That's why I was open to the panel and for y'all to ask me anything you want. But understand that there's also conflict happening in our streets that is going to affect all of us here pretty soon. And as soon as we can resolve our own problems as fast as possible, we can get back on track to deal with what's out there, what is coming, what is brewing, what's going to transpire here in the coming days.
There's another fight.
Hey, listen, not to interrupt.
Fuck.
I think I've made my position pretty clear on the supposed threat. I don't take it all that seriously. I mean, the presence of the sniper rifle is curious, but we ended up using those on the aisle, so it's not that surprising to me. All in all, I do want to get opinions on the statement I wrote, just so I can look at it and glance at it. You don't have to do that now, but just so you know, it's done at some point before we leave, because it's gonna be hard to get us all in the same room again.
He did not just deflect. Oh my god. What am I dealing with? Hey, what am I actually dealing with? Why is Doc the only one? What is happening? I'm so confused.
Yeah, I mean, our doc. So you could say last year or since April or May. That's where the last kind of information that we have is.
Yeah, I think year is probably just sufficient. There weren't really any bombs before April and May, period. So it kind of captures the whole point, anyways.
It looks good to me. If everybody's good with it, I can.
Well, I don't want to put it out yet. I want like everyone to have a chance to read it fully, and I'm sure I made a couple spelling or grammar mistakes because I just wrote it. So I'll probably edit it, but I want to make sure that like the major beats don't go against what Tessa was saying in regards to like releasing info or whatever.
Oh no, this is not good for Dark. This is not good for Dark. He's just on his own here asking questions.
Any other questions you have for me? Anything you want to bring up?
Anybody? Yeah.
Well, that was about the threat, right? We didn't really talk about the rooftop rumble at the prison.
Right.
I mean, I would explain my side, right? Only shot them is because of my worry that they're gonna knock me off the ledge. I warned them multiple times before opening my gun, saying, "Back off. I'm gonna shoot you if you throw that shoe." And I followed through with my threat.
All right. I'm going to question as someone that ran that place and created the actual catwalk SOPs. Were there any DOC currently inside a general population on the floor?
No, they were all on the catwalk with us.
How many DOC were on duty at that time?
At least 4 or 5 at least.
How many PD were inside the prison?
It was us 3 with the senator.
So a total of 9. How many inmates were inside a gen pop?
18, 20.
Okay. Did any DOC or PD have rubber stick shotguns on them?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. So I think I've mentioned it like briefly a few times today. A year and a half ago, the inmates overthrew DOC, and there was the shivering. I don't know if y'all remember that. There was like 18 shivs in a prison riot. We had to have like 30, 40 PD breach in back when I was DOC. It was a whole thing. And at one point, while tensions were really high after the inmates were going hyper aggressive against the DOC, there was 2 DOC on a catwalk next to the South Box Tower, the one that's in the middle of Gen Pop. And this same inmate kept on throwing a shoe at the DOC to the point that it knocked out one of the DOC. And one of the DOC sergeants got on the megaphone and said, if anyone throws another shoe, they're getting shot. And a shoe was thrown. She got out at M4, sprayed into a crowd of inmates, shot down the inmate that threw the shoe, and also hit a few other people. She was removed from the DOC for excessive force because at the end of the day, yes, a shoe can hurt and it can knock you out, but it's a goddamn shoe. And if you're in a position to get knocked out by getting thrown at because of hyper aggression from both sides and you're on the catwalk, at what point do you need to look at yourself and say, I probably should have walked away from that catwalk? I could have just gone off the roof. Yes, it's kind of shitty and it's kind of humiliating to be a government employee to do that.
Yeah, you have to understand, though, my position, I was out of position because I didn't expect the senator to gun down Kyle Pred from that distance.
What was the time frame in between Pred getting shot and whoever you shot?
Well, first they were throwing shoes. If you actually read the report, they were throwing shoes prior to that. And then I was walking toward the ledge, not knowing what's going on because I was looking at what's happening. And then I heard gunfire behind me. So I get off that little ledge of the other catwalk because I hear gunfire. I'm freaked out. I thought somebody's trying to gun me down from behind. And that's when they all freak out as well, and they start riding and throwing shoes toward my direction. I tell them to stop just so I want to get off the ledge. He kept throwing the shoe. I shot him. So if you want to call it excessive force, go ahead. I'll call it protecting my life. To me, it was a matter of telling him to back down or me getting thrown to the goddamn yard and getting probably shanked and killed.
I don't know. I kind of want to talk to the DOC that are involved, but I really feel like stand your ground is where we were able to fire that DOC because you could have just walked away. So could the senator, so could you, so could everyone else. And yes, it's humiliating to be government employees and have to essentially give up
the same vein,
the officer presence for the prison.
They could not throw a shoe. Somebody tell them they're gonna shoot them, right?
What is there a justified reason to shoot them?
I just explained my justified reason behind it.
But I don't know if it is justifiable.
That's your opinion. You weren't there.
I've been there. I've been on that catwalk and I've had shoes thrown at me.
There's not many people that would be more of an expert on the subject, Axel.
I know you don't. I don't know if you know this, but I worked there for 8 months, 12 to 15 hours every single day. I've gone through every single situation you could in that prison. And
you had
getting
a senator
shoes thrown
shoot
at you on the
down-
catwalk.
You had a senator shoot down from behind you like that?
Well, that senator could have walked away and so could have you. But you could have told him to
but-
back off.
That's what I was trying to do, but I was on the edge. I didn't know the shots were coming from the inside, the outside. You have to understand that
Did you
it
shoot
came
the
from
inmate
behind
down?
me.
Were you shooting to kill, or were you like? Because that's the big
No,
thing that I used to do
the
as well.
funny,
Is you wanting fire.
the funny part is none of my bullets, I think, land. I don't think he went down.
Should just argue you're trying to shoot the shoe out of the air, man. Could have gotten away with it.
Shoot the
I'm
disable
not,
shoot.
it's not about getting away with it. It's about the truth and what happened in my perspective. I mean, if you think it's excessive force, I disagree. I think in that position.
Do you think you should, if we're standing in front of a bank for a robbery and a civilian runs by and throws a shoe at us, do we kill him? Do we shoot at him?
No, this is different. This is different.
Well, hold on. It's like a collapsing scenario. So
But
let's say
if you're trying to use the use of force matrix,
let's
no,
say there
you
were
shoot.
cars driving by on the road, and a car could have hit you if you fell into the road and killed you. Should you shoot him now?
I mean, it really depends on the context as far as what's going on, right? It's not that black or white. In my opinion.
I gotta agree with Stubble. If, like I said initially, you could have walked away.
I was trying to walk away, but on the ledge, right? And that's the problem.
Well, there's catwalks. They have railings. I suppose you could have fallen down there and gotten hurt, but
I would have. That was my concern, or else I would have not shot. And I try to give him a warning to back off so I can get off the ledge and get somewhere safe.
My question is, would the person who got shot down, would they have any recourse to file a lawsuit?
in prison legally, I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I think because they threw something, it's kind of comes down to like, this is what a lot of people have trouble with. It's a procedural issue. I don't think procedurally we should do this, but does it break the law? Is it a civil rights violation? No.
It is a bit problematic if, we're sitting here feeling a bit like he overstepped, right? Would we be able to maybe open that door for them to file a lawsuit?
I mean, they can file a lawsuit all they want.
Well,
I'll have to fight it in court.
Our punitive action doesn't justify any amount of lawsuits. I mean, we also wouldn't make it public, so they, whatever happens, wouldn't leave this room. If Axel submitted to the panel and the panel agreed that he should be suspended for a day or given strike points, then hopefully, if no one else, we can trust the 6 people in this room to make sure it doesn't leave this room, and whatever happens is private, and it wouldn't open us up to a lawsuit because, first of all, they don't know, and second, I don't think the court should consider punitive action as a measure of evidence anyways.
I mean, go ahead, vote on something. You want me gone? You want me suspended? You want me strike? Go ahead. I'm waiting.
If that's going to happen,
I think if we saw another cop do this, and a deputy, it's the same thing I'm going to say in the Shelby hearing. If it was anybody else, there wouldn't be a panel. You'd have probably a day suspension.
I mean, I'll take a day suspension if you think that's fair. I'll take whatever strike force you want. I'm not trying to shy away from consequences. I didn't tell you that you shouldn't do this. That's why I happily opened and accepted the panel, is because if I'm not willing to take consequence to the top, why else somebody below me should, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if y'all want to decide something, go ahead. I'm still waiting.
Like any panel, we should vote then. I would say a day suspension. What would Stubbles? I mean, let's just go around the room. I feel like it's like 3 people talking right now. What do you want done, Stubble?
Yeah, that's the problem. I'm just trying to think
Let's go on to the next. Dark, what do you want?
I think it's. I'll be straight. I think it's inappropriate to talk about and discuss someone's punishment when they're stood in the room, especially when they're our boss.
All right,
You're not going to tell me afterwards why?
Of course we will. That's what we do.
All right. Yeah. All right.
Listen, okay, when it comes to the excessive force, I think it was absolutely excessive. I think, minimum 24-hour suspension is worthy, if not more. I mean, I don't know. I think he put himself in that situation and then opened himself up to get hit with a shoe and then used that to shoot somebody. I don't think it's the first time we've seen a police officer do something similar. And it doesn't surprise me in this situation, especially when the senator, his boss, had just shot someone who was unarmed. You know, I don't want to speculate, but he certainly might have felt, you know, I don't know, like he should do that, or he could do that, or you know, this is what we're doing now. I don't know. But it's certainly not a path I'd want our commissioner to go down. When it comes to the sniper rifle situation, I mean, I wasn't all that convinced. I will, you know, like you said, jokes happen. But when he brought up the fact that the sniper was already there and the plan had already been discussed about killing Divine,
What was the plan though? Was the plan like we should go do it, or was the plan like, all right, we got the boat, let's go? You know.
I mean, this is the thing. He said that the Bundy was there with the sniper. This is why I did ask, you know, did we want to delay the panel or anything? Because I do want to speak to Bundy about this.
The context is that that's Bundy's sniper rifle. That Bundy had that from a prior incident. I don't know why he didn't say that, but that's not like that wasn't requisitioned from the war. The war happened a week after this incident. That was Bundy's sniper rifle he had from home, I guess. I don't fucking know.
Right, but
no one asked him to bring that.
You don't know that.
I think that's the.
I do know that it's Bundy's sniper rifle, yeah.
Right, but
But
I
you
think
don't know that no one asked him to bring it.
Yeah, I don't know that part.
We didn't speak with Brian yet.
Yeah.
I did speak to Toretti about this, and you know, from Toretti's point of view, they were serious.
Okay.
So that he like when he said this to me, there was no mention of them joking about it. Like he might have meant I feel like Toretti would have said, oh, they were joking about killing Divine. No, he just said they were openly talking about killing Divine.
Yeah, but you also need to acknowledge that there's a rift between Axel and Toretti to the point where Toretti quit. He's not an objective party anymore. He's incredibly biased because he doesn't like Axel, and they disagree on stuff. Now, I'm not saying like Toretti's the type to lie, but Toretti isn't kind of, he does like to, you know, exaggerate.
Okay. But yeah, like I was trying to get at, I was kind of in the same vein as you, Owen, where it was like it's probably just a joke, but then Axel was like, you know, Brian was already there with a sniper rifle. You know, he said you panicking about Divine, and you know, it was Axel who said that there was a plan already to snipe him, and that was his words, before he got there. So that's why I'm finding it hard to believe that this was a joke.
Okay, well, okay. I mean, I could make this simple, I guess. We need to ask Bundy if someone asked him to bring the sniper rifle or if he just had it. And then we also need to ask Brian if the same question. I mean, because it seems like the presence of a weapon is the most real thing about this. But, and again, Tess is absolutely right. I don't know why Bundy had the sniper rifle. I don't know. No one asked him. I have no idea. But I'm speculating openly saying, I know that officers who kind of have like a toy like that in their locker love to take it out for any reason. So, you know, I mean, this may be miscategorizing Bundy, but I know that if I'm talking about, hey, we got to go and kill this guy, sometimes someone will take out like an old MP7 or something and be like, don't worry, boss, I got you. So like, is it a joke that like Bundy just took the sniper rifle out because he thought it was a cool like set piece for the joke? Or was someone like, hey, Bundy, do you have a sniper rifle? Can you go get that? We need to kill this guy.
Yeah.
So that's kind of an important piece of context towards, is it a joke or not?
I think we need a bit more information on this particular incident.
Well, I can call Brian right now and ask him. I have his phone number. I don't know if he's still awake, but if you want me to, if you're comfortable with that, I could just ask him straight up. Or we can wait for the panel. That just delays the decision on Axel.
Sure, you can phone him. Go ahead.
All right.
And try and get in contact with Bundy.
Yeah, Bundy definitely didn't seem to think it was a joke.
Oh, you spoke to him already?
Yeah, that's how I heard about it.
Okay. I'll see if I can get some clarification.
The warrant for Devon is live, by the way.
He didn't pick up. We'll just have to wait on that. Kind of my thought.
Yeah, neither did Bundy.
Okay. Well, I reckon the best way to deal with this is just to do what we got to do with the situation we know about, and then wait for the Brian and Bundy information to deal with the second one.
Okay.
So I reckon we just make our conclusion with the DOC incident, because it seems like we got the full story more or less on that, and then we can move on to another one later, I guess, and issue both at the same time later on.
Okay, with the firearms thing, a punishment Mueller actually started pushing when he was fucking around with cadets and or officers and deputies is firearm retraining through like the HVTU thing, but for like class 1. That's smart for this kind of situation because we go over like stand your ground and basic use of force is a use of force problem. So we should throw that in, and then also 1 week of Glock duty without the 5.7, and he did this with a 5.7, so it's a big punishment. As well as probably the suspension is, like on top.
So, we're sorry, just is it so a week of lock duty and this is a 1 day suspension for the DOC incident?
And firearm
Okay.
retraining.
Okay,
That's
done
what
by
I'm
who?
suggesting.
Like HVTU?
Sure.
Okay. Do you have an instructor in mind, or just whoever you can find?
It could be just anybody.
Okay. All right. I mean, I don't mind. That's basically what I said, more or less. It's fine. Just the Glock duty and the training sounds good.
Yeah, I'm. Yeah, that sounds good to me. 24 hours and then that extra bit of training. That sounds good to me.
Libby? Sorry, Tessa.
Yeah, I'd be good with that.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. And let's just presume that it was a joke. Are we comfortable discarding it if it is? And if it isn't, what do you want done? Or should we just wait till we cross that bridge?
Yeah, I think we should probably wait until we find out that whole situation before we kind of preemptively say
Okay.
anything.
So do you want to issue the suspension now and the retraining so we can start that? Or do you want to do that all at once when we have gotten information from Brian and Bundy?
Obviously, all at once, considering we kind of need to be a unified high command this week, and there's
Yeah.
a lot still to go through.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does that sound agreeable?
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay. We could probably just tell them to come back in, I guess, and we could just tell them, we'll just let you know we got to talk to Brian and Bundy. Yes. And I'm sorry for being confrontational earlier, Libby.
Where'd he go?
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Well, do you guys have a problem with what I stated?
Yeah, I think we wrapped up, so thank you.
All right, perfect.
All right.
Because up until now, they haven't had one,
Yeah, I think it's a bit. I think even our own officers could benefit a lot from knowing why we did it and what we got out of it. So the conclusion is we need to talk to Bundy and Brian to determine the severity of your alleged joke. So we'll do that at a later date, hopefully this week, and let you know. We've concluded the DOC incident and have a recommendation in mind. But as we're needed more than ever as a unified high command, we'll wait to issue that until we know about both incidents, so it can be done at once. So for now, nothing, and then in the coming days, as we talk to Brian and Bundy. Well, nothing's happening to you right now, sir.
But I've given you the opportunity to decide on something right now, right?
Right.
Should we not have the full context going into that decision?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure, but
We
That's what we're
called them
trying to
both, they just
do.
didn't pick up. It's just a simple availability thing where we can't get Brian's perspective. I mean, to be blunt, I hope you don't, others don't mind me saying this. We don't know how severe it was, and like, do you mind if I say what exactly I'm trying to get at? You guys?
I mean, I've given
No,
you guys.
Dark. I'm
the-
asking Dark and
Oh,
Reed and Stubble and Tessa.
I mean, yeah, we can be transparent about decision making. Sure.
Transparently, the real question with the joke is, why did Bundy have a sniper rifle? That's my question, anyways. Was he told to go get that? Did he just have that? Did Brian tell him to go get it? Did you tell him to go get it? Was it just kind of like something that he had? Because I think he does. I think he does just have a sniper rifle, and Bundy didn't seem to think it was a joke at all. But the question is, did someone tell him to get that? Like, was that an active movement
Jim.
towards the assassination, or did he just bring it out to like help the joke or something? That's
I
what we're
thought
trying
Dark
to figure
spoke with Toretti and explained that side of things. No,
Yeah, I mean,
don't think so.
No,
what did Toretti tell you?
Toretti. What Toretti told me was that you and Brian were discussing killing Divine.
Okay, what did he say exactly? What was the discussion?
We were having a discussion about just PD stuff in general, really.
Yeah, but what did Toretti say exactly, though?
That's pretty much it. I can't tell you verbatim, but
So he cannot provide exact details what he said, but he said it was discussed. I don't understand. How does that make any sense?
when we were discussing everything regarding the Sanguine situation, Toretti told me that when Divine got leaked, you and Brian were openly discussing murdering him.
Yeah, but how does that? Okay, what do we say exactly then?
Killing him. Okay, I mean, sure. Okay, I get what you're saying. If you want us to get an exact quote from Toretti, we can do so.
Yeah. Until y'all have made up your mind, I'm going to be taking a step back from High Command in general, because I am not going to be the commissioner of police department if you don't feel confidence in me, if you don't trust me.
So you're quitting too?
I'm not quitting. I'm not going to have something being held over my head for the next week or so till we meet. You decide now. If you decide now, or I'm going to take a step back, because I don't think I can operate as a commissioner of police department.
I'm sorry. Are you you're
there's
threatening to step down unless we suspend you right now?
No, I've given you the opportunity.
But like,
So
you understand
just
how
say we're
insane
gonna do
that
this
is.
in two. Yeah, but just
You're
say to
threatening
me,
to step down unless we suspend you.
I'm not.
So you're going to suspend
I'm not-
yourself unless we do it?
I don't. But you're not hearing what I'm saying. I don't feel confident leading a police department is not believing me.
Well, I got bad news. It's not just the people in this room were probably your biggest believers out there.
It doesn't feel that way. I'll be honest. It feels like it feels like I'm alone in this, and all I'm trying to do is the right thing. I'm trying to help. I'm trying to bring peace times like this. But yeah, I've been grouped up. I'm not talking about everybody here, of course. I'm just talking about the general narrative I see on Twitter and news and everybody talking.
You can't
It
take
seemed
that
like-
shit seriously. It's
Can I clarify with you, Owen, when you say we're probably the biggest supporters? Did you mean, and this isn't because I'm like trying to argue it, do you mean as in compared to the rest of PD?
Yeah, I mean, I
Or-
think we're
yeah,
like some of the only people actually asking for his side of events versus a lot of the rank and file that are just assuming the worst about him.
I'm not saying shit.
I'm not gonna put my time, my blood, my sweat, my tears into something that where I'm just gonna get stabbed right in the back end. I would rather know now exactly how y'all feel.
Do you feel we're stabbing you in the back over?
I feel like
this?
I'm gonna have this over my head, and it's not gonna I'm not gonna be able to operate fully knowing there's a dark cloud on my head. I'm sure y'all can understand if I told you, hey, I'll talk to you in a week and a half whenever I got the results, right? I mean, I'm sure that can affect you, right?
Yeah, no one likes having what is a potential negative decision hanging over them, but I think you have to understand that we're not doing it to like intimidate you. We're trying to fuck with you. We're just doing it because we're genuinely trying to get the other two perspectives we don't have.
And on top of that, if we punish you now, in this time where we need to be a unified high command as a team, we're losing you. If it's a suspension for a day, if it's a couple of days,
Everyone's
that's
fighting
without you for a
Draxel.
couple of days.
What is this?
So
Hold
you just
on.
going and saying I'm just gonna step back is kind of like ruining our entire reason of waiting. It's getting all the facts. So if we're doing a punishment, it's the correct one, and then it's also making sure
Hold
in
on.
these very, very trying times we're together.
Why are we?
Like Owen said, we're supporting you as the commissioner. We are high command together.
But we're also holding you accountable. That's the main.
Which is what you want.
It's not like we're stabbing you. Listen, if we thought you were some kind of
I
loose
do want you to
cannon,
hold accountable. It's not about that. It's the fact that I don't know when the accountability will come, if that makes any sense, right? So it's hard for me.
we're telling you it'll come like tomorrow. We're just waiting to get word from Bundy and Brian. Like as soon as I presume, as soon as any of us speak to them and get their side, we
and
come
that's
to an
fine.
agreement.
Till you come to an agreement, I'm gonna be, you know.
No,
withdrawn
we
back.
have an agreement. We literally have come to an agreement that we know how we feel about this. We just need to know the one piece of information, and then that decides things for us.
Then I'll be gone for one day if that's the case.
That's
Like I
okay
said,
if that's what you want to do.
I mean, for the sake of just the integrity of the investigation, the whole thing, I'd just rather be.
There's no
away
need
from
for
it.
that, sir.
But that's how I feel, and I'm a man of principle.
Okay.
I believe in that.
I
Not
can't
because-
explain enough that we're not. It's not that we don't believe in you. It's that we're holding you accountable, and I think.
And I want you to hold me accountable.
We wouldn't hold you accountable if we felt like you were some kind of loose cannon we couldn't work with. If we thought you were someone we couldn't work with, we wouldn't even bother trying to hold you accountable. Because you know what I'm saying, like.
And how about this? I'll make it easier for you. I'll suspend myself until the investigation is complete.
Even if it was gonna be like a. All right, you know what?
Honestly,
I'm just. That's how I see things. Just like how we suspended officers in the past pending investigation. I think
Okay.
it's only fair to do so with me, right? And I'm
Fair
taking that
play.
path to show accountability and responsibility,
Interesting.
and the fact I'm willing to accept consequences. I just, for me, I would
Is
rather
this
be
a
away
Silas
from.
grammar? Can I just ask her? Have you been talking to Silas?
No comment on
This
that.
is a bit he used to do all the time. Whenever he would get into trouble, he'd just suspend himself as the bigger man and walk away before we could even do anything.
I'm doing it to help you.
He
that's why
quit
I'm
before
doing
I
it.
could even. The panel finished. He literally quit before I even like knew what I was gonna do. This is a total Silas moment, man.
Well, I didn't know Silas that much. Only met him at the,
God,
the
you would have loved
barbecue.
him, I guess.
No, I met him at the barbecue. Remember, you introduced him to me. He told me about the fact that this guy was the LT of the SDSO.
I can't believe this happened.
Well, he was before the restructure. Yeah, I was the
Uh-huh.
captain though.
Yeah. But I do believe that is the right choice. I'm going to suspend myself until this investigation is complete. Whenever y'all are ready to give me the news, let me know and I'll be around.
Okay. Before you suspend yourself, I asked everyone else how they felt about the statement. Are you on board with that?
Yes, I
Okay.
think you've done a really good job with it. I don't see much of a grammar issue in it as well, too. And who wants to send that to Ursula, the LSBN News?
I mean, I
You
don't know
wanna
how
do it,
everyone
Owen?
else feels, but considering Ursula was like borderline treasonous, I'm not sure I want to give her like premier access. There's not really
Well,
any other formalized news service.
That's the
but I
problem.
would
We have a
like
monopoly on
to.
news.
I would like to try to give this to every news agency at once, if there are any other ones. So maybe a better way to do this would be like, I don't know if we can put out an official statement or I don't like twatter, but some kind of way to like say, hey, if you're interested in doing news, we're going to release a statement. Anyone who's in the news can, use this as a quote or something.
I mean, yeah, I'm good with that. If you want to handle it, Owen, I fully trust you. Or somebody here wants to step up and handle it, by all means.
What the fuck is this?
Okay.
But since I'm not gonna be part of the police department,
What if we just did like, okay, is this too far to ask for a state announcement that any formal news corporations can report to Mission Row to receive a statement that they want to publish it, and we just hand it to them? I don't, you know, what I'm
piece
saying
of
I don't.
paper? Yeah, no,
Yeah.
You could do that.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm like not sure how I feel about giving it straight to LSBN because they're kind of publishing total bullshit about like what terrorists are saying literally. So I'm not sure I trust them totally.
We could have Moose Knuckles publish it.
There's also Hood News. I remember seeing that during the Gulag Gang War.
Yeah, well, they're currently in there.
Oh, I see. Okay. That was that guy Dean. What's his name? Dean Quincy?
Shiesty. Oh, that was the cop.
Fuck.
No,
You mean
Quincy? Yeah. Dan's back, by the way. Unrelated.
This is Tourette.
Quincy.
This
I don't
is
know.
Axel to Tourette.
I think he did it for a little bit.
This is all your wife's fault, Dom. And then he said,
Most
say to
successful
my
assistant
face,
chief of all
you
time is
pussy
back.
ass bitch.
Yeah.
Dark.
Maybe a big
Hope you're holding
pickup.
on to your job with both hands. Den's
He
back.
might come back for a year.
Oh, that guy.
We had him run a shift one meeting. He said, "My name's Dan Shiesty. I'm happy to be here." Like the old days.
A couple of things. Obviously, Stubble, I've been informed that you had a medic in your AC-130 or a doctor. Is that true?
Yep. It was me, a cop, and I said, "Anybody want to volunteer?" And then I had
Who's
Tribble
stirring the
say,
pot about
"Sure, I'll do
Stubble?"
it." And he got himself in some army like pilot stuff. We got on that plane, and then we got shot down real quick.
Here comes Axel swinging.
So that was the first recorded doctor getting shot down, or medic.
Yeah, maybe. Wasn't the first time a doctor got shot. Ooh, give me a panel for it.
I mean, we could actually. Dark, why am I hearing that, you're telling people at the meetings to skip the chain of command?
How did I skip the chain of command?
I don't know. I got officers saying that you're telling people to not follow the chain of command at the meetings. Is that true?
I'm telling people not to follow orders that are illegal, immoral, or war crimes. Yes.
I'm talking about the chain of command. Is the chain of command issue or not?
I just explained. I said you do not have to follow the chain of command if you are asked to do something illegal or something that if you don't want to do something, basically you don't have to do it. That's what I told them.
Okay.
Doesn't mean they have to keep their job, but that's the truth.
I mean, like I said, I trust you. If that you said it, I trust you. It should be it from me. I'm just confirming what these people are telling me.
Motion to wave panel for Stubble. The doctor was in a plane, hundreds of feet in the air. I don't think it
3,500
matters.
feet.
Don't think it matters what faction he was a part of.
I mean, I don't disagree.
But I could decide it at the panel.
Motion to wave the panel.
Was he dressed the same way as the others?
So it's very, very foggy memory. It was like moments before. I want to say
He
had
really
actual
came
military
in
stuff,
to,
but not a
to
doctor.
throw things at us,
Yeah.
dude.
Was
To me,
he
that's
Holy
visible
shit.
outside the
a bit of a
plane?
difference.
No, he was in a back room where there was no windows, and I didn't even see what he was wearing. So, Tribble, Tommy Tribble is his name. If y'all want to reach out to him, find out. I heard he's alive, so that's good. And then we were also with John Castle, PBSO solo
Pretty sure I've
cadet.
seen both of them on Twitter today. Yeah.
You see a guy in black.
Toretti just joined the Angels. Everyone say congrats.
No way. What is this man doing?
Well, that's just what like Lexi lost tweeting, so probably not true. John Castle guy really likes retweeting stuff, huh?
I can't believe he suspended himself.
Twatter guy.
Sigh, regrets.
FAW.
Yeah. There's a toilet on the Vinewood sign. I gotta see that. Okay. Well, in any case,
there's a few other things that I want to
I'm just gonna go back to the first thing I brought up a while ago. Are we all on board for the what do I call it? Public information officer role? Because I think a good thing for them to do also would be to like scroll
I need to
Twitter
pee.
and like see if
Social
officers
media,
are
yeah. Uh-huh.
yeah, like have them maybe not police Twitter, but like keep an eye on who's saying what and if they see anything inappropriate.
Misinformation being spread.
Community
Yeah.
manager.
Yeah, they're just if they see a deputy or someone tweet something that's like pretty against
Antagonizing.
police policy, then they can bring it to command or something. All right. Well, we're cool with that. We can arrange interviews for that next week or something. I don't want to do it right now. We got a lot going on with funerals and panels and shit. Also, when is the Brian Walter Bison triple panel?
Well, that's what I kind of wanted to find out. I think they're mostly free. Walter's only free after 7 p.m. Eastern.
Okay.
Yeah, so I can try and contact him to see if we can get anything early on that. But I kind of want to see how our
I'm
availability this week.
24/7, but the later it is, the more unreasonable I will be.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
So I mean, like I can make anything really. It's just the earlier the better. But is anybody not available on any days at any times?
Friday
I'll
4
come when
p.m.
I'm
at the
needed.
funerals.
Can't be Friday at 4.
I can't do after certain times, but
I mean, it's only Walter and Brian,
Well,
right? You
so
don't
let's
have to worry
just-
about
let's
Bison.
just-
Bison's already been handled. I don't think we'll have to worry about that one.
Has he been
Should be
handled?
good.
I mean, I was talking to this to Doc and Axel, and I don't think Bison needs a panel.
Yeah, I
And
don't think he
that's-
did anything
I think
wrong.
the
If
LSPD
anything, he's the
can
victim.
look into that. And
yeah.
I mean, he disobeyed orders, but it's already been handled.
Okay, fine, fair enough. Then we'll disregard that. Okay, so Brian, let's break this 2 parts. Brian Walter. They're not going to be at the same time because Brian is not awake after 7 usually. So let's just do Brian like tomorrow or the next day fairly early. We could even do before Tsunami because I know Brian's kind of early and that works for the most because Stubble, Dark, and Reed all prefer early. So what's the earliest you can do Tessa and Axel? Or the earliest you're comfortable with?
Before Tsunami is a tall order for me.
Okay, we could do at Tsunami and just disregard the meeting.
I can do before or after Tsunami. It doesn't
we
matter.
do like an hour after Tsunami because I just
That would
Yeah,
be
wasn't that
better
the
for
best
me.
time for
Is that good for
everybody
everyone? We'll just do that.
Yeah.
Then. Brian
Yeah.
tomorrow or the next day. Let's do the next day so there's much time to. We can do tomorrow. You guys care?
I'm good with that.
Yeah, tomorrow should work. Yeah.
Tomorrow after Tsunami, an hour after Tsunami. Someone let Brian know, or I'll let him
Yeah,
know. I guess.
I can do it. This is fine.
Okay, perfect. Tomorrow after Tsunami, an hour after Tsunami, Brian, and then for his Walter, 7 is a tough time for most of y'all. So, how late can he do? I wonder, because like, it might wrap around to the point where like, I could wake up early or some shit.
But he does like
you know?
shift 3.
Yeah.
Like this-
I wonder. What's the That's gonna fuck Tessa. Dude. How late are you up, Tessa? Usually,
Pretty late.
we're talking like 4 or 5 a.m.
I am a degen, so shift 3 should not be an issue.
What's the latest you're comfortable with? Top of your head.
Probably like 5 a.m. Pacific time.
Okay. Is that so? 5 a.m. That's like what? Fucking bad at translating.
Honestly, like 9 or 10. It's pretty
8
decent for
a.m.
myself and
Eastern.
Doc.
Are you comfortable with that? On the other side, Dark and Reed.
Should 8
I
a.m.
can
Eastern?
do
Yeah.
anytime 1 hour after Tsunami during shift 3. So
Yes.
that's probably perfect for me.
1
Yeah,
hour
that
after
should be fine.
Tsunami. So that's
Yeah.
2
Anytime
a.m.
I can
Eastern?
show up to. I should be good for me.
All right, let's do that. Let's do
Plan
2
around you
a.m.
guys.
Eastern on like. Well, let's not do it tomorrow because that's gonna fuck everything up. It's confusing because it's like the day of now.
God damn it, Bundy.
What if we just did one of those? That link Tessa posted with like the what time can we all do it? Let's just do that for that or something. It's too complicated to do math in my head. If that's all right.
I posted one, didn't I?
Did you?
I think I did.
Yeah, I think it was someone else. I didn't post it.
Yeah, I can. If it wants to fill that out, it's just a scheduling thing about the next few days, and I can send that to Walter too, and then we can just figure out when everyone's available.
Yeah, let's just do that. That's gonna work better than trying to work it out in our heads. Because what I'm gonna end up saying is like, let's do it Thursday night, but that ends up being like Friday morning because it's past midnight or some shit. I don't want to confuse everyone. So
Whatever time y'all decide on, I'll show up to it. I'm gonna begin my suspension. Let me know when y'all need me. I'll show up these high command panels, but I won't be on duty.
okay.
Good. Thank
Good
you,
luck.
Commissioner.
All right, see you, man.
Nothing else to go over.
He's
We
being
could
such
maybe
a.
talk about the
I'm gonna
motive,
say
you know?
he's being a real diva about this whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, he said Trey was being dramatic about him doing the same thing that he's doing now.
Yeah, total hypocrite for that.
I mean, there is. I don't even know what we didn't actually get around to mentioning. Hold on, let me check me
Well, I was
notes.
about to say, Owen and I talked about motor and what we could probably do with it.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
so
that.
we'd already discussed this basically, right? We're thinking for the motor lead, make them both co-leads, and if there's any conflict at all, they're both out, and we pick someone else new entirely.
We'd give it like a 1 month trial.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Or just
heavily
permanently,
monitoring
just
it.
just leave them
Yeah.
both as co-leads permanently, and if either of them starts it, who cares? If they can't work together, then they're both gone, and we pick a third party, like whoever.
It also creates movement for them to have a new shift 1 supervisor, and Muller was kind of like a floater, so someone that's a
I was gonna
degenerate
say,
supervisor
aren't they
too.
both kind of in the same shift?
Kind of.
Yeah,
Muller's
but
a little bit later.
Yeah, Muller does post tsunami. He does decent amount of shift 2, while Candace is hard
Yeah.
to late shift 3.
I'm about to
into
bring in the
up to
torture
shift
chamber.
tsunami. So it means they have
I
really
don't
good
see
crossover.
either
but
one of them really.
yeah, Muller doesn't.
As long as
do,
they have a
late
supervisor underneath them for shift 2 and 3,
Yeah.
it should all work out.
Okay.
Not too worried.
Yeah.
That's okay with you guys. We'll do that whenever we
Yeah.
see him next.
Yep.
They
Make
have
them both
Bloom and
co-leads,
for shift
and
2.
the big thing is if either of them start something, they're both gone. That's my thing. Is I don't want it to be a well, they started it, so I get to stay now, right?
We're gonna go speak to Veronica. Yeah, I think co-leads, and then they've got to make it work if they want it.
Okay, perfect.
And then
we'll just leave them indefinitely, and
Yeah.
not don't touch anything, I guess.
I
That
do
goes
have
into my other thing. Sorry, just really quick to bounce off it. We talked about corporal striking, but what about cert leads like Lovesick and in this thing it would be Candace and Muller. And if I wasn't a member of command or high command of HVTU, I think
That's a Steam.
people
Steam overlay.
as those cert leads should be able to strike in their field. So let's say you have
It's a
Muller as
Steam.
the cert lead with Candace, and Muller sees Wayne Thunder do something wrong with the motor unit, like attached to a B boost, then he should be allowed to strike inside the motor unit. Just like if Lovesick sees someone flying too low and they fly I1 into a building, Lovesick should be able to strike them. It would only be like an additional 6 or 7 people inside the UPD with the ability to strike. I don't think they should suspend, but if the strikes add towards suspensions, then they can reach out to their corporals and sergeants if they want to recommend it.
Yeah, I mean, I have no issue from it. I mean, they're supposed to be, respectable members of the police department anyway. You should be responsible. So,
Yeah, they come to the command meetings. They have, a lot of access. They're essentially command of that cert, or high command of it.
Yeah. That's or have you got any objections to that? Certainly, been able to strike.
No. No, I'm good with that. I think it makes sense.
As long as it's pertinent to the cert, makes even more sense.
Yeah.
That's reminded me of something. Do we want to, I guess, for Brian and for Walter's panel, do we want it to just be high command, or should we invite, like, for example, for Brian, do we want Snow there as his, like, LT department lead? Or do we want to keep it to high command? Same for, like, Willie when it comes to...
Historically,
Walter.
we've always allowed the lieutenant of the person being involved to be involved, so I would be okay with it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with that.
I'll let Snow and Willie know then. So when we get a time sorted for... So. Okay.
I would prefer if we don't hold up scheduling for them, though.
No, I agree.
I agree.
If possible.
Yeah. Snow should be able to make an hour after tsunami.
Yeah.
On a good day, so should be fine.
One thing that I learned today, and it's a possibility, and I don't know for sure, but with for those unaware, I think it was the warden, right, Shovel, that was kidnapped and went missing for a few hours, and was found inside the DOC training facility in a torture room with his finger cut off.
Yeah.
What?
Libby put in the high
I saw
command
that. I don't know what to
photo.
make of it.
Right. Something more concerning, possibly, is I had Harvey kind of look in and make sure DOC were all good, and he kind of talked about the torture room a little bit. And Harvey said that apparently the torture room was commissioned or asked to be there by the commissioner's office for use post-war.
What?
That sounds like a senator thing, if I'm honest, not a commissioner thing.
Right. It's yeah. I just thought I'd let you guys know I'm looking into it. I haven't got anything conclusive right now, but you know it's very concerning.
It's pretty bare bones,
who,
right? Like,
who brought that to your attention?
Harvey Holden, the DOC,
Okay.
I guess.
Yeah, he's like a
guy.
liaison. Yeah.
Liaison, yeah.
Well, that's
Is that a pinky
concerning.
on the floor?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you have to have a key card to get in. Maddie gave them the key cards back so that they weren't suspicious that we were investigating the prison.
One got stolen.
how many are there total, the key cards? Do we know? Do they know?
Not sure. She didn't want to
DOC
ask too many questions until we had come to a bit of a, agreement about it, how we were going to handle it.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of it. I mean, technically, we don't have an authority to enforce the law on them, I guess. So,
Sort of on topic with DOC, Libby, I wanted to bring up that I spoke with the owner of Siren Radio, Sophie Sanders. She gave me a USB copy of that day that DOC handed
I
out
need to pee.
radios.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I have that. I have not had time to review it.
Could you flick it over to me and I'll give it a listen today?
Yeah, here.
I spoke to Bayer, who was monitoring the whole time, and he had just told me that, they put the $20 million hit out on Axel, and
I really need to pee, chat. I'm sorry. I'll be back. I'm gonna hide in this corner. I'll be back. I've needed to pee for like 3 hours. Also, what a shit show. But good RP though. Good RP.
on the table. All right, see you guys tomorrow. Yeah. See, who needs the ADA? I knew you guys could just climb up the stairs if you wanted to. They only got the railing for a reason, huh? Yeah. Is this your truck?
Yeah.
I'm back. Sorry, I had to let the dog out. Well, because I missed the end of the meeting. Oop. Well, That was interesting. To love. Meeting good. I will see. Yeah, it was great. In character was awful. We have half of high command. No, I'd say more than half of high command. I think the only people really questioning it are Axel and Owen. I think everybody else is at least, you know, pretty good. You know? Did I even get to all my points? No, because we keep getting interrupted. Doc's kind of thinking, if we're gonna do this, we can't just talk about it. It has to be laid out in front of people. Like, the facts have to be just laid out. It can't be, this is what, you know, I've heard, and that's bad, because then
That's
people
exactly
just
it.
go on
So I've got
tangents.
them taking a couple of days.
It has to be
I think
here.
that it's going to
This
be
is
the
the
best
facts.
way
You
for
can't
me
deny them.
to-
This happened.
I
Now
don't know.
what?
My biggest concern is that, you know, people are gonna be held accountable for these actions that were no part of it, wanted no part of it, because of the actions of a few. So I need to stand up for those people and find some way of, like, you know, saying, hey, we don't stand with that, without it being in there.
Yeah, Stubble should have been.
I kind of just quit, didn't quit. You know, I think I was just frustrated with
Stubble was quiet.
just the way that things were being talked about. And so when I walked out, I realized that, you know, I am in the position to try and help this. If this doesn't work and I get fired over it, then, I mean, that's better for people than me quitting. So
Tired? Yeah, I'm fucking tired. I've been up for like 16, 17 hours at this point. And I've been out all day, fucking doing wedding shit, and then I gotta do this. Yeah, I'm knackered, mate. I'm fucking knackered, and we've still got to talk to Nick. Oh my god, that was 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
Alright, let me talk to Libby, then I talk to Nick.
I'll figure out a way to do it from the public, because it's the same thing. They've only seen what's been released to them.
Doc's
so
POV, does he not think Bundy's
people
responsible?
People are basing their opinion off that, and I don't think there's anything that the PD could say.
Well, that's the thing. We don't know why. Listen, this is the thing. Is Doc gets along with Owen on a lot of things. But then he comes out with this outlandish war hero. I'm done bad shit, so that means other people, you know, yeah, am I getting punished too? Like this kind of outlandish argument, and essentially saying that, you know, agreeing with the senator that, you know, they were soldiers over there and we shouldn't do anything to them back home. Like, basically saying that if you go to another country, you can do whatever the fuck you want and it shouldn't be held against you when you get back. You know, that's just like, whoosh, for Doc. It's out of pocket. You know, it's crazy. It's crazy fucking talk. Especially when it comes to them being a police officer, you know, but I think the important thing that Doc's going to take away from that is that, yes, just because there was a loud opinion in the room doesn't mean that it's over. And it doesn't mean that everybody wasn't actually on board, because we don't actually know what some of the others actually feel about this stuff. Yeah. And then Doc was like, I'll just read off all these things that I've been told. And everyone was like, yeah, go for it. And then Doc starts doing that. And then it's like, actually, you know what? Just stick to the Sanguine stuff. Hey.
Hey, sorry about that.
You're gonna no need to apologize. Pissed
I'm gonna
me
sit
off
there and be
too.
called essentially a bad fucking cop because I have morals,
Yeah.
which is something that all cops should have. I had a thought when I walked out. I don't know if you heard me just talking to Grayson. Grayson was to have a meeting with us 2 hours after tsunami tomorrow. Are you good for that?
Yeah.
With a bunch of judges.
Wait, early? Or all like early tsunami or the like
2
I don't know
hours
what
after tsunami.
is
This
it that
tsunami.
this one? I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
I can, yeah.
I've asked Bison and Sweets to collect statements from every LSPD officer on how they feel about the war from what they have found out. So, seeing the negotiation video, seeing the video released by LSBN, seeing the statements released by High Command, I want documented how every single one of them feel. Because when it comes down to it at the end of the day, what I tried to stay in there is that it's not the Senate and it's not, it's not only Brian and it's not only Axel who are going to face the consequences for their actions. It's every single LSPD officer. It's every single UPD officer who's going to be out there patrolling the streets are going to cop it just as much as they do. So I want to have something that I release that essentially says, we didn't agree with what happened. We wanted no part of it. Like, this is the stance that we are taking, essentially. And I made sure that he knows that every single person that, he needs to let them know that it will be published. What they say will be published. They may face consequences for it. I may face consequences for it. But I don't know. I kind of lost a lot of faith down there.
And me too. I think Owen was most surprising, to be honest. Owen needs to learn how to communicate without raising his voice, I think. He was better at the end, but I guess war stuff he gets pretty heated. Maybe not heated is the right word, but extremely loud and opinionated. But that doesn't mean that he is the voice for the whole of High Command, because when we get down to the nitty-gritty of it, I think most of the room, apart from Owen and Axel, are on board with the war was bad and we did bad things. It seems that Owen and Axel are in another vein with that. I mean, on the plus side, it seems everybody's on board to go against the senator and his crimes. I guess his crime, and we're happy to do that, which is just the thing. It's just so baffling to me how we can be in that room and be so on opposite pages when it comes to people doing really bad things and being complacent, but then just because
They're
they're in
thinking about it as like war actions being taken during a war, but not realizing like no matter what capacity he did it at, no matter if he was acting as a fucking, like an actual soldier, or whether he was acting as PD, the consequences are coming to the PD. They're not. He is under our employment right now. The consequences are coming to us, not to the fucking, Metalia, whatever the fuck it is, militia. It's not going to them. It's not. They're not just going to target the people who went there and shot them.
Sorry, guys. Yeah.
So, Veronica wants to talk to both of us, but I'm out of time. I didn't realize that would take so long.
Yeah, me neither.
I don't know if you want to like organize it, like if we can lock in a time for another day.
May take
But
my
I was
prime
gonna see if you could
whilst
give
in
her a
leaving tongue.
call and just see, because I am late to something, very late.
Yeah, I just worry that. What the hell? Is that stubble?
Yeah.
I worry that the if I delay it tonight, that she's gonna lose faith that she's gonna be listened to. And that's not me trying to convince you to stay around. It's just whether or not I should.
Yeah, I
'cause-
can't. I just told her I would be there, but I didn't. Like, I don't want to go back on my word, but like, I'm 38 minutes late to something.
Oh yeah, you should get going. You should probably get going.
I could join via like
No.
phone call
No,
and
you're good.
listen, but it's yeah.
With Grayson, I think wasn't it an hour after we were doing the Brian panel?
Is that tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So we have to
I
reorganize that.
will- Yeah, okay. I'll have a chat with him.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll see what I can do about Veronica. Yeah, I just don't want to miss out on her already.
Yeah, just have a
And-
chat, see how she feels. Just say, I can be around tomorrow, but I have to be out by 38 minutes before now every day.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you get out of here.
All right.
All right. I'll see you in a bit.
Thanks, Doc.
I'm be honest. I'm so fucking tired. But I don't want to miss out on this. Simone was 3 hours ago. Oi, 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 oi.
Nick.
Hello, Nicholas. I'm
Hello.
finally out of the meeting.
Oh, okay.
I know. As far as I'm aware, the chief spoke to Veronica. Is that right? And said she was going to be
Yes.
there.
Yes.
So the chief has out-of-town commitments that she's had to head to. So she won't be able to be there. I'm happy to meet with Veronica now, if that's what
Yes.
she's up for.
Yes.
But obviously the chief won't be there.
Okay, yes, that absolutely works. You know what? I'll be honest, Dark, and I would like for you to sign off duty, and I would like for you to put your phone in a glove box and turn it off, and I would like you to meet me somewhere where I ping you to. And the reason for that is very simple. You can you can tell people that you're meeting me if that makes you safe or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, fine, I'll do it.
I just don't want anyone following us so we can have this conversation in peace, because I don't want people to know that you're meeting Veronica for your safety and hers.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I can do that.
What's your ping number? And I'll send you a ping from a location.
149. I'm gonna need a
149.
minute to get a car and stuff.
Okay, all right. I'll ping you, and we'll stay there, and you can just come there whenever. And try to make sure you're not being followed. And again, if you feel like it, you can text. I believe you're married.
Yeah.
You can text your husband, I believe, and tell him that you're meeting me. So if that makes you feel more at ease or whatever. Fuck. I just don't want you to get followed by another cop and they report it to the Senate and boom, we're all dead.
Okay, yeah, I'll tell someone I trust, and you know, if anything goes wrong, then obviously your name was mentioned. So yeah, I don't,
Yeah.
I'm not, I don't think, I'm not scared. I don't think you're gonna do anything, so it shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah. Okay, good. I just like to take precautions and I don't like people, snooping.
Yep. I understand. Okay. Well, yeah, give me some time, and I'll see you shortly.
149, correct?
149, yes.
149. All right, I'll ping you in a bit.
Okay. Bye bye.
Goodbye.
Well, we need food. We need a car. We gotta go. You're on
I'm
the
gonna go talk to
phone.
Bison. I'm gonna go talk to Bison, who's at your fitness center, to find out whatever happened with Carmine. Apparently, he's the one that did the thumbs up. But
What thumbs up?
the thumbs up that he goes into treason.
Oh, I see. Hey, listen, I'm gonna go meet with Nicholas Simone. So if anything happens, I'm gonna be signing off duty. So if anything happens, that's who I'm meeting.
We know. We know.
But
Who
you
to go
know?
for and hunt down.
Oh, I was gonna say. Okay, yeah. I'll anything that went.
It was like a mindful. Very like, I don't know. It was very. We're just gonna hop in the car. You go to the city?
Yeah, I'm going to the city. Yeah.
Yeah, let's. I mean, Owen was very like on one side at the start, and it got ugly, and it had to get ugly before it got better, and I think everybody got out their initial. It did get better, but
sure,
I don't know. It's like you said, apples to oranges. You know, Owen was comparing it to the old days and what happened before, in places very far away from San Andreas. But the difference is, like I said, right? It's not just war crimes or alleged war crimes against combatants that we've never met. It's San Andreas citizens that have gone over there, and it's this weird thing that, like I brought up, are we cops acting in a military capacity, or are we cops that are now military soldiers? And without that, it's kind of hard to get that distinction. It's really fucking tough because it's like Owen said, there's so many things that we did that could justify us getting fired, like. But I think the important thing is kind of like putting them into categories of, yeah, we had people in tanks and using grozers that are legal weapons over here, but there's a difference between using a flamethrower and putting a bomb on a medical personnel and telling them to go over there. Regardless of the legality of a war crime in the state of San Andreas, it's like the moral thing. And that's where it gets kind of like funky, in my opinion, is like, where do we draw the line of what's okay?
I think it's yeah, it is a difficult question to answer.
I think the bomb and Waltz is past the line. I'm not trying to argue that, but it's like, where does the line start? Is it training the EMS and doctors to use firearms? Is it giving them class use in the first place? Is it us using flamethrowers and tanks? Is it us using RPGs and homing launchers?
Well, I
us
mean,
using bombs and bombing the ground? Like, what's the line?
Did Jenny tell you about how Dickhead spared like the medic?
Another EMS. Yeah.
Right.
She
so
did.
that guy's like an actual moron, and even he could like realize that medics are off limits. So why couldn't we?
Wasn't that after he had shot them and he let them get treatment?
I think because Jenny wasn't wearing a medic uniform, he didn't realize that she was a medic. But then he saw the medic, and that Yeah, I don't know. Basically, I think it's all. I don't know. I just
It's
think
so convoluted and it's. Yeah.
I think at the end of the day, it's what I keep trying to reiterate. It's like, sure, things happen over there, whatever, but it's whether or not, like, we want them as PD. And Owen was basically saying, you know, he basically kept bringing up whether Brian was broken or all this kind of stuff. And I don't think that's the point. It's just whether or not we can, you know, we as a
Trust
high
him.
command want someone who is willing to do that as an officer. I think that's all it is. We control who we want in the police department. So I guess
Well, that's
Owen
what Owen
does.
brings into comparison towards like the old days, right? Is like, well, I don't know if you know this, but I got stranded on an island off of Russia actually for a couple of years, like 3 or 4 years ago, and I mean I had to do things that are not legal at all, but it was like a survival situation, you know, like.
Right, but you
Like, I had
weren't
to throw a
employed.
frying pan into a guy's face,
That sounds
and it broke his
extreme.
jaw, and then he choked on his own tongue and died.
Sounds extreme, man. What the hell?
But like you said, I wasn't employed in the PD. and
Right.
Neither were the NATO guys.
Right, exactly. And I think, like, I don't know what Owen's history is, but I think it's the only difference in if someone did this in, let's say, Afghanistan and was employed by the US military. The only difference here is that for some reason we've say, hold on, I need to accept this ping. Okay. Yeah, for some reason we're not following the international law, so they can't be punished legally when they get home. It's the only difference. That's the only thing that's different. If if it was the same situation in another country, then we wouldn't be having this discussion, and they'd probably be in prison. I know that's not the case, but I don't know. I'll be honest. I think most everybody, apart from Owen and Axel, agrees that Walter and Brian probably shouldn't be employed. I'm hoping that's the case, and just Owen was just the loudest voice, and I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I gotta get to this meeting, but
Yeah, I go sort out Carmine Costello.
All right. Any food and water?
I got some food here, but there's all the food got left on the table at SDSO.
There was food on the table.
Yeah, Owen bought 10 meals for everybody.
Ah, for God's sake.
Yeah.
Surprisingly okay.
You're right.
You okay?
I'm surprisingly okay. Yeah, I just fell. I'm fine.
Okay.
Pushed me.
You guys got anything to drink or to eat?
There should be stuff in the fridge. If there's not, then
We just fell off the entire roof, pal. Yeah,
I do
got
have coffee
something
if you need it.
Here, take it.
thank you.
Jesus. This guy was trying to scavenge us while we were dead.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good.
I was about to make a really dark joke about war crimes, but I'm not gonna go there.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I wasn't trying to do that. Calm down. Good to see everything's well. You pushed me. What's your issue?
Boink. Hey, Bundy.
Hey, Dark, you busy?
I'm about to go off duty for a meeting. But so I'll be back after that. But I was gonna reply to your email, but I'll be honest, I was in a pretty intense high command meeting. So I didn't get back to you, and I'm sorry about that.
No, you're fine. I'm just surprised to see you around and kicking this late, to be honest with you. Okay, well, just give me a call whenever you're out of your meeting. I'd love to chat with you. I've told Tessa most of the things, but I don't know. At this point, I feel like communication issues are abound, and the more high command members that I can speak directly with, the better. So.
Okay, yeah, that's I'll catch up with you straight after this meeting. Okay, I do have some questions for you regarding something else.
Okay.
Could I just ask you a quick question? I'll ask you some more questions in detail later, but the reason I phoned you earlier was because do you remember the day that Divine got leaked as the undercover operative?
I do, August 11th.
You were having I guess you were present for a meeting between Brian, Axel, and Tourette. Is that right?
That's partially correct. The three of them were already meeting and discussing things. Fuck. It's kind of a long answer.
Wait,
basically,
I'll just ask you the question. Why were you there with a sniper rifle?
Well, the sniper rifle was in my car. I'd never had it, but or at least never had it on my person. But that's because Brian Knight directed me to bring it.
Did he give you any reason why you need to bring that?
Not prior to me showing up, but afterwards he indicated that there was going to be a plan to, quote, eliminate an asset.
Understood. Okay, thank you very much, Jeffrey. I'll catch up with you in a bit.
Yep.
Okay, I'll get going.
Is anybody surprised? Anybody really surprised? Fuck, I don't have anything here.
Fingo, got another report about you.
Pyro, thank you for giving us to Maddie. Oh, hey, Maddie. And,
Suspended. You're suspended.
my shit's broken.
Pyroherb 126 gifted a tier 1 sub to Madorline. They have given 638
Madorline.
gift subs in the channel.
Uncle Teddy, thank you for the 100 biddies. Oh, Broken, thank you for the 5 gifties, buddy. And Sheepy, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Yeah, that's going to be interesting for the rest of them to find out. And what a surprise. Brian Knight? The angel Brian Knight wanted to eliminate and kill an officer? Whoa. No, he would never. I don't even know what fucking card to bring, man. Just a J, bro. It's just a J. Now, obviously...
You're taking the rapid duty. Okay.
Yeah, I'm taking rapid duty.
Oh my
But
fucking god.
Gotta make sure it's...
Bro.
I don't have polish.
As sparkly as you are.
Alright, we need to find a car. Hi, Sab. We were just talking about Axel. Thank you for the raid, buddy. Pepe laugh. Pepe laugh. Can I take out one of these? You know what? No. No. I appreciate it, Sab. If you're here, buddy, listen, I've said it to my stream, but you and Medi and heckin' Vigors have created some pretty cool RP, dude. All right, let's go sign off. We'll go rent a car. Jesus Christ, Dark and his Stitches riding a bike. All right, we're signing off. Oops, wrong one. Hello? Oh no, I've broken everything. I can't see anything. Oh, fuck me. It is 1 in the morning for me. It is 30 degrees in my room right now. No bien. There we go. And I've lost it. Oh my god. Bro, come on. They're waiting. Great. Everything's broken. It just keeps saying full restart in progress. That high car meeting gave you a headache? Yeah, it gave Dark headache. Also, it's good RP, you know, but... Bro, am I still signed on? I can't do anything. I fixed it. Alright, we should be signed off duty. Yeah, we're good. Alright, let's go rent the car. For those unaware, we're going to meet with the EMS. We're gonna go meet with Veronica Mars. Yeah, we might just die. It's certainly a possibility. Didn't you want me to leave the phone somewhere? Yeah, fuck it. I'll leave it in the fucking dumpster. Breadcrumbs, quite literally. Oh. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god, I'm gonna get pulled over. Alright, this is gonna be an interesting talk. I can't believe Axel suspended himself. I can't believe he did that. I was Uh-oh. Am I dead already? Oh, thank god. Wait, what the fuck is going on here? Okay. Just a couple dudes hanging out at the FIB building. Sure. Me down. I need to get there, so I am gonna break some traffic laws. Oh my god. Panel incoming. Richard Dark breaks traffic laws. Panel. Right, where are we going? Observatory, and I'm going completely the wrong way because I'm an idiot. Listen, I'm gonna what I do. Yep. Then you have like thousands of hours in GTA. I know where I'm going. Oh, we'll have to fucking speed up a little bit. This shit's too slow. Holy shit, this car's fast though, dude. Alright, we're gonna make sure we're not being followed. We'll do a quick... So many sussies. Do a quick little follow check. I don't actually see anybody behind me, I'll be honest. You know, got the back against a record machine. I can go 140 in a straight? Holy shit. I think we're good. No follow. Just no crash, please, Richard. It looks like Trey's house. He's an angel now. We're not looking to kill anybody. Oi. We're nearly there. After you with PD equipment, yeah, you're not wrong. Not wrong.
Hey, no phone?
No phone.
Hello.
Hello, Miss Moss. Are you okay?
No. Are you okay?
No.
That makes two of us.
Yeah. I wasn't followed. I checked.
Good. This should be private enough, I believe. Right. I usually would like to step away from the car at least 10 meters in case someone is still listening on the phones, even though they're off.
Good.
But you guys stay here. I'll park the car a little bit, and you can start talking.
I can't really walk too far.
No, I got it.
I was just explaining. I have this or have a wheelchair.
I don't know whether this is what you want to hear, and I'm not saying it because I think it is, but I'm sorry for what happened.
You're probably the second person from PD to say that to me. And only probably the second or third person from PD who actually wants to speak to me. Because it seems like they've all made up their minds on what has happened, and people are releasing statements. But crazily enough, no one's really speaking to me about it.
I'll say the majority of the rank and file are not okay with what happened.
Mm-hmm.
That's, from the people I've spoken to.
Right.
Okay. First of all, I want to apologize for the delay. I just got out of the high command meeting, and it was a long one. And, obviously there was a lot to talk about, so... but I think really what I just want to do, and I think your point of view is the most important here. So I just want to make sure that that's heard, and really, I have you, who else have you spoken to, if you don't mind me asking? From PD, I mean.
Bison and Tessa.
Okay, yeah, that adds up. All right. I think both of those people are trustworthy. So I don't think you should have anything to worry about that.
Really don't trust anybody at this point except Nick. And I mean Bison because he was there, but given everything that happened to me, I'm having a very, very hard time trusting people at the moment.
Yeah, I don't blame you at all. So, would you mind telling me what happened?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. And then hopefully I don't have to tell this story anymore. Okay. We went to the aircraft carrier. I'm an EMS. I used to be a police officer. So I was stationed on the aircraft carrier for the war, and we were triaging people on the aircraft carrier. There was lots of bodies coming in. There were helicopters flying over, and jets, and nuclear submarines, and RPGs, and it's pretty terrifying. We had people come back DOA. At one point, doctors were sent out. This war was taking place, and it was fucking terrible. I'm skipping most of that to get to the meat of what happened to me. Doctors were sent out to fight everyone who was stationed on the aircraft carrier, and all of the PD were also gone. So at this point, there was probably 6 or 8 of us EMS who were left on the hangar. And we took the survivors and some of the bodies that were brought to us, and we flew them to the mainland. And then at that point, we were instructed to fly to the island. So we set up a triage point on the hangar on the airstrip, which was away from conflict at this point.
Really quick, if you don't mind, I might pause you sometimes for questions. Who informed EMS to move to the island?
I am unsure.
Great.
I listened directly to my chief. And so at that point, we were literally abandoned on the aircraft carrier, which was previously like being attacked and shit. So it's whoever made the call, it was probably a decent call. But I don't know. So we set up a triage point in the hangar away from the conflict, which at this point I believe had moved towards the villa. Mm-hmm. And we were at the airstrip triaging people. PD were shuttling bodies over to us. And we were triaging them, getting our helicopter to land, and then lifting them out back to the mainland to the Simone Memorial Hospital. At one point, At one point, we were waiting for the next group of people to come in, and we were RPG'd in our triage point. About 3 feet in front of me, I saw 2 people get RPG'd and hurt very, very badly. I don't know if they made it because I don't know who it was at this point. And we saw somebody approaching the hangar dressed like an EMS. And I said on the radio, "Who is that approaching us?" Because we knew that these other people had been trying to surround our hangar. It was Walter Christmas, the police officer, who then told me, "I am false flagging as EMS. I'm false flagging as EMS." He said this openly on radio to all of us. And he said, "I am false flagging as EMS to draw their fire." He was dressed as a mainland EMS with the blue shirt that we have access to, not our outfit that we were given for the war. He was wearing that and like a white horse mask. He had an RPG on his back and he had a class 2 in his arms. And he said, "I'm false flagging as EMS." Then took down people who were surrounding our triage point. The people who RPG'd us were then brought in for treatment in our triage point, which was so incredibly fucked up that this person just tried to kill us and then we had to save them, but we did our jobs and we did just that. At that point, we were asked to move closer to the villa, and I believe that was coming from PD. So we moved. The PD picked us up in multiple army vehicles, and they moved us to a closer triage point at the top of a hill by a cell tower. And once we did that, we had 2 more DOAs come in, a slew of more bodies. And it is at this point that Brian got on the radio and he said, "I need a volunteer, an EMS, specifically an EMS volunteer to help with something." The EMS were dealing with DOAs, and so I spoke up and I said, "I can assist." And at that point, Commissioner Justice picked me up in an armored tank-like vehicle and drove me to Brian. And at this point, Brian said, "You're just going to be holding a gun on a corner while we do something." And as my experience as a cop, I was like, "Okay, I've done that before. I've done that. I could do that again." And then he walked me over towards the senator. And then the senator changed the story yet again and said, they need food and medical treatment down there. We're going to send you down to do that." And I said, "Okay." And then he changed the story again and said, we're going to send you down with a bomb.
Take your time.
Thank you. So I said, "We're going to send you down with a bomb." And he told me the plan. They gave me a bomb. And they said that they wanted me to go down and kneel next to somebody to pretend to treat them. And I believe Brian's exact words were, "You're going to take this C4 and shove it up their ass. And you're going to put the numbers in to the C4 to set it. And you're going to put in 930-30. And I repeated it back to him, and I said 930-30. And he said, "Yeah, 930-30. That's what you're going to do." And then the senator said, "This is going to end the war. You're going to save everybody." And Bison walked up and heard this. And he said, "What the fuck is going on? Like, what did I just hear?" And Brian asked him, he said, "Who is this?" And he said, "It's Bison." And Brian pulled out a gun pulled out a suppressed gun, a class 2. And he turned to Bison and he said, Bison, if you tell anybody about this, I will fucking kill you. And he told Bison to leave. And so, yet again, I was completely alone with just Brian and Senator Davis. And at that point, I didn't really feel like I had a decision in what was about to happen. And they said the plan. They said you're gonna walk in and your hands are gonna be up. And they're not gonna shoot you. They're not gonna shoot you. They promised they weren't gonna shoot. And you're gonna offer medical, and then you're gonna plant the bomb and shove it up their ass, and then you're gonna run out. And so I walked down past officers giggling who had RPGs in their hand. And my hands were up, and they didn't even tell me where to go. They just said, go down the stairs, you'll find it. And I walked down, and I was instantly shot in the head. And I passed out, and the next time I gained consciousness, I was behind the locked gate that all the Sanguines were in. And then I remember hearing like a woman's voice every now and again. I was trampled based on the fact that my fucking ribs are broken, and my chart said I had boot marks all over my back. And then I passed out again, and I only woke up when they tried to eat me. I woke up because the people took a knife to my arms and legs and tried to cut me up to eat me. And remember, they said I would...
Stop. You want?
It's okay. I have to just tell this. They said that I needed to go down there for medical and to give them food. When they gave me the bomb, they made me take everything out of my pockets and my vest that could have been any help to the people down there. I had a ton of burgers. I had a ton of drinks. I had IFAX, bandages, guns. They made me leave everything behind. They made me leave everything behind, so in no way could I give them any sort of help. They said, you're gonna get down there and you're gonna do the bomb, and then you're gonna plant it and you're gonna run away. But after seeing what was down there, they were all behind a locked gate. So even if they did let me in, they were gonna lock that gate behind them. And I was gonna be trapped in there and I was gonna die. And they knew that, and they didn't tell me that. So they wanted me to go down, they wanted me to be locked inside, plant a bomb, and not be able to get out. And so the last thing I remember is waking up in a hospital with 4 gunshot wounds, missing kidney, part of my intestine missing, broken ribs, and cuts from where they tried to chop me up and eat me. All because they didn't want to do it themselves. They wanted to send an EMS.
You wanna tell them about the thing?
Oh. Yeah. Dark. I woke up in the hospital And the C4 was still inside the plates of my vest.
Yep.
They made me hide it in my vest so I could get it into the bunker. And it was still there. It has been handed over to a member of the PD. I don't have it anymore.
We can have it provided to you if you want. The detonator, we had the detonator removed, so it's not gonna explode. Text.
Who did you pass that on to?
Just an officer.
So
I will make sure.
Who was it? I'm the reason I'm asking is to see. I'm concerned about where that bomb came from, really. So I want to be able to examine it.
I'm just concerned about that bomb disappearing, Dark, because it's proof that it happened, and I know a lot of people don't believe me.
It's stored safe. Sorry, go on. My bad.
No, it's just people don't believe me, or they think that I'm making it up, or they are trying to explain it away. Like, I've heard stories about Brian denying any of this even happened. But how can you deny it when I woke up with the bomb still on my vest?
It's dark. If it matters, it's stored on police property. We gave it away the same day that Veronica came to. And I can provide you with the locker code so you can fetch it yourself if you want.
I'm just really scared that it's gonna go away.
Yeah.
Did you give it to one of the two officers you've already spoken to? Or?
For their safety, I would rather not confirm nor deny that, but it was given and it's documented.
Okay. You don't have to tell me nothing. I'll find it. Okay. I do have some questions, if that's
Ask
all right.
whatever you need. Yep.
And I want to make sure you know. First of all, I believe you.
Thank you.
And so I want to go into this. When I'm asking you these questions, they're not that some of them might be pointed, or might come across in a negative light, but I'm just trying to, I'm going to ask some of the questions that other people might ask.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get a full picture of things here.
Yep.
So to get some clarification, when the request first went out, it was that Brian said they needed an EMS. They needed an EMS to volunteer for
Yes.
something.
That was said on the main radio. They specifically needed an EMS to volunteer with something. I am the least experienced EMS in the group. So I figured if people are coming in with life-threatening injuries, I can go assist with that, and the rest of everybody can stay at the triage point. As there were officers that were still coming in who were marked for black tag, which either means dead on arrival or potentially they're gonna, die because of their stuff. So it was getting pretty serious. But it was specifically, I need an EMS to volunteer for something.
Okay. And then you said the commissioner picked you up?
Commissioner picked me up at our triage point in some sort of armored tank-like vehicle that he was driving around in. And he drove me to Brian Knight and Senator David. At the villa.
Okay.
Where everyone was stationed.
Did the commissioner say anything to you on the way?
I don't recall.
Okay. But it was definitely him. You have no doubt that it was the
Yes.
commissioner.
It was the commissioner.
Okay. And he took you
He might
straight
have said
to
something
Brian?
about me being like. He might have said something about me being like a hero or something. I can't quite recall, but it was definitely the commissioner. He took me. Yes, he took me directly
yeah.
to the front gates, where Brian and Senator Davis were. And there were two separate instances of Brian telling additional officers to step away from us. There was one outside the gates, and there was the three of us, and somebody walked up and he said to the other person, basically, fuck off. And then we walked inside the gates, and same sort of thing happened with Bison, except he actually threatened Bison's life that time with the gun and the threat.
Okay. So you were brought there. The commissioner dropped you off with Brian. Did the commissioner leave at that point?
I don't know where the commissioner went.
But he wasn't with you during the discussions.
Not during the talks, no.
Okay. So Brian gave you the gun, put you on a corner.
No, he gave no. The corner thing never happened.
Oh, okay, I see. All right.
He told me I was going to be holding a corner with a gun. I never did that. Then the senator told me, we're going to send you down with food and medical supplies because that's what they want. And then he said, but what we're really going to do is send you down with a bomb.
Okay.
And then said this one thing is going to end the war.
This might be a stupid question. But other than Brian asking you to volunteer for something, did the senator or Brian ever ask you whether or not you wanted to do this?
I don't recall. And even if they did, after they pulled out a silenced Class 2 weapon and threatened the life of another officer literally in front of me, I felt like I had zero choice. Because if they were willing to threaten an officer like that, they clearly don't give a shit about me.
No, I completely understand.
no,
yeah.
There was no saying no to anybody at that point.
No, I understand. It was more for me to. The question is going to be asked if it's more whether or not they just expected it of you. Once you had volunteered for a task, really, and whether they had any humanity to actually ask you if you were okay with doing this or not.
There was no humanity in either one of them. They didn't even tell me where to walk when I went downstairs. And what's worse is when I got down there were 3 dead cops in front of the door that I was meant to go inside of.
Right. Okay.
So they knew, I didn't, what was about to happen. They knew exactly what was about to happen. But they didn't even give me directions of where I was supposed to go. They just said, go down the stairs. You'll see when you get down there.
What did they expect would happen to her as soon as they heard the first beep from the bomb when it was armed? No matter, yeah.
Yeah. Even if I had been able to plant it, I would have died. But I didn't. They knew it was a locked gate. I didn't. There were cops around the corner giggling.
You would never have made it to the gate.
No.
You would have been shot down way before that.
All I can hear playing back in my head is 930, 30. That's what you're going to put in onto the bomb. You're going to put in 930, 30.
Okay. Listen, I'll be honest. No person in their right mind would think that you'd be able to survive going in that room with a bomb.
Well, then Brian Knight and Senator Davis are not in their right minds.
I think my point is they knew exactly what they were doing, sending you down there.
Exactly.
This is the leadership we have.
I don't know if you have spoken to Kiki, chief of EMS, yet, but she let me know that after the fact, Senator Davis told her, okay, we've extracted all of our officers, time to go. Knowing that I was still down there, and they wanted to leave without me. And she had to remind him 4 separate times that I was dying in a bunker because he sent me there.
Okay. I mean, other than the obvious fact that, you know, you had a bomb, did the Senator O'Brien at any point kind of inform you on the dangers of the situation?
I don't think they cared, honestly, to do so. They were more involved in making sure that I had the settings of the bomb correct and that I was shoving it up somebody's ass. And that this is the thing that was going to win the war. And they were sending in someone that they found expendable. I think they cared more about that than literally anything else.
I mean, Nick, with what you told me on the phone earlier about the footage that you had, did you manage to make any leeway on that?
Shit, I totally forgot, but I'll call Ursula right away, and if I get it, I'll text you a link to the video.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great.
I heard there's a video out that has footage of me in it, and I haven't had the
You shouldn't watch that.
I haven't had the energy to watch it yet.
Yeah.
Trust me, V, you should not watch that.
Yeah. It's probably for the best.
I don't think I have any more questions. I think you've given everything you can, and obviously if you do think of any more important details, and
Oh, the
send
311s that were sent after I was shot?
what were those?
Well, I was bleeding out on the floor, so I didn't see them. An officer has screenshots of them, which was from Commissioner Justice, that basically said they have shot her, so now it's time to win this war, and in the name of whoever, like, we're gonna win because they shot down one of our EMS. And like made me a martyr.
Knowingly.
Yeah. Used it as like a fun little cheerleading moment. Like, let's get the morale back up, guys.
Yeah, there's not really there's no real words to describe what happened to you, really, and I'm sure there's nothing I can say that's gonna make you feel any better. But regardless of what anybody says, what happened was sadistic. heartless, and it was a war crime, and I'm incredibly sorry that you were put in that position. And if I'm honest, I think it's a miracle that you're alive. I'm very happy
Really?
that you are.
Thank you.
What I'm gonna do is it's gonna be difficult because obviously I haven't been able to record this or anything, but I don't know the best way to do this, to be honest. I'm gonna send you, I don't know how. I've taken notes, and I would like if you were able to at least sign them and say that everything that I've written down here, it is notes, so it's not like a affidavit or anything. But I've tried to take notes as best as I can. I would like to, so you can see them, and then as long as you have, think anything's wrong, would you be able to sign at the bottom and say that, this is all accurate and kind of put your name there? Or would you rather not have any kind of trace back to this?
No, I got you.
Yeah, but I'm worried about the treason thing.
You know what? Let's not. I think at the end of the day, for the most part, what I'm doing here is internal accountability. When it goes down the road, hopefully, and we're looking at the legal side of things, then we can talk about that when we come to it and get an official statement. But this will do. I heard it from your mouth, so
Yeah, you can still send it over if there's details, and I can try to correct them, I guess. But the rest of it, I'm just nervous about.
No, I understand.
For transparency's sake, we've already left a statement in front of a senior judge as well. That is in case.
But it is very sealed.
Yes.
I'm going to tell you right now, Dark, that I am afraid the Senate is going to find me and kill me. Which is why I am, which is why I am not working. I mean, apart from my injuries, I'm on a leave of absence. I only just got a phone back today. I'm terrified for my life. So.
Yeah, I completely understand. Listen, I'll be transparent. I got no guarantees anything's going to happen to the Senate. That being said, I'm going to try. Whatever that might be. Obviously, I've kind of explained this to Nick. When it comes to actual crimes that happen over there, given it's war, and for some reason the Senate's been able to get rid of the Geneva Convention in this state, I don't think legally there's going to be a lot of options. But we're looking into things, and we're figuring out our options, and I'm going to be talking to the mayor's office. And listen, I think at the end of the day, what's happened to you and what's happened on that island and just the island in general, that whole situation has got to be, we can't let it just happen and carry on. And there's a lot of us, I've spoken to Grayson, for example, and him in the DOJ, and myself and the others in high command. We don't want to stand and support Senator Davis and the rest of the Senate. So I can't promise anything's going to happen tomorrow, but I can promise you that there's people like myself that are going to try.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Is there ever gonna be a press release, or are you, because like I told you, Dark, time is of the essence. People are getting restless, and it's gonna start. Shit is gonna go down soon.
There should be one coming out very shortly. As far as I was aware, it was being sent to the news outlets as that meeting concluded. So
okay. Good. Also, if you can guarantee that if I tell you where in which locker at the PD the bomb is, are you able to somehow record you receiving it and thus taking over the chain of command? Sorry, chain of custody.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, I certainly could. Listen, again, I'll be transparent. We had, we had bombs available. We had C4, like the one that you were given, available to us. So it's very likely just one of our own. That being said, you know, I don't know whether it's I need to investigate it, but I might. I think I've heard a lot of information, and I think I know who was given it, and so I don't want to have to put you guys in a difficult position or anything, and I don't want to put another question mark if that goes missing, basically.
Let me put a stop to that. The officer that we gave it to the day off when she woke up, and I am pretty much the only one that has touched that bomb since I took it off the vest, and then I handed it over to Sergeant Bison.
Yeah, I figured as much.
Bison has it documented. You're able to ask him about it, and he will confirm. So I think the chain of custody and the timeline here is evident, or is very important in case it is ever questioned.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Bison does want to speak to me, so I assume it's about this and
possibly.
that. So yeah, I'll if anything happens, I'm just not gonna touch the thing, and I'll probably just leave it all with Bison to kind of, if we do want to look into it or examine it or anything, I'll just leave it to him to do. So then we have less of a question of where it's going to be. And I think out of everybody, Bison's, clearly not going to do anything untoward. So, okay.
No, we trust him. We trust him. He took it very seriously when we showed him and talked to him about it. So we trust him. We would, however, want you to redirect any questionings to Tessa. She was also part of that discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I told her this whole story.
Yep.
So I just wanted people to hear my side of it before I had to go get my kidney transplant.
Yep. All right. You okay, V? You have anything more to add?
Not okay. Nothing to add.
Dark, you good?
Yeah, I really appreciate you talking to me, and I'll make sure that your breath isn't wasted. But it is such.
Thank you. Hopefully it's the last time I have to tell it.
I hope so too. Dark, you know my name has a certain reputation, if you will.
Sure.
I just want this to be crystal clear that I don't know if it's the PD or if it's someone else putting cameras in visitation. I hope, for your sake, that it is not the PD, because that would, I'm pretty sure, be illegal. Maybe. I hope. Or at least against some ethical guidelines. I have, me and my brother have managed to arrange a ceasefire when it comes to the gangs and the EMS and the doctors. Basically, the gist of it is a lot of people want to kill the EMS and the doctors for participating in the war. And we have somehow managed to convince all of the people that want to kill them not to. And that is why I was involved in this situation. And I don't know why I keep getting roadblocked from joining the DOC, because I assume it is because of my name. Do you have any insight into that?
I have absolutely no idea. I knew that you were trying to join DLC.
Yes,
But
and then I
that
was told a bullshit reason that they freezed hiring after they just let a person go, and they're being absolutely decimated in jail.
why are you trying to join DLC if you don't mind me asking?
It's very simple. I believe that if I were to become a DOC guard, that I would actually be able to uphold some sort of peace inside the prison. That's my honest truth. I am done seeing bloodshed after seeing what happened to her. I just don't want more people to die. That's it. That's the cold hard truth. And I know some people make me out to be some sort of sicko that wants to kill everybody, but ever since 4 months ago or 5 months ago, when some shit went down with a lot of people, I've turned my life around, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'd rather help someone than kill someone.
Right.
So, yeah. If the brainwashed unit, sorry, the MCU, yeah, I spoke to 2 officers. I'm not really impressed with them.
Who was it?
I think one was Scully.
Right.
And the other one...
Don't say Malcolm.
Don't remember.
They have blonde hair.
Yes.
White guy, white short.
No. No. Never mind. Never mind.
Okay.
Whatever. I don't know where I was going with that. I'm cooked.
All right.
Let me get the car and I'll get you back to your car.
Hold on, Nick. Have you heard anything about the warden?
The warden? The warden of the jail?
Yeah.
No. I can honestly tell you that the only people that I've heard aggressions about is naturally the police department. And the other people are the EMS and the doctors. But they never heard the DOC or the warden being mentioned.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Something happened because I spoke to him yesterday and asked him about the job interview.
Now there's just some DLC's just, as it's all just a bit mad right now, really. I mean, there was people fired from DLC and shit like that for helping Sanguinians.
Sanguines.
Sanguines.
Oh.
Thank you. My coined term is really good.
Is that why Winston Walker was fired?
Yes.
Okay, I see. I had no idea he had any sort of loyalties with the Sanguines.
I imagine his loyalties lie with maybe pride. It's the only thing I can think of.
Okay, I see. No, but honestly, I'm telling you the truth. I've heard absolutely nothing about DOC, especially the warden being a target of aggression. The only ones are PD, Senate, EMS
I didn't
and
mention
DOC.
any
Sorry,
aggression.
doctors.
That's being OLC
But
chat.
they promised, everyone has promised not to touch the EMS and the doctors for the time being. And I'm working really hard to keep that fucking peace because I believe the doctors and the EMS were coerced into joining the fight.
Yeah,
And
I
they
would
shouldn't
agree.
suffer for it.
Yeah, 100%.
All right.
Okay.
I'll go get the car.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can't really
It
walk
isn't-
too far these days.
I can imagine.
Rocks get stuck in the wheels of my IV stand.
If they let you take that.
I have to be hooked up to it all the time. It's really annoying. But I can't process a lot of food right now because of my intestine being like missing and stuff. So I have to.
Okay.
Ow.
My Formula One here. Oh, there we go.
Shove the IV stand in first. It's a little long.
Yeah.
Dark, you know how hard it is to find food in this city that
Oh,
is
yeah.
no, like just soft or soup?
You gotta know of a special place for that.
Literally. There's one place in the city that makes food I can actually eat. And it's on a menu that doesn't exist.
Oh, Jesus.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, if I can do anything, just give me a ring, okay?
Absolutely.
you.
I'll call Ursula and get you the raw footage.
Thank you very much. And
Okay.
thank you, Veronica. It means a lot.
Thank you.
Bye.
Fuck, dude. I don't. Did anyone catch the significance of what she said compared to the meeting we just had with High Command? Because there was a pretty big difference. Axel said that he wishes he knew because he wouldn't have done anything. And he would have done it different. But according to Veronica, he seemed aware. Like, he seemed like he knew exactly what she was going in for, calling her a hero and shit. That doesn't fucking add up, does it? Oh, God. And then he 311, yeah. And there's an officer with those 311s. I'm assuming it's Bison, because they haven't really spoken to anybody, so I'm assuming it's Bison. Yeah, pretty concerning, really. She did it against the world. Yeah, that's the. Yeah, I mean, everything kind of added up with what we knew already. Jesus Christ. Everything kind of added up already, but it's obviously good to hear it firsthand. And I mean, the Axel thing is. I'll be honest with Axel. I don't know whether it's just Axel forgetting or whether he's actually just lying out of his teeth. I really don't know. And then, yeah, so we need to talk to Bison. Hopefully get those 3-on-1s. Why not both? I mean, yeah. You're not wrong. Man, this shit's been fucking crazy, dude. It's been actually fucking crazy. Honestly, the high command not being on the same page has really thrown a wrench in the fucking works. It really has. Like, this would be so different if high command was just like on the same page, agreeing on everything. But would that be as interesting? You know. Yeah, it's 2 a.m. I want to go to bed. I really do. But I need to go get my phone and get back to Mission Row. That'd be boring. Exactly. I'm glad Chuck realizes. It would be boring. And we probably wouldn't have got the commissioner suspending himself. It was very much like a, you know what? Heck you guys. You can't suspend me. I suspend me. It was a bit like that. And it was very Toretty. Yeah, it was very similar to Toretty thing. PD needs spice, but this is like extra spicy. Yeah, this is like, fucking you eat it and then you're sweating 2 minutes later kind of spice. Doc isn't, how do I say this? Doc's done this IA thing before, and he's been a cop for a long time, so he knows never to just trust someone completely. That's the first time he's ever met Veronica. Obviously, Nick Simone, bad. So there is always the possibility that Nick and Veronica have some kind of angle. It's possible Doc, after that conversation, think that's like the most unlikely thing on the planet, but it's always a possibility. But Doc's really not thinking that that's the case. I'll be straight. I don't know what their angle could be. I really don't. You know, Doc doesn't think she's lying. Where's my bike? My bike's gone. Heck. Time to run back to Mission Row. I think the... What the fuck? I heard a voice. I don't... Yeah, I really don't... Like... the only thing that she might feel... That she might be lying about, but not in a malicious way, but... like a guilt kind of way, is if she was... Like, for example... One thing that didn't add up, and I wish I asked about it because I only thought about it now, is when we spoke to Kiki said, because I had the conversation with Kiki and I was like, well, was she, from what I heard, she was told the consequences and that she probably, you know, wasn't going to come out of this. And Kiki was very upset and she said she didn't hear that. So assuming Kiki spoke to Veronica and then Veronica said that she mustn't have heard them, but that did actually add up. She was like, I don't recall hearing anything telling me of the consequences, basically. So honestly, everything does add up. But yeah, that was the only thing that I thought she might be lying about, which is essentially, you know, she feels guilty about what happened and then, you know, basically can't bring herself to admit that she knew what she was doing and was complacent with it. Whether or not she was, you know, under duress or not, basically. And that much might be a guilt thing. I don't think she's maliciously lying in any sense. But like I said, Doc believes it. Like, you know. Yeah, that's gonna... And then the Bundy thing. Oh my god, I gotta speak to Bundy. Any significance of her still having the bomb on her? I mean, it's pretty damning when it comes to a complete disregard for her safety and everything. What the fuck's going on? Am I broken? Whoa. Okay. I think my PC's overheating, I'll be honest. What is going on right now? Is Dark in charge of looking into everything? Nope. Dark's just doing it, really.
What if he did? You like that vest enough to care that much?
What's happening?
Hey. Hey, Jones, do you remember how we met?
Yep, blue.
I sat in that lobby every single day waiting for a ride along, but
Mountain.
not the annoying way. I'd wait for an hour-and-a-half long Cornwood meeting to then say, "Hey guys, I'm here if y'all want to ride along. If not, it's fine." And then I'd walk out.
Oh my god, it's my best friend!
Or there would be pressure.
Okay, come with me.
I am now.
Cool.
I'm your boss, but I'm not your boss in the UPD. Points to ground.
You have any food? I'm starving.
I'm your boss.
No, I don't have any. I have some trash goldfish.
Brass goldfish?
Trash. I put them in the trash.
Oh.
Do you want them?
No, it's okay. I'll just eat my IFAX for the time being. Oh, I was using the fitness center for all my meetings today.
Yeah, well, I don't want to rip my stitches. I've walked around way too much today already.
Yeah, this is really cinematic too.
Cinematic?
Yeah, the lights are very pretty out here.
You think it's just a date? I'm married.
I'm pre-married.
How long have you been pre-married for?
What's today?
The 6th of September.
2 years, 7 days. No, 2 years, 1 week. 3 days, 4 hours, 2 minutes.
I was taking the ramp southbound La Puerta.
Right. Okay. I'm just gonna brush past that.
Okay.
You wanted to talk to me?
Yeah. Did you see the LSBN thing?
I've pretty much seen everything at this point.
Okay, I just went. When I emailed you, it was for the purpose of like, hey, this was just released right now.
Oh.
So that's what I was just gonna tell you about.
Is that it?
Also, I need to ask you a couple questions. Feel free to answer as truthfully as you'd like. That'll be fine. Libby asked me to do this, so I need to do this. Uno momento. Okay, sir, I'm gonna have to ask you a couple questions. Just answer as blatantly as you'd like, or as, not blatantly as you'd like. So for the first question, were you at Sanguine Island during the conflict?
I was on the aircraft carrier, and then I was in a helicopter, and then I was in the ocean. So technically, I didn't set foot on the island, but yes, I was there.
Okay, so but you're present during the conflict. Okay.
Yes.
Did you want to be there?
I wanted to be there in the capacity to keep officers and EMS safe, as I truly felt that if myself nor Stubble went, remaining leadership would not have their best interest in mind.
Fuck, how do I spell truly? There we go. What were your thoughts or feelings before the conflict took place?
pretty non-existent, given I didn't really know what was happening until it happened.
How'd you feel about everything that took place before we like landed on the beaches of M Day? Like with negotiations and all the meetings and stuff like that.
Oh, well, I wasn't present either. I just saw the negotiations on the news, and well, I think we'll be on calling them negotiations. I think even Axel admitted they were demands. Yeah, I think they were a sham, and I think you know. I think the director, you know, I'm not going to say that. That's pretty obvious.
I mean, this is going to Libby, so whatever you say, she's going to see. Whatever you want.
No, I know that, but
Oh, okay.
I also know what Libby's plan for all this stuff is too.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, good.
Do you?
I mean, it feels self-explanatory. Like everything that I write down here, she's going to be like, "Hey, get your head out of your ass!" Like all these people who aren't happy about this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
And if they don't listen, she's going to go public.
Right. Yeah. Pretty much. Why do you like this, Bison?
I have to keep my mouth open when I'm writing notes.
And you just can't stop yourself from laughing.
I'm trying. I can't. I'm trying to stop. Okay. Okay. Go ahead. Go. You believe they were a sham?
Yeah, I believe they were a sham, and we should be ashamed of our performance, to say the least.
During the demands.
During the demands, yes.
Okay. Do you feel like this is all like your thoughts before it happened, right? So like, did you feel like, why the fuck are we doing this? All right, you know, gung ho. What's happening? This doesn't make any sense. I don't care. I'm excited. Like, etc., etc.
The only information I had was that we were negotiating with Sanguine for peace after the treaty had broken down. So I felt pretty blindsided when we just went in there with demands, and I really didn't see any kind of negotiations for peace. So, yeah, it was pretty disturbing, really, and pretty upsetting.
This is just my own personal curiosity. Did you even know any of this was happening as a Ask Chief?
Like I said, the only information I had was that we were negotiating for peace.
All right. How did you feel after the conflict took place?
Unconscious.
What a shit show. That went great.
Well,
I know you went into ICU, but I mean, like, whenever you woke up and like heard about like what happened, like, how did you feel about it?
Great. To be off the record, to be honest, depressed. But that's not a very good word to write down. So I'll think of a better way to say it. I felt as though, I'll be honest, it still stuck with me. I and my feelings for the PD just felt and feel irredeemable. And honestly, just there's a level of there's a real level of shame when I wake up with this badge every day since the conflict.
Do you feel that like nobody can trust PD anymore, and that it feels like a losing battle?
Yeah, I don't think we deserve trust right now.
How do you is there like anything else that like it was a shit show? We shouldn't have been there in the first place. It was necessary. You know, I'm not happy we went, but we had to do it. Like anything like that.
I think the PD had no place being there in the first place. And that the senator should have had enough balls to contact the Pentagon and get us some military instead.
Okay. What did you hear about what happened on the island?
You haven't got enough space in that notepad.
Oh yeah, I do. I've already written 2 essays today. Obviously, I don't want to go into like high command meetings or anything like that, but like, what have you like from like word of mouth from others?
Yeah. Let's have a look.
Oh, you got your own notes?
Yeah, I got my own notes. Yeah. Here, look. That Brian and the senator put a bomb on an EMS, and when Bison questioned it, Brian threatened to kill Bison with a silenced weapon. That the EMS essentially felt forced to do so, given a police officer just threatened another police officer when talks of the incident were occurring. Or I guess questions about the incident were occurring.
Okay.
That we had an officer dressed as an EMS, false flagging openly and snorting cocaine on the radio.
Okay.
That the senator and the commissioner threatened a member of the press and threatened that she would be thrown in prison for treason unless she deleted the footage she had filmed on the island. And at some point, the senator shot in her direction in an attempt to intimidate her.
Oh shit, okay. Intimidate. Okay. All right, got it.
And that Brian Knight read a manga to build a bomb without any experience and then blew up the villa while we had officers MIA.
You said Brian built the bomb? Is that what you said?
Yes.
And set it off while officers were still MIA.
Yes.
Okay.
You know, we had Brick and Moosebeard. I don't know whether Brick was accounted for at that point, but I sure as hell know that Moosebeard wasn't. And he was last known to be inside the villa. So the fact that we set a bomb off is pretty disgusting. And that's it for the things I heard about on the island.
Okay. How did those things make you feel?
Those were the things that I heard as soon as I got out the ICU. So that was the feelings I mentioned before came from hearing this stuff.
Like the depression and like the irredeemable and stuff like that?
Yes. I need to sleep, man.
I just put it hurt. Like you heard as soon as you were out of the ICU that you felt the badge couldn't be redeemed after the events that took place. I think I'm going to just leave it at that, to be honest.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to read this back to you real quick, and then you can tell me if you want me to change anything or leave it, add it, anything like that. So you were present during the conflict. You wanted to be present in the capacity to help officers in EMS, as you truly felt that anyone other than you or Stubble wouldn't have the best interest in mind.
Mm-hmm.
Your feelings
Hey, Chris.
and thoughts before the conflict were non-existent. You didn't know what was happening until it happened. You weren't present for negotiations or meetings, but you saw a negotiation on the news. You now call them demands rather than negotiations. Believe that they were a sham. We should be ashamed of our performance during the in quotes demands. The only information that Dark had was that when we were negotiating with Sanguine for peace, you felt blindsided when PD went in with demands and no negotiations for peace and no negotiations for peace were had. You had no idea about anything else in regards to negotiations.
Yeah.
When I asked you about what were your thoughts about after the conflict took place, you said it stuck with you that your feelings for the PD felt and feel irredeemable. There's a level of shame when you wake up and with the badge since the conflict. You feel that nobody can trust PD, and PD doesn't deserve the trust at the present moment. PD had no place beyond Sanguine in the first place, and a senator should have had the balls to call the Pentagon and get the military involved instead. I asked, what have you heard about it on the island? You talked about putting the bomb in the EMS, me getting threatened, the EMS feeling forced to deal with the bomb because I was threatened. EMS doing cocaine and a cop dressing as EMS and false flagging and doing cocaine. The press was threatened for treason and prison time if she didn't delete the footage. The senator shot near her to intimidate her, and that Brian built a bomb without any experience while on the island and set it off while officers were still MRA, and that Moosebeard was not accounted for, and a bomb was set off in the villa. And then I asked, how did those make you feel? And you just said, as soon as you come in the ICU, you felt as if you couldn't be redeemed, as if the badge couldn't be redeemed after the events that took place.
Yep, that's accurate.
All right, fantastic. Now I'm gonna get these to Libby, but like I said, and like you said, as I joked about going public with it, she has not told me this at all. She just said take statements. I personally feel like, and I have been telling people this, like it's gonna be brought to Libby. She's gonna try to get everybody on the same page of like, hey, people are not happy with what we did. But if that doesn't work as possible, she might just be like, hey, cops aren't happy too with like the general public. Are you cool if your statement is public?
Oh, me? Yeah, I got that.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Well, I appreciate it, Dark. Go get some sleep. I know you're tired.
No, I got some questions for you now.
Uh-oh, okay.
What the fuck happened over there? Is it true that Brian held you up? Well, not held you up.
I was told to direct all of those questions to Tessa. Unfortunately.
No, that's all right. I understand.
Yeah.
It's best for the Listen, I get it. Okay. And I assume if I ask you about the bomb, that's going to be the same
It'd be
thing.
the same. Yeah, it'd be the same.
Okay, I understand. All right. I appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't help more. Are those Crocs?
Hey. Yeah.
No, they toy Crocs.
I can bend down and put my shoes and socks on, so I just.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah. Okay.
Whatever you're
All right.
comfortable with.
Thanks, Bryson. I appreciate it.
No problem. Let me know if you need
Hey,
anything.
and good job on trying to do the right thing over there.
Yeah, I'm trying my best.
Yeah.
Fortunately, it seems like a lot of people either don't care or just won't say anything. So, if I lose my job, so be it. As long as the right people are put in prison.
Damn right.
Yeah. Have a good night, Dark. Hope you feel better.
You too, pal.
Hey, Richard.
Hey, Jeffrey, you free?
I am. Yeah, where do you want to meet?
I'll meet you wherever you want. I'll be honest. You just tell me. I'm too tired to think.
Let's take the park ranger station. How about that?
All right. I'll see you there in a minute.
Okay, see you in a minute.
Hey, man, what's up?
Oh, you know.
Go talk to Mom.
Because they're snitching on the person who did it. It's the clowns.
Oh my god, that's a late night dark.
That's you, stranger.
Hey, Dark.
Hey, Jimbo.
All right, sir. You have a good one.
My donut.
All right, bye. Hey, you want a hug?
I'm okay. I'm married, Jimbo.
That has nothing to do. I'm not asking to suck your cock. I mean, do you want me to get on my knees and start blowing you? I will if you want me to, but
No, thank you, Jimbo. I'll pass.
Hey,
you're missing
Doc.
out. He doesn't want to get blown.
Oh my god.
Hey, Dark.
Hello.
He doesn't want. Bloom. He doesn't want. He's married.
Thanks, Jimbo. I think a moth just touched. Why? What the fuck is that? Bro, what the fuck is flying around my room, man? That moth is the size of a small bird. Bro, it's like a butterfly. Hold on. Give me a second. Eat it. Sounds good. Be right back. Actually, I think it's hidden. I think it's gone away. Ugh. The moth is a butterfly. Is that true? Oh! Go away! Bro, please just land and go to sleep. Thank you. Thank you. It's on the wall now. I can see it. It's like right above my monitor and my eye line. Oh, you dirty bastard. It's literally like the size of a fucking an eagle. It's an eagle moth. Don't worry, it won't lay eggs in your ears as you sleep. Thanks. Oh my god. Why do people drive like this? I can't even overtake them illegally. Come on, pal. Stream setup outside. That'd be so much worse. Can you imagine your setup being outside and the mob just only seeing your screens? If I tried asking it to leave nicely. What do you think this is? A free country? Oh my god. I am gonna start committing war crimes, man. Yeah, buongiorno.
Hey, don't go to sleep just yet. I have to give you something.
What is it?
Evidence. I gotta give you evidence.
What kind of evidence?
Dark, I'll be there in like 2 minutes. Just don't leave.
I'm not leaving. I want to talk to Bundy. You can catch me afterwards.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Enjoy your meeting. I'll be up here just chilling.
Huh? Who is that?
It's Kiki.
That's Kiki. It's my
Oh, hi,
daughter.
Kiki.
Hi, Dark.
Kiki,
I'm
where
just
are
chilling.
you?
Up on the roof.
Could you come down here for just a second?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna ask you a question, and I trust you, so I hope you can answer honestly. the other day when I told you that when I said that Brian was suspended,
Mm-hmm.
did you tell anybody that?
No. I have
You
no reason to.
promise?
Yes.
Not even to the person that you spoke to on the phone?
Mm-mm.
That helps. All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, of course.
You holding up all right?
It comes and goes.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Right
get that.
now, I'm doing okay.
That's good.
Yeah.
All right. Good to see you.
Dark and I might be a minute, so if you end up needing to catch a ride out of here, then that's okay. Just shoot me a text.
So it
alright?
wasn't her. And I trust her.
How you been, Dark?
Terrible.
Yeah, that seems about right.
Oh, is it soundproof in here?
Sound resistant. If you're not yelling and screaming, they'll won't hear much out there.
Okay. All right, let's start with you wanted to speak to me, right? Is that right?
Yeah, I was kind of just hoping to generally inform other members of High Command as to what my experiences with the Sanguine thing have been up until when was it that I first emailed you? 3-4 days ago.
Yeah, something like that.
But it sounds like you've already got questions in that vein, and it sounds like those questions start at the beginning anyway. So, do you have a recording device?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, if you'd like to record this, I am comfortable with that. I'm also aware of my Garrity rights.
Hey, that helps. Okay. I'll just use my phone. I'm just gonna turn it on. All right.
All right. Perfect.
All right. It's on. It's recording.
Okay.
Hold on, it's
I'll
just
give
two-party
you.
state, right? Is this two-party state? Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah,
Alright.
yeah, it is. Yeah.
You
That's what
happy for
Crane
this to be
said last time.
recorded, buddy?
I am happy for this to be recorded.
I am also happy for this to be recorded.
Okay. So cutting back to the beginning, we were talking about August 11th on the phone.
Yeah.
I have a very detailed recollection of that day because that was the day that I first became intimately involved in the Sanguine affairs. Up until that point, Brian had made me vaguely aware of bits and pieces of information that were at his disposal relating to allegations of what was transpiring over there. Essentially, it was indicated. Who is this? Who's running over here?
It's probably Bison.
Oh, okay. I don't care if Bison's here. He had made me vaguely aware of like little bits and pieces, things like he believed that Sanguine Island had connection with particular gangs here in the state of San Andreas. Allegations that they were likely ferrying explosives to and from the island. But August 11th is when I got firsthand information. I was contacted early that day by Brian Knight. Actually, it may have been a few days before. Brian wanted me to draft an affidavit, a template for an affidavit. The template was the same one I later used in the Rami and Miguel case. Essentially, just a series of questions. The person giving the affidavit writes their answers in, signs it. They get a witness to sign it too. He didn't indicate to me why he was providing that or why he was asking for that, but I provided it to him because I was a senior ranger. He was my boss in the MCU and in chain of command. August 11th, he called me. And I distinctly recall that telephone call because I was at the hospital dealing with 14 other things that were unraveling at the time. And he asked me what the context would be. Essentially, what would happen if a person signed an affidavit and then either recanted that affidavit later or filmed a video recanting it? He wanted to know if like the affidavit would be nullified. I told him an affidavit is basically testimony, so as long as it was properly signed and sealed and all that fun stuff, then yeah, it doesn't matter what you say later, it matters what you said at the time. He seemed relieved by that, and then he asked me, quote, "Do you still have your big gun ready?" For context, that is referring to the Class 3 AWM sniper rifle that I have had in my possession since the Simone investigation. That firearm, there should be a report on it that's antique at this point. But essentially, it was a dead drop that was provided by Michael Simone during our game of cat and mouse after he shot my fucking eyeball out. As far as field deployment is concerned, I think that thing's only seen action 3 or 4 times. One time I was shooting a bird that kept trying to ocean dump police officers. One time I shot Norman Bones with it, and the other times it's just been on standby when we selected, when we thought that Michael Simone might be involved in a situation or other sniper threats might be present. I informed him that I still had access to it. It was still ready to go, and he said that he might be needing it soon, which obviously piqued my curiosity. I called him back somewhere between 10 minutes and half an hour later and asked if I could meet with him to get a debrief on what the fuck was going on and why he was asking about a sniper rifle. At which point he told me, he kind of gave me the runaround for a moment or two, and then he said, "Just come meet me at LSIA." He was in an unmarked Charger along with Commissioner Axel Justice and Commissioner Dominic Toretti. We had a brief conversation at that location, and then we've relocated to the front of the Rust scrapyard. But essentially, the context of the conversation was that they wanted to kill Johnny Devine. I raised issue with that, to which I recall Toretti specifically saying thank you, as though no one else had said that up until that point. I recall Axel Justice asking if it was a, quote, moral issue that I had. I said yes, that among other things.
Oh, he's dumb.
And that's when I suggested the alternative. Up until that point, nobody had considered diplomacy or legal action. The plan was going to be to essentially, quote, eliminate the asset that was Johnny Devine.
Jesus Christ.
I pointed out that Brian Knight was a member of Aegis, and as a member of Aegis, they could extradite Johnny Devine, since they would have direct connection with him. Because pursuant to the old Sanguine Treaty, Aegis serves as kind of the intermediary between the DOJ and whatever. Basically, Aegis can say, "Hey, the police have got a warrant for this guy. You know, lock him up, give him to us." At that point, all 4 of us purchased boarding passes, traveled to Sanguine, and then a bunch of various phone calls ensued. Axel Justice was on the phone for a brief period of time. Brian Knight was on the phone for a while. Toretti, I was the only not phone guy there, basically. Between the 3 of them, at least one of them communicated directly with Jaeger. I think that may have been Brian. And I believe Devine communicated with pretty much everybody. And the inclination that was given was that Jaeger, I believe, was trying to insinuate that Devine was not on Sanguine Island, which was bullshit. We knew that he was because Devine had already indicated that he was. And eventually we just packed it up and went home. I drafted up a formal, quote, notice of extradition with Brian, which Brian signed, and I believe he provided to Jaeger. I can't confirm that. And then a stealth annihilator was seen flying through the skies off of Sanguine Island. It briefly stopped out near El Gordo Drive, near the lighthouse, and we believe that Johnny Devine was likely ferried off of the island. And that's where the whole shit show of a war started. From that point forward, things unraveled. We were supposed to have a meeting with the Senate approximately a couple of days later. It didn't end up happening until I believe the following Tuesday or Wednesday. The Senate did not actually appear. We had a conversation with Crane. Crane indicated to us that the Sanguinians had also made their own sort of proposal, I guess, for renegotiation of the treaty. The proposal that we were putting forward was strictly for invasion purposes. And I want to make one thing clear. On August 11th, I was advising of different tactics that could be taken. Some of those were taken under advisement, such as the attempted extradition of Johnny Devine. Some of them were brushed to the side as fool's errands. For instance, one of the things that I suggested was sanctioning, locking down ports, and disallowing travel to Sanguine Island as a repercussion of their violation of the treaty. Commissioner Justice was very adamant that an invasion would eventually occur.
So this is as soon as
August
Divine was
11th.
leaked. Axel was saying that we were going to invade the place.
I don't know the full context of Divine being leaked necessarily, but on the day of, yes.
Okay.
So I couldn't tell you with any sort of precision within the hours as to what transpired on that end. However, I would estimate shortly, about 2 hours before Tsunami is when that conversation was happening at LSIA. From that point forward, Brian made the proposal to the Senate, which included a very brief series of PowerPoints, including a photograph of Alex Jones for some reason, that summarized information that had apparently been gathered over the course of several weeks. I was not directly privy to most of it. I tangentially knew about some of it due to connection with the GG investigations and due to the supervising other investigations. The only thing I had direct knowledge of was the Jaeger and Divine situation. Obviously, we start subpoenaing people's phones. Senate comes in, says that we're locking the borders down. People start going wild on Twitter. Members of MCU are monitoring the coast, as well as air traffic. And then that leads up to the day of the invasion. I honestly, the day of the invasion was very long. It was 14 hours. I don't know what questions arise there. I personally witnessed Walter Christmas dressed like a dumbfuck unicorn, wearing EMS trainee equipment. In fact, I almost shot him because he was wearing that, because I believed he would be an enemy combatant, because I didn't think any of our officers would be stupid enough to wear that while holstering an RPG over their shoulder. However, a radio communication prevented me from pulling the trigger. Not only did his antics apparently cause quite a bit of pain to the EMS, but it also almost got him shot by his own people.
Yeah. Okay. When did you manage to make it to the villa?
I did. I stayed on my feet the entirety of the fight. The MCU squad, Foxtrot, we were broken into two separate teams. Full transparency, I was basically the de facto leader of that squad in the absence of Brian, because he spent a great deal of that day on the phone. He was making various phone calls to Conan Clarkson, the senator, Axel, and other people. So I was kind of steering our squad slowly in, because our intention was to be primary once the villa stuff happened.
That makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna circle back a little bit. So to confirm, when it came to the 811. Oh my god. Hold on. Right, he just said I just found my phone at Johnny Divine. Wait, what the hell? Johnny Divine is tweeting. Okay. All right. Let's just leave them to it. Okay. So on 811, you prior to 811, you were contacted by Brian about an affidavit or a template for an affidavit. Then on 811, Brian called you stating that whether someone could rescind an affidavit if they had either made that statement that they are, or they filmed a video rescinding that affidavit.
Yeah, it's also worth noting Brian mentioned the possibility of someone, quote, being forced to film such a video.
Okay.
So he may have been afraid that. I mean, he was in hindsight, he was very clearly referring to the affidavit of Johnny Divine, which I think he provided to me later that same day during the meeting that occurred later. But
okay, and Brian in that same phone call asked if you still had your sniper rifle.
Yes.
Okay. And did he tell you to bring it to the meeting?
I honestly do not want to say one way or the other. I recall my answer to him being something along the lines of the fact that I keep it in the lockbox of my personal vehicle, so it is generally at the ready. I don't recall if he directed me to bring it to the meeting or not, because the assumption may have been that it was prepared.
Okay. And when you got to the meeting, which was at LSAA, you said all three of them were in a black Charger, and it was Brian Knight and then the two commissioners. Is that right?
Correct, yes. All three of them were riding together. At some point during that, Luka Kovacic joined us, but he did not go to Sanguine.
Okay. And when you arrived, were they actively having a discussion about killing Johnny Divine?
The active discussion that they were having kind of ceased. Toretti was very upset about somebody was texting him memes on his phone, so I believe that's what they were talking about when I first arrived. The Divine discussion that started whenever they were essentially debriefing me as to why I was there.
Okay. Would you be able to give any specifics on the kind of plan they had?
They didn't have a plan. It was very much fly by the seat of your pants. It seemed as though the only method that we had at the time for getting to the island was to grab a boarding pass and get on a plane. And I don't know about you, but storing a long gun with a 51-inch barrel in coach doesn't really make too much sense to me.
Yeah.
So I don't think that they had reached the planning phase so much as the determination phase. That they knew the objective, they didn't know how to get there.
Okay. And when they discussed killing Johnny, did it sound like anybody was joking during that? Was it serious conversation?
It did not sound like a joke to me. In fact, the commissioner directly asked me if the problem that I had with it was a moral one. I'll be frank, but based on the brief information that the commissioner's given me and that I've heard from third parties about his past, I assumed he was just kind of doing some CIA shit.
Okay. And you said Toretti was openly opposed to this?
Toretti was spending a lot of time initially focusing on the memes being sent to his phone. I remember he asked me to run a phone number so he could try to determine who was sending these memes. He seemed very distracted by that.
God damn it.
But when I laid out that I took issue with things, he seemed to affirm that as though he had previously raised the same issue.
Okay. And I guess
Very specifically, I told them that I was fairly against shooting and killing the person who did my final evaluation and handed me the reins to SCU.
Right, yeah. From the information you had and have, to the best of your knowledge, who do you think proposed the idea to murder Johnny Devine?
I couldn't begin to say one way or the other. Knight and Justice seemed to be in agreement with that plan, although when given the third option of pursuing with the treaty legislation, both seized onto it relatively quickly.
Okay. All right, skipping forward a little bit. You said that the Senate was presented with information, but you stated that the intention of the presentation was to invade Sanguine. Is that accurate? I don't want to misstate any testimony here.
If I remember correctly, the very last slide of that presentation included a photograph of like bombs or fire or something, and specifically mentioned invasion. Yes, the intention of that presentation was ultimately for essentially a raid of Sanguine Island in order to lock down the weapons and other things that were being filtered into our state.
And when did that happen? When did the presentation happen?
Ballparking it, I would say around August 16th, give or take a little bit, maybe August 17th.
Okay. All right.
It was supposed to be within 2 or 3 days of August 11th, but things took a little while to get off the ground, so I believe it was 5 to 6 days later.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a more specific question here. And it's much more broad than just this situation. Given your time in the Major Crimes Unit, has the director given you any more cause for concern other than this situation?
Outside of this particular situation, no. And frankly speaking, I'll be fully transparent with you, Dark. Brian and I have not always gotten along. As a matter of fact, it humors me slightly to hear that one of the major current downfalls of the MCU is apparently communication. Considering that Brian was once at my throat relating to, quote, gatekeeping of information pertinent to the Michael Simone investigation. And at one point was accusing myself and other officers of being a, quote, cover-up unit, despite the fact that it was ultimately my work and my paperwork that convicted the man. And frankly, I don't take issue with a large portion of what's transpired here. Regardless of whether the ultimate intention was a military police action on Sanguine Island, I understand that that is divisive in and of itself. I understand that we lost really good fucking people over there, and we're still feeling the aftershocks of it. However, the information that we had was based off of the first-hand eyewitness testimony of my mentor, Johnny Devine, who personally witnessed heroin trades happening. He personally witnessed Jaeger, Kane LARP, facilitating explosives transfers to individuals who were not Sanguinians. It's not like we're trading explosives to their own if they were selling them to our citizens. And hindsight being what it is, the intel that we have found, we can trace the welding equipment, the explosive residue, everything else that was tied to that table. Every single explosive except for one that has been used since May has come from that fucking island. So I don't take issue with the war, and I don't take issue with a lot of the way that we got there. I take issue with two things very specifically. First, I do not like that the initial plan was to immediately dispose of Johnny Devine the moment he stopped being useful to these individuals. And two, I do not like what happened with CW, Veronica.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people on the same page as you. Yeah. Okay. All right. Is there anything else that you think you might have missed out that might be prevalent to this?
It's been a long couple of weeks. I can't think of anything in particular. No, nothing immediately off the top of my head, but I'm available to answer any questions that might crop up later.
Okay. All right. All right. I think that's it. I don't have any more questions right now. You happy for me to end the recording?
Yeah, sure thing.
Okay. I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to misstate any testimony because I think you've done a great job coming forward with this information. So Brian you were never specifically asked to bring the sniper rifle. But given the question is, given the question as to whether you had it ready or had it available, it was implied. Is that okay for me to say, or do you just want to say that it was?
Yeah. I believe that it was implied. The only
Okay.
reason I don't want to say that I was specifically asked is because I don't remember him saying, "Hey, bring that with you." But given the context of our prior conversation, I think there was certainly an implication that we were going to be shooting Johnny Devine, and that was also part of the context of the later conversation as well.
Okay, that's pretty big. I'll be honest. To be transparent with you, the reason I called you in the first place was because we're currently in the process of questioning the commissioner on these the thing with Divine, and keep this between us, but the commissioner said that he was joking when he was talking about killing Divine. That's why I asked you the joking question. But both yourself and Toretti have said that they weren't jokes; they were serious.
Yeah, I did not take anything lighthearted from the conversations that were taking place, and the option, no other option was put on the table until I put one on the table. And again, I will say everyone immediately seized onto that. I don't think anybody wanted to kill Johnny Devine. I mean, the recording's off. I'll just speak with my whole chest. I think that our commissioner is very easily led astray, and I think he succumbs to peer pressure extremely easily, which is unfortunate. I think that whenever he sees the senator doing things that may be morally questionable, he also does things that are morally questionable.
Yep.
I think that if an idea is suggested, Brian Knight is a conspiracy nut who will mull over an idea for about 3 months before he finally discards of it. And since the commissioner is impressionable, if Brian Knight is mulling over that theory, then he will mull it over with him, and they will just dig each other into a little foxhole.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I'll be honest.
Yeah. I mean, I literally witnessed the senator yesterday shooting Kyle Pred with an M4 that I think he is still carrying after the war. So,
yeah, I'm aware. Yeah, you didn't happen to see the commissioner shoot anybody there, did you?
I did, but I did not. Actually, let me correct that. I initially didn't witness the person that he was shooting. I heard him issue verbal warnings to several individuals who were throwing things up on the catwalk. And then individuals continued throwing things up on the catwalk, and I heard him discharge, or I saw him discharge rounds from his FN.
Okay. All right.
But
Well,
frankly, after watching our senator mow down a person who was doing nothing more than standing at a microphone chatting shit, it wasn't the craziest thing that I had seen in the last 30 seconds.
yeah. In your professional opinion, this is not a dig to anybody in any way, but more out of curiosity on what I think your answer is going to be. But why do you think nobody tried to arrest the senator?
I know I didn't try to arrest the senator because according to our own legislation, he has, quote, unlimited power.
Yeah. Yeah,
I have personally, Dark, 2 years ago, watched one of the senators. It wasn't Davis, but Davis was with him. It was that other little drunk fellow who showed up at Abdul's impeachment. I forget what his name was. It was like just letters or something. But he pulled out an Uzi in front of the courthouse and shot down 3 members of NBC and just walked inside. And there were about 20 police officers there, including high-ranking members, and nobody did anything. As far as I know legally, they are unfucking touchable.
Yeah. Yeah, I figured that would be the answer. All right. Well, listen, Bunny, you've done the PDS service today. I don't know where it's going to go, but I can assure you that it's going to be used for the right reasons, and you gave it a lot of clarity to a very muddy situation. So I appreciate that, and obviously, if there's anything I can do for you, just let me know.
I've always got your back, Dark, and I know you've always got mine. If you need questions answered or if anything crops up in between, I was directly responsible for a lot of the individuals who were labeled as enemies of the state throughout the course of this. Aurora was responsible for the ones that I wasn't. And I was responsible for a lot of subpoenas that went out as well. So if any questions pop up as to any of the investigation that happened between the 11th and the date of combat, then just shoot them my way.
Oh, yeah, that sounds fantastic. Thank you, Bundy.
Yeah.
I'll get out your hair.
One thing that I do need help with, whose dick do I have to suck to get a subpoena signed these days?
I've heard that twice today, not the dick sucking part, but about subpoenas, and it's kind of pissing me off that I'm having to get in contact with a DOJ just to get this shit signed. Hey, Bison.
The problem that I'm having, I'm literally working a case where a judge got kidnapped and thrown out of a helicopter, and I'm being left on red. I tried calling Grayson earlier while he was twatting, and he dodged my phone calls. I called Titus, and apparently the baby judges can't sign warrants or subpoenas. And I even bumped that subpoena and I was like, yo, you guys let me know if I need to add more to this or if it's not good enough or whatever. And I've just been left on red. Like one of their fucking colleagues got kidnapped and thrown out of a helicopter. I would think they would care about that.
Okay, I'll follow up and see if I can get any sorted.
What's going on, Bison?
I got a bench.
You did get a bench. I'm proud of you.
I'm poor now.
How much do benches cost now?
$100,000.
Oh, that's not too bad.
Dark, I have to give this to you so I can leave you alone.
Okay. Gonna do it in the
evidence locker downstairs.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Bundy.
Absolutely, Dark.
Hello.
No.
All right, let me know when you're ready. I'll tell you the locker number.
What is it?
You'll see when you open it.
Bison, is No, stop being so. I don't want to touch anything. Okay, I'll look in the locker.
It's a bomb.
Go on. Okay, yeah, I don't want to touch that.
Do you not want it from me? Hold it for yourself or something?
Let me look at it. I don't want it.
All right, 231. Let me know when you're ready. Locker numbers for me. 231 198.
Yeah.
250. Period.
Yeah.
BYSON.
Okay. Yeah.
Do you want me to email it to you so you have it? So you have the locker number. You can just keep it in there for now.
Yeah, keep it in there for now.
Okay.
Do we know if this is one of the? You know what? I'll talk to Stubble. I don't want to. Basically, obviously, don't touch that. Don't take it out of there. Don't tell anybody else. You know the drill. Chain of custody.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm the only one that's been in possession of it. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I'll email you the locker number just in case.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Okay. Thank you very
know what
much.
that's from, right?
Yes, and I'm sorry
Okay,
you
okay,
waited
I'm just
around
making
so
sure.
long for that. Me
No,
just
it's
not
fine.
take
No
it.
biggie. It's no problem. As long as you know that I have it, or like it's in a locker, then it's out of my hands. You know what I mean?
No, yeah. I had a conversation with I had a conversation with Veronica and Simone today, so I was aware.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'll email the locker number over to you, and then you'll be good.
Thank you, Bastion. I
for your-
appreciate it, pal.
Yeah, no problem.
And then I'm seeing on 311 that apparently Divine is on the phone with Drake. And Divine has a warrant. Where's the evidence for this? Oh, there's a presentation. Hey. Fucking hell. We got a presentation and everything today. What does he get due process? Good question. Let's have a look at this chat. Oh, what is this? How do I do a slideshow? There you go. A proposal by Johnny Devine. Supplies that would be good. A large variety of bombs, a large variety of rockets, the homing rocket, grapple guns, allies, Gulag Gang, possibly Bolto, Diamond Dogs as mercenaries, PDs assume goals, slows. Oh, God. This ain't good. How do we know that Divine made that? Divine's phone subpoena. There we go. So this, he must have sent this in a text message. Oh shit.
I heard if you want to become a chef, you just exactly. I've heard that you just go in the kitchen.
Well, this has been a day. Oh, you know what?
Yeah, sir. You might want to consider going to like Rooster's Rest, or you know what, Mojito Inn. Mojito Inn, honestly.
What's that song I'm thinking
the
of
food
that
they
we
make
just
there
we
is
just
very
hit
delicious.
today? What's that song that I'm thinking of? This one.
Agree with you. Me telling you
This
to
is
go
the
to
song I'm
kitchen
thinking
is
of.
basically me telling you to be a drug addict, so I understand.
Yes, it was pretty crazy, dude. Pretty crazy. We could meet with Ray, but it's 3 a.m. and I want to go to bed. If I'm honest. So normally I would, but bench. Hey son, this song's just pretty fitting after today, you know. How does it get worse? I don't know, but Axel's kind of, I don't know. Axel might be in trouble, I'll be honest. Doc's overall thoughts on everybody. Brian's a psycho. He can investigate shit, but he's still a psycho. Axel is either incredibly stupid or just a liar. But I think everything that Bundy said was pretty accurate. Extremely easily influenced. Seems like he kind of just agrees with things and lets them happen. The senator's a psycho. Psychopath's a strong word for the senator. I think the senator's just he just doesn't give a fuck really, and he doesn't care, and that's dangerous. Owen is concerning with his views on things. Tessa was great today. She kind of held her own, you know.
Yeah, they don't care what
Dark.
Oh my god, this is
Yes.
I probably should update you.
No.
Into it, but the problem is that they need to know who and what days. So these when these complaints happen, they need to have names and faces. So I think we actually collectively should start learning their names and their faces.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
On top of that, there's an exception to the entire thing about shooting unarmed people. If they break in, they're shoot on sight. There's no.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah. I actually had to do that today.
You know, I mean, that makes sense. You know, they're invading the prison, you know.
So currently, this is going to be happening frequently. I'll let you know so you're aware. If you see 77Z on Channel 5. Today we did an operation, covert one, that was better than the one that was done yesterday because we didn't let them go into the cell blocks. We actually effectively locked down the prison, got everyone flipped, got like a bunch of radios, phones, and knives out of there, and then intercepted the resupply from breaking in. So they're effectively
Oh,
without
hell yeah.
phones, knives, and that seems to be the standard. They're not really guns. They're just phone, knives, and radios. What they're flying in there.
Okay. What about the comment you made earlier? Sorry, about you said the commissioner's office requested the torture room for post-war.
You want to talk in the captain's office?
Sure.
This sounds like a captain's office kind of question.
Well, I help you get that.
So, I've not been able to talk to Bowman to get clarifying information. I don't know if it's the commissioner's office or if it was Brian. But
Why
somebody.
do you think that?
I remember being told that they built it. It was built for the purpose of post-war stuff, and that it was asked for by I can't remember if he said MCU or by High Command or Commissioner's Office. I do not know. As far as it being used, it has never been used.
I mean, as far as we know. Okay. Yeah. Just keep me updated on that. It's pretty critical that we find out who requested that, if anybody, and if there's any record of that. Obviously, that'd be great. If not, we need a statement. An official signed statement, if possible. So
when next time I get to talk to any of the wardens, I will try to get that. I do know that Bowman, after getting his finger chopped off, his bed rest for a bit.
Okay.
So I don't know when I'll get that, but as soon as I get that, I will reach out to you.
All right, perfect. That'd be great. All right, thank you, Harvey. Yeah.
I will say though,
no, please stop. Stop.
I don't.
No.
While it's strange to have there, I don't think it's illegal to have there unless it's getting used.
No, I agree. It's just this is more of a accountability internal thing versus criminal.
Yeah. As far as as far as the open firing thing, it will be handled as soon as they get names of whoever made that call.
Yeah, fantastic. Okay, well I can I trust that to live with you, but yeah, I appreciate it, Harvey. Thank you for the update. I'm going to bed.
All right, see ya.
Bye. Get me out of here. Get me out of here.
Got another report about you.
Get me out of here, dude. Let me out.
You're suspended.
Geminity gifted a tier 1 sub to Honey Cubs. They have given 91 gift subs in the channel.
Dip. Gem, thank you for gifting the subs to Honey. I appreciate you. We made it. We're out. Well, guys, thank you for hanging out today. That was a lot of fun. Brian panel tomorrow. Possibly many hasn't got back to me yet. So we'll see. But I love you guys. Thank you for hanging out. Pretty crazy stream. Very long day for me. I feel ill. I'm going to bed. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. I love you all. Take care of yourselves. And I'll see you in the next one.